Section 23 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by helenjjacobs in May 2014, Leicestershire, England. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Richard Feverel and the Hayrick by George Meredith. Part 2. As soon as they could escape, the boys got away together to an obscure corner of the park and there took counsel. "Whatever shall we do now?" asked Ripton of his leader. Scorpion girt with fire was never in a more terrible prison than poor Ripton, around whom the raging element he had assisted to create seemed to be drawing momentarily narrower circles. "There's only one chance," said Richard, folding his arms resolutely. "We must rescue that fellow from jail. We must manage to get a file into him and a rope." Austin Wentworth had the reputation of being the poor man's friend. He went straight to Tom Bakewell in jail and engaged in man-to-man conversation with him like a gentleman and a Christian. When he rose to go, Tom begged permission to shake his hand and said, "Take and tell young master up at the Abbey that I ain't the chap to peach. He'll understand. He's a young gentleman as I'll make any man do as he wants 'em. But I ain't a blackguard. Tell him that, sir." Austin was not clever like Adrian. He always went the direct road to his object. So instead of beating about the bush with the boys and setting them on the alert, crammed to the muzzle with lies, he came straight out and said, "Tom Bakewell told me to let you know he does not intend to peach on you," and left them. Richard repeated the intelligence to Ripton, who cried aloud that Tom was a brick. "He shan't suffer for it," said Richard. The boys had examined the outer walls of the jail and arrived at the conclusion that Tom's escape might be managed if Tom had spirit and the rope and file could by any means be got to him. But to do this somebody must gain admittance to his cell. The boys decided to ask Austin Wentworth to do this. Ripton procured the file at one shop in Bursley, and Richard the rope at another. With such masterly cunning did they lay their measures for the avoidance of every possible chance of detection. And better to assure this, in a wood outside Bursley, Richard stripped to his shirt and wound the rope round his body. It was a severe stroke when after all their stratagem and trouble, Austin Wentworth refused the office the boys had designed for him. Time pressed. In a few days poor Tom would have to face the redoubtable Sir Miles and get committed, for there were rumours of overwhelming evidence to convict him, and Farmer Blaize's wrath was unappeasable. Again and again Richard begged his cousin to help him in this extremity. Austin smiled on him. "My dear Ricky," he said, "there are two ways of getting out of a scrape. A long way and a short way. When you've tried the roundabout method and failed, come to me and I'll show you the straight route." Richard was too entirely bent upon the roundabout method to consider the advice more than empty words, and only ground his teeth at Austin's refusal. He told Ripton that they must do it themselves, to which Ripton heavily assented. On the day preceding poor Tom's doomed appearance before the magistrate, the two boys entered the small shop of Dame Bakewell, Tom's mother. There they desperately purchased tea, sugar, candles, and comfits of every description as an excuse for their presence and until the shop was empty of customers. They then hurried Dame Bakewell into her little back parlour, where Richard tore open his shirt and revealed the coils of rope, and Ripton displayed the file. They told the astonished woman that the rope and the file were instruments to free her son, and that there existed no other means on earth to save him. Richard, with the utmost earnestness, tried to persuade Dame Bakewell to disrobe and wind the rope around her own person, and Ripton sought eloquently to induce her to secrete the file. Dame Bakewell resolutely objected to the rope, but she was at length persuaded, though much against her will, to accept the file. This she carried secretly to her son. Tom, however, turned up his nose at the file and refused to try to make an escape. At this news, Richard was in despair. Moreover, just now, Ripton was sent for to go home to London, and Richard was left to face the whole matter alone. When affairs were at this pass, Austin Wentworth went to consult with Adrian. But Adrian was little concerned about how the course Richard was pursuing would work out for the good or evil in the boy's own mind and heart. He was anxious only to keep them all free from the action of the law, and he threw out the hint to Austin that he had already fixed matters up by means of a little secret dealing with the farmer's chief witness, so that there was no danger of anyone's being punished for the crime. This by no means satisfied Austin. He was concerned less that Richard should escape punishment than that he should act like a man. A little laurel-shaped temple of white marble looked out on the river from a knoll bordering the rain and beech woods, and was dubbed by Adrian Daphne's Bower. To this spot Richard had retired, and there Austin found him, with his head buried in his hands, a picture of desperation, whose last shift had been defeated. "Well, Ricky, have you tried your own way of rectifying this business?" asked Austin. "I have done everything, and failed." There was a pause. Then Richard tried to evade the responsibility. "Failed because Tom Bakewell's a coward, I suppose, poor fellow," said Austin in his kind way. "He doesn't want to get into a deeper mess. I don't think he's a coward." "He is a coward," cried Richard. "Do you think if I had a file I would stay in prison? I'd be out the first night. He's a coward and he deserves his fate. I've no compassion for a coward." "Nor I much," said Austin. "I've never met a coward myself, but I've heard of one or two. One let an innocent man die for a crime he himself had committed." "How base!" exclaimed the boy. "Yes, it was bad," Austin agreed. "I have read also in the confessions of a celebrated philosopher that in his youth he committed some petty theft, and then accused a young servant girl of his own crime, permitting her to be condemned and dismissed." "What a coward!" shouted Richard. "And he confessed it?" "You may read it yourself. Would you have done so much?" Richard faltered. No. He admitted that he could never have told people. "Then who is it to call that man a coward?" said Austin. "He paid the penalty for the wrong he had done, as all who give way in moments of weakness and are not cowards must do. The coward chooses to think, 'God does not see, I shall escape.' He who is not a coward but has done wrong, knows that God has seen all, and it is not so hard a task for him to make his heart bare to the world. Worse, I should fancy it, to know myself an impostor when men praised me. Richard suddenly hung his head. So I think you're wrong, Ricky, in calling this poor fellow Tom a coward, because he refuses to try your means of escape. He has not acted like a coward in refusing to tell on you. Richard was dumb. If he avowed Tom's manly behaviour, then he would have to see Richard Feverel in a new light. Whereas by insisting that Tom was a coward, Richard Feverel was the injured one, and in no way to blame. Austin had but a blind notion of the fierceness with which the conflict raged in young Richard. But happily Richard's nature wanted little more than an indication of the proper track, and then he said in a subdued voice, "Tell me what I can do, Austin." Austin put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "You must go down to Farmer Blaize. You will know what to say to him when you are standing there before him." The boy bit his lip and frowned. "Ask a favour of that big brute, Austin. I can't." "Just tell him the whole truth." "But, Austin," the boy pleaded, "I shall have to ask a favour of him. I shall have to beg him to help off Tom Bakewell. How can I ask a favour of a brute I hate? I shall hardly be able to keep my hands off him." "Surely you've punished him enough, boy," said Austin. "He struck me." Richard's lip quivered. "But you poached on his grounds." "I'll pay him for his loss, but I won't ask a favour of him." Austin looked at the boy steadily. "You prefer to receive a favour from poor Tom Bakewell. To save yourself an unpleasantness, you permit a country lad to sacrifice himself for you. I confess I should not have so much pride." "Pride!" shouted Richard, stung by the taunt, and set his sight hard at the blue ridges of the hills. Not knowing for the moment what else to do, Austin drew a picture of Tom in prison. Visions of a grinning lout, unkempt, coarse, rose before Richard and afflicted him with the strangest sensations of disgust and comicality, mixed up with pity and remorse, a sort of twisted pathos. There lay Tom, Hobnail Tom, a bacon-munching, reckless, beer-swilling animal, and yet a man, capable of devotion and unselfishness. The boy's better spirit was touched, and it kindled his imagination to realize the abject figure of poor clodpole Tom, and surrounded it with a halo of mournful light. His soul was alive. Feelings he had never known streamed in upon him, an unwonted tenderness, an embracing humor, a consciousness of some ineffable glory. Toward Clodpole Tom he felt just then a loving kindness beyond what he felt for any living creature. He laughed at him and wept over him. He prized him while he shrank from him. It was a genial strife of the angel in him with constituents less divine, but the angel was uppermost, and won the day. Austin sat by the boy unaware of the tumult he had stirred. Little of it was perceptible in Richard's countenance. Finally he jumped up, saying, "I'll go at once to old Blaize and tell him." Austin grasped his hand and together they issued out of Daphne's bower. Farmer Blaize was not so astonished at the visit of Richard Feverel as that young gentleman had expected him to be. The farmer seated in his easy chair in the little low-roofed parlour of an old-fashioned farmhouse, with a long clay pipe on the table at his elbow and a veteran pointer at his feet, had already given audience to Sir Austin Feverel himself, who came to him secretly and frankly confessed the whole matter. Thereupon Farmer Blaize had decided that he would only give up the prosecution in exchange for £300 of compensation to his pocket, a spoken apology from the prime offender, Master Richard, and a solemn promise that no one should try to bribe his witness to change their testimony. Sir Austin had already promised him full indemnity in money for his loss, a satisfactory apology from his son, and the assurance that no one would tamper with his witnesses. Richard was received by a pretty little girl with the roses of 13 springs in her cheeks and abundant beautiful bright tresses. She tripped before the boy and led him to the parlour, loitering shyly by the farmer's armchair to steal a look at the handsome newcomer. She was introduced to Richard as the farmer's niece, Lucy Desborough, and Farmer Blaize said much in her praise, laughing and chuckling, perhaps intending thus to give his visitor time to recover his composure. His diversion only irritated and confused our shame-eaten youth. Richard's intention had been to come to the farmer's threshold, to summon the farmer thither, and in a loud and haughty tone, then and there to take upon himself the whole burden of the charge against Tom Bakewell. Farmer Blaize was quite at his ease, nowise in a hurry. He spoke of the weather and the harvest. Richard blinked hard. In a moment of silence he cried, "Mr. Blaize, I have come to tell you that I am the person who set fire to your rick the other night." An odd contraction formed about the farmer's mouth. He changed his posture and said, "Aye, that's what you're come to tell me, sir. Then, my lad, you've come to tell me a lie." "You dare to call me a liar?" cried Richard, starting up with the clenched fist. "You have twice insulted me. I would have apologized to have got off that fellow in prison. I would have degraded myself that another man should not suffer for my deed, and you take this opportunity of insulting me afresh. You're a coward, sir. Nobody but a coward would have insulted me in his own house." "Sit ye down, young master," said the farmer. "Don't ye be hasty. If ye hadn't been hasty t'other day, we should ha' been friends. I should be sorry to reckon you out a liar. What I say is, that as you say ain't the truth." Richard angrily reseated himself. The farmer spoke sense, and the boy, after his late interview with Austin, had become capable of perceiving vaguely that a towering passion hardly justifies one in pursuing a wrong course of conduct. "Come," continued the farmer not unkindly, "what else have you to say?" The boy blinked. This was a bitter cup for him to drink. "I came to say that I regretted the revenge I had taken on you for you striking me. You shall be repaid your loss, and I should be very much obliged, he stammered, "if you would be so kind. Fancy a Feverel asking this big brute to be so kind. So kind as to do me the favour, to exert yourself, to endeavour to, there's no saying it. What I want to ask is whether you would have the kindness. Well then I want you, Mr. Blaize, if you don't mind. Will you help me to get this man Bakewell off his punishment?" To do Farmer Blaize justice, he waited very patiently for the boy. He said, "but if you did it, you know, and Tom's innocent, We shan't make him out guilty. Do you still hold to it? You set fire to the rick. The blame is mine, quoth Richard with the loftiness of a patriot of old Rome. Nah, nah, the straightforward farmer put him aside. Ye did do it, or ye didn't do it? Yes or no? Thrust into a corner, Richard said, I did it. Farmer Blaize reached his hand to the bell. It was answered in an instant by little Lucy, who received orders to fetch in a dependent at Belthorpe going by the name of the Bantam. Now, said the farmer, these be my principles. I am a plain man, Mr. Feverel. Be above board with me and you'll find me handsome. Be underhand and I'm an ugly customer. I'll show you I've no animosity. Your father pays, you apologize. That's enough for me. But the Bantams saw what happened t'other night. It's no use denying that evidence. Just then Miss Lucy ushered in the Bantam. In build of body, gait and stature, Giles Jinkson, the Bantam, was a tolerably fair representative of the elephant. He had been the first to give the clue at Belthorpe on the night of the conflagration, and he may, therefore, have seen poor Tom retreating stealthily from the scene, as he said he did. Leastwise, he was the farmer's principal witness. There he stood, and tugged his forelocks to the company. Now, said the farmer, with the utmost confidence, tell this young gentleman what ye saw on the night of the fire, Bantam. The Bantam jerked a bit of a bow to his patron, and then swung around, fully shutting off all view of the farmer from Richard. Richard fixed his eyes on the floor while the Bantam told his story. But when the recital reached the point where the Bantam affirmed he had seen Tom Bakewell with his own eyes, Richard was amazed to find himself being mutely addressed by a series of intensely significant grimaces, signs, and winks. What do you mean? Why are you making those faces at me? Cried the boy indignantly. Bain't making no faces at nobody, growled the sulky elephant. You never saw Tom Bakewell set fire to that rick. How could you see who it was on a pitch dark night? The suborned elephant was staggered. He had meant to telegraph to the young gentleman that he was loyal and true to certain gold pieces that had been given him, and that in the right place and at the right time he should prove so. I thought I'd seen 'un then, muttered the Bantam. Thought, the farmer bellowed. Thought? Devil take ye. Ye took your oath on it. Say what ye saw, and none of your thoughts. Thinking ain't evidence. Ye saw Tom Bakewell fire that there rick. You're a witness. Damn your thoughts. The adjured, the Bantam hitched his breeches. What on earth the young gentleman meant by making public his private signals he was at a loss to speculate. He determined at length, after much ploughing and harrowing through obstinate shocks of hair, not to be altogether positive as to the person he had seen. It is possible that he became thereby more truthful than he had previously been, for the night had been so dark that you could not see your hand before your face. The party he had taken for Tom Bakewell, he said, might have been the young gentleman present. He could not swear which it was. But you swore 'twas Tom Bakewell, the farmer roared. No, said the Bantam, with a twitch of the shoulder and an angular jerk of the elbow. Not upon oath. A cunning distinction that between swearing and not swearing upon oath. No sooner had the bantams ceased than Farmer Blaize jumped up from his chair and made a fine effort to lift him out of the room from the point of his toe. Richard would have preferred not to laugh, but his dignity gave way and he let fly a shout. "They're liars, every one!" cried the farmer. "Now look ye here, Mr. Feverel. You've been a tampering with my witness. It's no use denying. I say ye have, sir. The bantam's been bribed," and he shivered his pipe with an energetic thump on the table. "He's been corrupted, my principal witness. Oh, it's damn cunning, but it won't do the trick. I'll transport Tom Bakewell, now sure as a gun. Sorry you haven't seen how to treat me square and honest. I'd ha' excused you, sir. You're a boy and 'll learn better. But you've bribed my witness. Now you must stand your luck, all of ye. I will have the truth." Richard stood up and replied, "Very well, Mr. Blaize." "I believe your father," went on the farmer. "What?" cried Richard with astonishment. "You have seen my father? My father knows of this." Farmer Blaize pulled the bell. "Company the young gentleman out, Lucy." He waved to the little damsel in the doorway. "And, Mr. Richard, ye might have made a friend o' me, sir, and it's not too late so to do. I'm not cruel, but I hate lies. Now if you'll come down to me and speak the truth before the trial, if it's only 5 minutes before, or if Sir Austin, who's a gentleman, 'll say there's been no bribing my witness, if he'll give his word for it, well and good. I'll do my best to help off Tom Bakewell. If not, I'll see the fellow transported. Good afternoon, sir." Richard marched hastily out of the room and through the garden, never so much as deigning a glance at his wistful little guide, who hung at the garden gate to watch him up the lane, wondering a world of fancies about the handsome, proud boy. To have determined upon an act something akin to heroism, and to have fulfilled it by lying heartily, seems a sad downfall. But good seed is long ripening. A good boy is not made in a minute. Enough that the seed was in him. Richard chafed on his road to Raynham at the scene he had just endured, and the figure of Belthorpe's fat tenant burning like a hot copper on the tablet of his brain, insufferably condescending, and what was worse, in the right. After dinner that evening Richard and his father were alone for the first time. It was a strange meeting. They seemed to have been separated so long. The father took his son's hand. They sat without a word passing between them. Silence said most. That pressure of his father's hand was eloquent to the boy of how warmly he was beloved. He tried once or twice to steal his hand away, conscious it was melting him. The spirit of his pride and old rebellion whispered him to be hard, unbending, resolute. Hard he had entered his father's study. Hard he had met his father's eyes. He could not meet them now. By degrees an emotion awoke in the boy's bosom. Love is that blessed wand with which wins the waters from the hardness of the heart. Richard fought against it for the dignity of old rebellion. The tears would come, hot and struggling over the dams of pride. Shamefully fast they began to fall. He could no longer conceal them or check the sobs. Sir Austin drew nearer. Sir Austin drew him nearer and nearer till the beloved head was on his breast. An hour afterwards, Adrian Harley, Austin Wentworth, and Algernon Feverel were summoned to the baronet's study. Young Richard's red eyes and the baronet's ruffled demeanour told them that an explanation had taken place and a reconciliation. That was well. A general council was held. Slowly there was drawn from Richard the tale of his recent visit to the farmer and the ridiculous collapse of the Bantam's testimony, which part of the story caused Adrian to choke with laughter. But Richard was also told of the farmer's belief that the Bantam had been bribed and the sudden return of his vindictive determination to have Tom transported. Adrian made a very persuasive plea that the Feverel family should now drop the whole matter. Tom Bakewell would not peach on Richard, and it was most unlikely that the boy would be drawn into the affair. He argued well, but the basis of his plea being to do the expedient thing, the thing that was easiest, regardless of what was right, Sir Austin answered him. Expediency is man's wisdom, Adrian. Doing right is God's. And he rose and left the room, saying he would pay a second visit to Belthorpe and attempt to straighten out the matter. Richard saw his father go forth. Then he said slowly, Blaise told me that if my father would give his word there had been no tampering with his witness, he would believe him and drop the whole matter. My father will give his word. Adrian was ill at ease. Then you had better stop him from going, he said. A moment Richard lingered. In his heart he knew Adrian had bribed the Bantam to change his testimony. He knew his father never even dreamed of such a thing. If he let him go, his father, who was honour's self, would all unknowingly swear to a lie. It would be easy, so easy. His father would simply give his word, and then Farmer Blaise would drop the whole matter. He, Richard, would never have to swallow his pride again and tell the whole truth. But his father would swear to a lie. Sir Austin was in the lane leading to the farm when he heard the steps of someone running behind him. It was dark, and he shook off the hand that laid hold of his coat, not recognizing his son. It's I, sir, said Richard panting. You mustn't go in there. Why not? Said the baronet, putting his arm about him. Not now, continued the boy. I will tell you all tonight. I must see the farmer myself. It was my fault, sir. I lied to him. The liar must eat his lie. Oh, forgive me for disgracing you, sir. I did it. I hope I did it to save Tom Bakewell. Let me go in alone and speak the truth. Go, and I will wait for you here, said his father. The wind that bowed the old elms and shivered the dead leaves in the air had a voice and a meaning for the baronet during that half hour's lonely pacing up and down under the darkness awaiting his boy's return. The solemn gladness of his heart gave nature a tongue. Through the desolation flying overhead, his heart was newly confirmed in its belief in the ultimate victory of good within us. And so after all his twistings and turnings, Richard took one straight course and told the truth. The upshot of the whole matter was that Tom was not convicted. He was set free, and Sir Austin took him into his own employ, where Richard had plenty of opportunity to urge him on to better things than burning ricks. As to Richard himself, he felt he had had a sorry enough experience of what comes from giving way to passion. He wrote his thoughts on the matter to his old friend and accomplice, Rip, who had been paying the penalty for his share of the crime by suffering the gravest mental terrors, living in constant fear lest he should be found out and have to flee to America as the only means of starting life afresh as an innocent gentleman. and it was necessary for Richard to order Adrian not to call him by his old nickname Ricky any more, for that redoubtable tease took to stopping short at the word Rick, which, needless to say, was not a word with which Richard chose to be associated. End of section.
Section 25 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Snowbound by John Greenleaf Whittier. The sun that brief December day rose cheerless over hills of gray, and darkly circled gave at noon a sadder light than waning moon. Meanwhile we did our nightly chores, brought in the wood from out of doors, littered the stalls, and from the mows raked down the herd's grass for the cows, heard the horse whinnying for his corn, and sharply clashing horn on horn, impatient down the stanchion rows the cattle shake their walnut bows. While peering from his earthly perch upon the scaffold's pole of birch, the cock his crested helmet bent, and down his querulous challenge sent. Unwarmed by any sunset light, the gray day darkened into night, a night made hoary with the swarm and whirl dance of the blinding storm, as zigzag wavering to and fro, crossed and recrossed the winged snow. And ere the early bedtime came, the white drift piled the window frame, and through the glass the clothesline posts looked in like tall and sheeted ghosts. The old familiar sights of ours took marvelous shapes, strange domes and towers, rose up where sty or corn crib stood, or garden wall or belt of wood, a fenceless drift what once was road, the bridle post an old man sat, with loose flung coat and high cocked hat. The well curb had a Chinese roof, and even the long sweep, high aloof, in its slant splendor seemed to tell of Pisa's leaning miracle. Shut in from all the world without, we sat the clean winged hearth about, content to let the north wind roar in baffled rage at pane and door, while the red logs before us beat the frost-line back with tropic heat, and ever when a louder blast shook beam and rafter as it passed, the merrier up its roaring draught the great throat of the chimney laughed. The house dog on his paws outspread laid to the fire his drowsy head. The cat's dark silhouette on the wall a couchant tiger's seemed to fall. And for the winter's fireside meat, between the andirons' straddling feet, the mug of cider simmered slow, the apples sputtered in a row, and close at hand the basket stood with nuts from brown October's wood. End of section 25.
Section 26 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnne. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Winter Neighbors by John Burroughs. The country is more of a wilderness, more of a wild solitude in the winter than in the summer. You should hardly know a good field from a poor, a meadow from a pasture, a park from a forest. The best kept grounds relapse to a state of nature. Under the pressure of the cold, all the wild creatures become outlaws and roam abroad beyond their usual haunts. The partridge comes to the orchard for buds. The rabbit comes to the garden and lawn. The crows and jays come to the ash heap and corn crib. The snow buntings to the stack and to the barnyard. The sparrows pilfer from the domestic fowls. The pine grosbeak comes down from the north and shears your maples of their buds. The fox prowls around your premises at night, and the red squirrels find your grain in the barn or steal the butternuts from your attic. Winter, like poverty, makes us acquainted with strange bedfellows. For my part, My nearest approach to a strange bedfellow is the little gray rabbit that has taken up her abode under my study floor. As she spends the days here and is out larking at night, she's not much of a bedfellow after all. It is probable that I disturb her slumbers more than she does mine. I think she's some support to me under there. A silent, wild-eyed witness and backer, a type of gentle and harmless in the savage nature. She has no sagacity to give me or lend me, but that soft, nimble foot of hers, and that touch as of cotton wherever she goes, are worthy of emulation. I think I can feel her goodwill through the floor, and I hope she can feel mine. When I have a happy thought, I imagine her ears twitch, especially when I think of the sweet apple I will place by her doorway at night. I wonder if that fox chanced to catch a glimpse of her the other night when he stealthily leaped over the fence near by and walked along between the study and the house. How clearly one could read that it was not a little dog that had passed there. There was something furtive in the track. It shied off away from the house and around it, as if eyeing it suspiciously. And then it had the caution and deliberation of the fox. Bold, bold, but not too bold. Wariness was in every footprint. If it had been a little dog that had chanced to wander that way, when he crossed my path he would have followed up to the barn and gone sniffing around for a bone. But this sharp, cautious track held straight across all others, keeping 5 or 6 rods from the house, up the hill, across the highway, towards a neighborhood farmstead, with its nose in the air and its eye and ear alert, so to speak. A winter neighbor of mine in whom I am interested is a little red owl, whose retreat is in the heart of an old apple tree just over the fence. Where he keeps himself in spring and summer I do not know, but late every fall and at intervals all winter his hiding place is discovered by the jays and nuthatches, and proclaimed from the tree-tops for the space of half an hour or so, with all the powers of voice they can command. 4 times during one winter they called me out to behold this little ogre feigning sleep in his den, sometimes in one apple tree, sometimes in another. Whenever I heard their cries I knew my neighbor was being berated. The birds would take turns at looking in upon him and uttering their alarm notes. Every jay within hearing would come to the spot and at once approach the hole in the trunk or limb, and with a kind of breathless eagerness and excitement take a peep at the owl, and then join the outcry. When I approached, they would hastily take a final look and then withdraw, and regard my movements intently. After accustoming my eye to the faint light of the cavity for a few moments, I could usually make out the owl at the bottom feigning sleep. Feigning, I say, because that is what he really did, as I first discovered one day, when I cut into his retreat with the axe. The loud blows and the falling chips did not disturb him at all. When I reached in a stick and pulled him over on his side, leaving one of his wings spread out, he made no attempt to recover himself, but lay among the chips and fragments of decayed wood, like a part of themselves. Indeed, it took a sharp eye to distinguish him. Nor till I had pulled him forth by one wing rather rudely did he abandon the trick of simulated sleep or death. Then, like a detected pickpocket, he suddenly transformed into another creature. His eyes flew wide open, his talons clutched my finger. His ears were depressed, and every motion and look said, "Hands off at your peril." Finding this game did not work, he soon began to play possum again. Just at dusk in the winter's nights I often hear his soft burr, very pleasing and bell-like. What a furtive woody sound it is in the winter stillness, so unlike the harsh scream of the hawk. But all the ways of the owl are ways of softness and duskiness. His wings are shod with silence, his plumage is edged with down. Another owl neighbor of mine, with whom I pass the time of day more frequently than with the last, lives further away. I pass his castle every night on my way to the post office, and in winter, if the hour is late enough, am pretty sure to see him standing in his doorway, surveying the passers-by and the landscape through narrow slits in his eyes. As the twilight begins to deepen, he raises out of his cavity in the apple tree, scarcely faster than the moon rises from behind the hill, and sitting in the opening, completely framed by its outlines of gray bark and dead wood, and by his protective color virtually invisible to every eye that does not know he is there. Dozens of teams and foot passengers pass him late in the day, but he regards them not, nor they him. When I come alone and pause to salute him, he opens his eyes a little wider, and appearing to recognize me, quickly shrinks and fades into the background of his door in a very weird and curious manner. When he is not at his outlook, or when he is, it requires the best powers of the eye to decide the point, as the empty cavity itself is almost an exact image of him. If the whole thing had been carefully studied, it could not have answered its purpose better. The owl stands quite perpendicular, presenting a front of light mottled gray. The eyes are closed to a mere slit, the ear feathers depressed, the beak buried in the plumage, and the whole attitude is one of silent, motionless waiting and observation. If a mouse should be seen crossing the highway, or scudding over any exposed part of the snowy landscape in the twilight, the owl would doubtless swoop down upon it. Whether bluebirds, nuthatches, and chickadees, birds that pass the night in cavities of trees, ever run into the clutches of the dozing owl, I should be glad to know. My impression is, however, that they seek out smaller cavities. An old willow by the roadside blew down one summer, and a decayed branch broke open, revealing a brood of half-fledged owls, and many feathers and quills of bluebirds, orioles, and other songsters, showing plainly enough why all birds fear and berate the owl. The English house sparrows that are so rapidly increasing among us, and that must add greatly to the food supply of the owls and other birds of prey, seek to baffle their enemies by roosting in the densest evergreens they can find, in the arbor vitae and in hemlock hedges. Soft-winged as the owl is, he cannot steal in upon such a retreat without giving them warning. These sparrows are becoming about the most noticeable of my winter neighbors, and a troop of them every morning watch me put out the hen's feed, and soon claim their share. I rather encouraged them in their neighborness, till one day I discovered the snow under a favorite plum tree, where they most frequently perched, covered with the scales of the fruit buds. On investigating, I found that the tree had been nearly stripped of its buds. A very neighborly act on the part of the sparrows, considering, too, all the cracked corn I had scattered for them. So I at once served notice on them that our good understanding was at an end. And a hint is as good as a kick with this bird. The stone I hurled among them, and the one with which I followed them up, may have been taken as a kick. The sparrows left in high dudgeon, and were not back again in some days, and were then very shy. Our native birds are much different, less prolific, less shrewd, less aggressive and persistent, less quick-witted and able to read the note of danger or hostility. In short, less sophisticated. Most of our birds are yet essentially wild, that is, little changed by civilization. In winter, especially, they sweep by me and around me in flocks. The Canada sparrow, the snowbunting, the shorelock, the pine grosbeak, the red pole, the cedar bird, feeding upon frozen apples in the orchards, upon cedar berries, upon maple buds, and the berries of the mountain ash, upon the seeds of the weeds that rise above the snow in the field, or upon the hayseed dropped where the cattle have been foddered in the barnyard, or about the distant stack, but yet taking no heed of man, in no way changing their habits so as to take advantage of his presence in nature. The pine grosbeaks will come in numbers upon your porch to get the black drupes of the honeysuckle and the woodbine, or within reach of your windows to get the berries of the mountain ash, but they know you not. They look at you as innocently and unconcernedly as at a bear or a moose in their native north, and your house is no more to them than a ledge of rocks. The only ones of my winter neighbors that actually rap at my door are the nuthatches and woodpeckers, and these do not know that it is my door. My retreat is covered with the bark of young chestnut trees, and the birds, I suspect, mistake it for a huge stump that ought to hold fat grubs. There's not even a bookworm inside of it, and their loud rapping often makes me think I have a caller indeed. I place fragments of hickory nuts in the interstices of the bark, and thus attract the nuthatches. A bone upon my window sill attracts both nuthatches and the downy woodpecker. They peep in curiously through the window upon me, pecking away at my bone, too often a very poor one. Even the slate-colored snowbird, a seed-eater, comes in and nibbles it occasionally. The bird that seems to consider he has the best right to the bone is the downy woodpecker, my favorite among the winter birds. His retreat is but a few paces from my own, in the decayed limb of an apple tree which he excavated several autumns ago. I say he because the red plume on the top of his head proclaims the sex. It seems not to be generally known that certain of our woodpeckers, probably all the winter residents, each fall excavate a limb or the trunk of a tree in which to pass the winter, and that the cavity is abandoned in the spring, probably for a new one. So far as I have observed, these cavities are drilled out only by the males. Where the females take up their quarters I am not so well informed, though I suspect that they use the abandoned holes of the males of the previous year. The particular woodpecker to which I refer drilled his first hole in my apple tree one fall, 4 or 5 years ago. It is a satisfaction during the cold and stormy winter nights to know he is warm and cozy there in his retreat. When the day is bad and unfit to be abroad in, he is there too. When I wish to know if he is at home, I go and rap upon his tree, and if he is not too lazy or indifferent, after some delay he shows his head in his round doorway about 10 feet above, and looks down inquiringly upon me. Sometimes laterally, I think half resentfully, as much as to say, I would thank you not to disturb me so often. Such a cavity makes a snug, warm home, and when the entrance is on the underside of the limb, as is usual, the wind and snow cannot reach the occupant. In digging out these retreats, the woodpeckers prefer a dry, brittle trunk, not too soft. They go in horizontally to the center, and then turn downward, enlarging the tunnel as they go, till when finished it is the shape of a long, deep pear. Another trait our woodpeckers have that endears them to me is their habit of drumming in the spring. They are songless birds, and yet all are musicians. They make the dry limbs eloquent of the coming change. Did you think that loud, sonorous hammering, which proceeded from the orchard or from the near woods on that still March or April morning, was only some bird getting its breakfast? It is downy, but he is not rapping at the door of a grub. He is rapping at the door of spring, and the dry limb thrills beneath the ardor of his blows. Or later in the season, in the dense wood or by some remote mountain lake, does that measured rhythmic beat that breaks upon the silence, first 3 strokes following each other rapidly, succeeded by 2 louder ones with longer intervals between them, and that has an effect upon the alert ear, as if the solitude itself had at last found a voice. Does that suggest anything less than a deliberate musical performance? In fact, our woodpeckers are just as characteristically drummers as is the ruffled grouse, and they have their particular limbs and stubs to which they resort for that purpose. Their need of expression is apparently just as great as that of the songbirds, and it is not surprising that they should have found out that there is music in a dry, seasoned limb that can be evoked beneath their beaks. A few seasons ago a downy woodpecker began to drum early in March in a partly decayed apple tree that stands in the edge of a narrow strip of woodland near me. The bird would keep his position there for an hour at a time. Between his drummings he would preen his plumage and listen as if for the response of the female, or for the drum of some rival. How swift his head would go when he was delivering his blows upon the limb. After some weeks the female appeared. He had literally drummed up a mate. His urgent and oft-repeated advertisement was answered. Still the drumming did not cease, but was quite as fervent as before. If a mate could be won by drumming, she could be kept and entertained by more drumming. Courtship should not end with marriage. If the bird felt musical before, of course he felt much more so now. The woodpeckers do not have each a particular dry limb to which they resort at all times to drum, like the one I have described. The woods are full of suitable branches, and they drum more or less here and there as they are in the quest of food. Yet I am convinced each one has its favorite spot, like the grouse, to which it resorts, especially in the morning. The sugar maker in the maple woods may notice that this sound proceeds from the same tree or trees about his camp with great regularity. A woodpecker in my vicinity has drummed for 2 seasons on a telegraph pole, and he makes the wires and glass insulators ring. Another drums on a thin board on the end of a long grape arbor, and on still mornings can be heard a long distance. The high-hole appears to drum more promiscuously than does the downy. He utters his long, loud spring call, thwack, 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 and then begins to rap with his beak upon his perch before the last note has reached your ear. I have seen him drum sitting on the ridge of a barn. Our smaller woodpeckers are sometimes accused of injuring the apple and other fruit trees, but the depredator is probably the larger and rarer yellow-bellied series. One autumn I caught one of these fellows in the act of sinking long rows of his little wells in the limb of an apple tree. In the following winter the same bird, probably, tapped a maple tree in front of my window in 56 places, and when the day was sunny and the sap oozed out, he spent most of his time there. He knew the good sap days and was on hand promptly for his tipple. Cold and cloudy days he did not appear. He knew which side of the tree to tap on, too, and avoided the sunless northern exposure. When one series of well holes failed to supply him, he would sink another, drilling through the bark with great ease and quickness. Then, when the day was warm and the sap ran freely, he would have a regular sugar maple debauch, sitting there by his wells hour after hour, and as fast as they became filled, sipping out the sap. He made a row of wells near the foot of the tree, and 2 rows higher up, and he would hop up and down the trunk as these became filled. He would hop down the tree backward with the utmost ease, throwing his tail outward and his head inward at each hop. When the wells would freeze or his thirst became slaked, he would ruffle his feathers, draw himself together, and sit and doze in the sun on the side of the tree. This woodpecker does not breed or abound in my vicinity. Only stray specimens are now and then to be met in the colder months. As spring approached, the one I refer to took his departure. End of section 26. Winter Neighbors.
Section 27 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anastasiia Solokha. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre. Trees. I think that I shall never see a poem lovely as a tree whose hungry mouth is pressed against the earth's sweet flowing breast, a tree that looks to God all day and lifts her leafy arms to pray, a tree that may in summer wear a nest of robins in her hair, upon whose bosom snow has lain, who intimately lives with rain. Poems are made by fools like me, but only God can make a tree. End of section 27.
Section 28 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnne. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Mr. Hampden's Shipwreck by John Masefield. When I was a youngster of about 18 or 19, I was stranded with a ship's company in a lonely reach of the Magellan Straits. The ship lost her way in a fog and went on the rocks. We got ashore in a ship's boat, which was so dry from standing on deck that the seams all ran little reels. It is a gloomy part of the world. It is all rocky hills, frosted with snow and torn with glaciers. Here and there was a colony of birds, all so tame that we could catch them. It was very bleak and grim living there. We rigged up a shelter out of a sail. We used to sit and shiver while the wind howled over us. I can tell you the wind there takes the heart out of you. It comes up straight from the pole with a kind of yell that scares you. We had nothing much to drink either, except melted snow. As for food, we had the birds, a few shellfish, and a few very precious sodden biscuits, which had been left long before in the boat's locker. They were in a horrible state, but they were great dainties to us. We had no other breadstuffs. Well, there we were, in a part of the world where no ships ever came. We didn't even know the name of the reach or bay into which we had come. There we were, so lost that sometimes a man would go out of the hut and wander up among the rocks and stare at the loneliness, and then come back and cry. Lonely? You don't know what loneliness is till you look out of a hut in the morning and see an iron grey sea sulky with frost, and the masts of your ship sticking out above the water. She had been a two-masted ship. Her name was the Anastasiia. There she was, deep in the sea, with the fish flipping in her hold, and those two iron fingers raised. We couldn't stand the sight of those two masts. In the end we rowed out with one of the boat flags, and a sailor named Jim Dane swarmed up and made it fast, so that she might cut a better figure. There was a hill at the back of our camp. At least, when I call it a hill, I insult hills in general. It wasn't a hill. It was a rock from which all the earth had been washed away by the weather. It was an extinct volcano, about 3,000 feet high. There was no grain of earth upon it, only shell and rock, which had been frozen and buffeted till they were rotten. It was like a black cake dusted with snow instead of sugar. We called it Mount Misery. We went up it soon after we landed, hoping that it would give us our bearings. We hoped to see the channel from it, or the smoke of some steamer in the channel, or at the worst the smoke of some Indian's fire. But nothing of the kind. One could see the Sound curving and winding, and hills like Mount Misery shutting out the view, and crags and ghastly great boundaries, and never a green thing. There were always clouds, too, not very far away. We could see them banked all round us, but always thicker to the south. Always rather reddish, I remember. They gave one a feeling of being shut in, yet though they were never far off, they looked in a way like distant land, as though they were a kind of ghost land into which the landscape turned. The worst of it was that they were always shutting down and blotting everything. They closed in 20 times a day. It would come on a thick, whitish yellow fog, wet as rain and raw with cold. Horrible. And whenever this fog came down we couldn't see our hands in front of us. Once we tried to get away, but first we had to caulk our boat with seaweeds, since she leaked like a sieve, and then we had to provision her. We killed a lot of stupid seabirds. That was horrible too, for I have always loved wild creatures. When we had provisioned the boat, we had to water her. Then the question came, who should go in the boat? We couldn't all go. There were over 30 of us. The boat would only hold a dozen with any comfort, and I think everybody there was more than eager to be one of the first away. We spent a whole evening arguing about it, and then put it to the lot. We drew matches out of the captain's hat, and those who got the unburned matches were to go. The second mate, and 10 others were the lucky ones. They were the gladdest men in camp that night. They were in great spirits. They made sure that they had only to get out of the Sound to run into the main channel where the steamers pass 2 or 3 a day. To leave the camp was only a step to getting home. I thought of buying, or rather of trying to buy, the place of one of the lucky men, but then I felt that I ought not to do so. We were all equal there, and the fates or Providence had chosen to give him this chance in preference to myself. I decided that I would bear what was coming to me like the rest, so I said nothing. After the drawing of the lots, The second mate and the other officers argued and wrangled with the captain about the course the boat should steer. They could not agree about it. They were not sure within 20 or 30 miles of where we could be. The Sound spread out its arms like a great grey octopus. It was heartbreaking to see it. How were we to know which arm led to the channel? We tramped along arm after arm over those miles of rotten rock. We would see the bends on ahead curving round the hills, and each bend led, as we thought, into the channel, but none did. You cannot think how cruel that branching water seemed. We called each arm by a bad name: Misery Harbour, Skunk's Delight, Disappointment, Old Footsore, etc. Well, it was decided at last. They gave the second mate a course, and when day dawned he sailed with his 10 hands. We lined up on the beach and gave them 3 cheers, and they gave us 1 cheer back. Then we sang a sea song called Rolling Home, which sailors are very fond of singing. After that they cheered us again in the sea fashion with just 1 cheer. We saw them get smaller and smaller as they sailed away over the reach in the very light wind. It was a still morning with a sort of hard grey rawness on it which made all things grim. The last face I saw of them was the second mate's face. He was standing up in the stern, sheet steering the boat with an oar. We never saw them again. Whether they were drowned or starved or run down or wrecked, we never heard. They just sailed away into who knows what. Perhaps the natives killed them. Natives were a bad lot in those days. They cut off many poor fellows who were wrecked there. I like to think that they are all alive somewhere, though I'm afraid they were all dead before we left Port Misery. I like to think of them getting into the interior, to the settlements, to some good place or another, mining or ranching. Not much chance of it, of course. We were very melancholy after they had gone, but by the end of the day we had begun to be the brighter for it. We were so sure that they would get to the channel and be picked up by some ship. I remember that we talked among ourselves about the probable length of our stay there. The boat had sailed on Wednesday morning. She would be in the channel at latest, we thought, by Thursday noon, allowing for some delay in finding the way out of the pocket where we were. Thursday at 3 p.m., as we reckoned, would be about the time for the Pacific liner from Punta Arenas to Chile. And if the Pacific liner passed the boat in a fog or snow squall, as she well might, there would still be the Coronel Line's boat going the other way with the Chilean mail. We reckoned to be out of the place aboard a good big liner within 48 hours. We waited 3 solid weeks there. At first we were on tenterhooks all day long. Friday was a bad day. We were up betimes to make a smoke on Mount Misery as a sailing mark. Most of us stayed on the mount all the morning, going down in relays to get stuff for the fire, a kind of dry moss, a kind of peat. Towards noon we began to get anxious, lest the ship or boat should come in a fog. I think all of us were a little afraid lest by some accident we should get left there. It was absurd, of course, but misfortune often makes people childish. Soldiers often cry when they have to fall back from a position. I've seen men cry because there was no water in the water pan after a day in the desert. Cry? I've cried myself. One only grows up in certain things. A man's a great baby in most things, till the end. Women have more sense. By the early afternoon we had all left the mountain for the beach. We stood about on the beach, looking out, up, and down the Sound, but there came no trace of any ship, not even the sound of a siren. We kept talking among ourselves, saying that it wouldn't be long before she came, or making excuses for her. But in our hearts we thought all the time that the boat had come to grief somewhere. At dark we built up a good fire on the beach to guide them to us if they should come in the night. A good roaring blaze ought to show for 5 or 6 miles or more. We all worked hard gathering fuel for it. We still hoped, of course, for the steamer, but by dark we felt that something had gone wrong. None of us said so, only nobody protested when the captain put us back to our allowance of salted bird. Ever since the ship sailed we had been eating as much as we pleased, thinking it foolish to stint ourselves when our misery was so nearly over. Now the captain served out the allowance twice a day. It was roughly salted seabird, tasting of fish, bad oil, and salt. Sometimes we had soup of it. What made it so horrible was its sameness. Well, we picked watches that night. Some of us kept a bright lookout by the fire till Saturday morning. We saw nothing of any ship. Once we had a great start, thinking we heard the wash of a steamer's screws somewhere far off in the night, but it was nothing. 2 of us said definitely that they had heard a ship. A third thought it was like a ship's screws, but that it came from somewhere in the land. We listened with our ears close to the water's edge, but no sound came along the water. Our friends had been mistaken. Perhaps they heard a little fall of shale from one of the cliffs, or perhaps a big seabird or flock of birds swooped into the sea with that rushing scutter which sends them sliding 20 feet along the surface. Anyway, it was not a ship's screws which they heard. That was not the only start we had during those watches. A shooting star fell low down and close to us, as it seemed, so near to the water that those who saw it mistook it for a rocket. That was a lively alarm while it lasted, but it did not last long, of course. We very soon saw that we were wrong. After that, nothing happened till daylight left us all free to turn in. Saturday was not so hard to bear as Friday. The first disappointment in the keeping awake all night left us all a little dull and stupid. It was on Sunday that the real hardships began, for then we began to look at each other to see if anyone was going to be brave enough to see what all felt, that we were in a tight fix, without much chance of getting out of it. The captain was a good man. He called us all up to him after midday dinner. He was an elderly man, 65 or so, married with a family. He gave us a lecture on the situation which did him credit. He had lost his ship. He was hardly likely to get another at his age, even if we ever reached home. He had more home ties to brood over, and a harder future to look forward to than any of us. But he was captain still. He was responsible for us. I can't remember that he ever showed by any sign that the cards were against us. He told us that, although the boat had not returned, we were not to give up hope on that account. We were to plug up heart and cross no rivers till we came to the water. All the same, he said, we were beginning to be melancholy, which was a sign that we hadn't enough to do. He had been wrecked before, he said, on the coast of Haiti. I remember he made us all laugh here during his account of the wreck by telling us how the captain of his ship had come ashore without his trousers. He had said on that occasion want of work had made the crew very melancholy, so that there had been a lot of trouble, men drowning themselves and silliness of that sort. He wasn't going to have anything of that kind while he commanded, so in future we were to work. The usual work of the camp, getting fuel, killing birds, keeping the fire going, and cooking, was not enough for us. He was going to set us a new task, which he meant us to do. We were to explore along the shore of the Sound till we found out where we were. We were to split up into parties of exploration. 1/3 of the company was to stay in camp in case the boat should return. 1/3 was to go up, the other third to go down the Sound. Each exploring party was to travel for 3 days in its particular direction before returning to camp to report. So let us all cheer up, he said, and never mind the rotten rock, but step out boldly and find the channel. We cheered him when he finished. Afterwards we drew lots to decide which of us should go. I was drawn for the party of camp keepers, unfortunately for myself. The captain was quite right. Want of work does make shipwrecked people melancholy. Those black crags, and the water like steel, and the flurries of snow always blowing past. Never enough to lie more than an inch, if as much, but always dusting down, fine and dry, on that dry cold wind from the pole. Ugh, that was a horrible place. It lowered at 1, and almost every day it started to blow a short howling southwester which loosened your joints. A whirl of snow driving everything, and a yell of wind which was like death, and nothing very much to do except to sit still and watch the snow coming. Well, I learned then that I had wasted my time from my youth up. I had been to school, to an English school, that is, where I had learned to play cricket and to write very bad Latin verses. And now, for the first time, I was face to face with something which really taxed my mind and showed me where I was empty. Some of my education had given me a tough, active body. Another part of it had made me cheerful and able to take whatever came without grumbling and troubling. But when I came to overhaul my mind for something to amuse myself and take me out of myself, I found that I had very little, less even than the sailors. The sailors knew how to make things with their hands. They knew how to sing, how to dance step dance, and how to endure. Whatever they knew thoroughly. It was a part of their lives. Whatever I knew partially. It was something I had read in a book. You must remember, too, that I was a landsman, the only landsman there. Well, I had to find my amusement in myself or go melancholy mad, like the men in the captain's story. I set to work to imagine my home in the country. Whenever I was not working at my share of the camp duty, I was imagining the country which I knew as a boy. It was nothing very wonderful, of course. It was a little piece of Shropshire, with a radius of about 3 miles, more or less. But it was England, and home, and whatever was dear to me. I went over every little bit of it time and time again. I tried to reconstruct that countryside in every detail, to make it real to my mind, so that I might, as it were, live there, or imagine myself living there, whenever the horror of camp misery became too great. I had lived in that little bit of the world for all the years of my boyhood, and when I came to build it up in my mind, so as to rest in it, there was so much that I had to write down as unexplored. There were so many blank spaces, fields which I had never entered, fields with shapes which I had forgotten, brooks with rapids and shallows which I could not place correctly, hedges into which I had never looked, animals and birds which I had shot at, perhaps, but never really known about. That seemed so strange to me when I thought of it in camp misery, that I should have taken those creatures' lives without knowing what life meant to them, without ever having tried or thought of trying to know each strange little atom of life, so different, yet so alike. I made up my mind then and there that if I ever got back to England I would not waste my time again. I would look at the world with very different eyes. I would never forget, as I walked about, that the world is a continual miracle to be looked at earnestly, and remembered and read. Every little bit of the world is beautiful and interesting unspeakably. The more closely you look at a thing, the more interesting it will become. All wisdom and all progress come from just that faculty of looking so closely at a thing that one can see its meaning as well as its appearance. When I had realized I had wasted my time and that I must never do so again, I realized, of course, that in a little while, perhaps, I should be away from that place forever. Yet it might be that in England or elsewhere, in a fit of loneliness, I might long for that place and wish myself back there among the rocks. I said to myself that a man's moods are very fickle. Hate is only love turned upside down. I might love my memory of this place within the year. I felt that it was my duty to take an exact record of it, so that in after years I might never feel that I had failed to get out of it all that it had to teach me, so that I might not rebuke myself when a few comfortable weeks at home had turned my present hate of it the right way up. And when I came to examine it, and to look into it closely, there was an infinity of beauty and interest in it. I began to puzzle out to myself how it was that the plants and creatures had adapted themselves to the natural conditions there, why the moss was as it was, why the seaweeds were as they were, why some of the birds had longer bills than others, and what the rocks had been long ago, before the wear of the weather ground them down. I went out on the next search expedition. We went about 20 miles along a never-ending wilderness of inlets. We didn't find anything, except on the last day one thing, a little cairn of stones with an iron bar sticking out of it, and a tin box tied to the end of the bar. Some of the sailors thought that it was the mark of some shipwrecked crew, but it was really a surveyor's mark. It had been there for years and years, evidently. We opened the tin box, hoping to find in it some writing from civilized people. You cannot imagine how eagerly we broke it open. We felt like people rifling the tomb of a king of Egypt. We did not know what secret might be hidden inside. There was nothing much inside except scraps of what had once been writing paper, smeared with what had once been ink, all quite illegible, There wasn't even enough writing to let us guess the date of the writer. We couldn't make out from the position of the cairn whereabouts the open sea or the channel ought to be, for the very good reason that we were still on the wrong side of the Sound, and we found afterwards that the Sound reached on inland 30 miles from the furthest point reached by our explorers, so that it would have taken us a good 5 or 6 days' further tramp to get round it to the side from which we could see the channel. We had been wrecked most miraculously in the most awkward possible place the ship could have chosen for us. If we had not been picked up by another miraculous chance, we should have left our bones there. The day before we went ashore, one of the hands had been set to put new lifelines on the life buoys, of which, of course, we carried several. Well, as he worked upon them, he managed to knock one overboard. He took a glance up and down to make sure that the loss had not been seen, and then went on with another lifebuoy as though nothing had happened. As a matter of fact, a great deal had happened, for he had saved all our lives merely by knocking that lifebuoy overboard. The lifebuoy had the name of the ship Anastasiia painted upon it. While it floated, it was sort of an advertisement of us. Anybody who found that lifebuoy would say to himself, "Yes, the ship Anastasiia has passed this way, and something strange has happened on board her." The Anastasiia ran ashore the day after leaving Punta Arenas. She was bound through the straits to a place called Coronel in southern Chile. While at Punta Arenas she lay at moorings near a ship called the Chiloe, which was about to sail through the straits for the same place when we left the port. I suppose she started some 12 hours after us. Quite by chance her lookout man saw our lost lifebuoy bobbing in the sea. He reported it to the officer of the watch, who had it fished on board. When the officer saw that it was the Anastasiia's buoy, he reported it to his captain, who came on deck at once. It was a very blind, bad part of the straits. Anyone finding a buoy in such circumstances would have jumped to the conclusion that something was seriously wrong. A few minutes later it happened that the captain of the Chiloe saw what he took to be drifting wreckage, a cask and a half-submerged case or two, which looked like a waterlogged boat or floating hen coop. His mate said it was undoubtedly ship's wreckage, and added that it looked like the mash-up of the Anastasiia. They agreed that they had better poke about a bit, to see what evidence they could find. They sent a man aloft to the crow's nest, to look out for boats and survivors. But then down came out of the bad straits squalls, yelling like a battle. It gave them plenty to think of for the next hour or two. As for seeing through it, that was impossible. One couldn't see 10 yards for the ship, nor hear a hail nor a signal. What with the wind blowing the snow into their eyes, and tearing off the tops of the waves to fling them as they froze over their heads, and the worst bit of the straits ahead, those officers had no time to think of the Anastasiia. They had to use all their wits to make ahead against the storm and to win through to safety. When the squall blew over, there was no trace of the Anastasiia's wreckage. What had been mistaken for it lay 10 miles astern. The Chiloe continued her passage westward. When she reached Coronel, she reported the finding of the buoy and the sighting of floating wreckage. People concluded that something had happened and that we were all drowned. Somebody cabled it to England, and a distorted line about it got into the papers. But an elderly woman, a very good, energetic soul, a great friend of mine, saw the announcement, and wondered if I had got ashore by any chance. She felt quite sure at last that I was alive there somewhere, living on shellfish, watching for a ship. She cabled to the British consul in Punta Concha, but the consul could tell her nothing further. In his opinion, the Anastasiia had sunk with all hands. We were posted as missing, and my relatives ordered mourning, but not my good friend. She was quite certain that I was alive somewhere. She came up to London and set to work on the charts of the straits to see where I might have got to. A nephew of hers, a young naval officer, helped her with them. They had the position of the Chiloe when she found the lifebuoy, the set of the current, and that was all they had to go upon. Or not quite all. An eastward bound steamer, which ought to have passed the Anastasiia near the mouth of the straits, reported that she had seen no sign of us. So that put the scene of the disaster, if there had been one, between the mouth of the straits and the place where the lifebuoy had been found. They reckoned that the exact spot would be about 12 miles west of the spot where the lifebuoy had been found. The young lieutenant said, Cable to the consul at Punta Concha. Tell him to send out a tug to explore. But for some reason this lady had taken a prejudice against the consul. Something in his former cable made her suspect that he was not seriously interested. She had had some experience of the ways of embassies years before, when anxious about a friend in Paris during the revolution of the Commune. She decided that nothing could be done through them in this case. She was quite certain that I was alive there with other men, and the feeling that she could do nothing to help me, and that if she did nothing it might soon be too late, was more than she could bear. Early in the afternoon she made up her mind that she would come herself to find me. She obtained a sum of money, found out that she could catch the Liverpool mail boat when it called at Plymouth for the London passengers, cabled for a berth in it, raked together what warm clothes she could buy in the time, and started directly. At Plymouth the agents of the steamship company told her that the ship was full. Those were the days of the great South American boom. The ships came out from England crammed with people bound for the Argentine, Chile, and Peru. This particular ship, the Las Casas, was full to the hatches. There was no room even in the steerage. Not a berth in her was to be had for money. However, my friend was not easily daunted. She hired a boat, piled her trunks aboard it, and put out to meet the steamer, which was due to arrive there to pick up the London passengers about midnight. It was blowing pretty fresh, with a good deal of rain, but she was determined not to put back till something had been done. A man would have gone to a hotel and smoked by the fire, but my friend was not like that. She knew that the ship might only stay an hour there, or less even if there was no hitch. She was going to run no risks. Presently the Las Casas came into the harbor. My friend ran alongside as she came to moorings, and they lowered a gangway for her and picked her up. She said that she wanted to see the captain. The captain was very busy, but it is the custom of this world not to let people who really want a thing with their might and main have what they want, if only they keep on long enough. Presently the captain came along fuming at being disturbed, and very well inclined to be rude. She told him her story then and there, and asked him to take her on board, offering to pay almost any sum for a berth if one could be found. Any berth, a stewardess berth or one of the officers' cabins. But no, it could not be done, he said. Money was no object. The ship was full. He wouldn't take another soul aboard if the Queen herself wanted a passage. That was his last word, he said, and he was a busy man. He couldn't stay there talking. He had a lot to see to. So away he went, grumbling about a lot of silly women wanting to throw the ship overboard. He left my friend aghast. She sat down not knowing what to do, for the boats in those days only ran once a week, and a week's delay might be the end of everything. Presently her boatman came up grumbling to ask if she was soon coming to tell him what to do with her trunks. He wanted to be gone from that. He was wet through, and the boat was taking in water. For out there at the moorings it was bad weather for any boat. So she told him to bring her trunks on board and go. She gave him a sovereign for his trouble. I don't know why they let her trunks come on board, but in the confusion they did. The boatman left them and went. When he had gone she realized that she would be in a tight place if the captain should prove a Tartar. She saw herself being flung out of the ship into the tug, which had brought the London passengers alongside. Presently an elderly stewardess came past. My friend says that the instant that stewardess appeared, she knew that she had come to get her out of her trouble. She just rose up and said, "Stewardess, may I speak to you for a minute?" And the thing was done. I am ashamed to think how much it may have cost her, but she bribed that stewardess to give her her post. Within the next quarter of an hour they had settled everything. They had changed clothes. The stewardess told her of her duties, and shown her roughly the map of the ship, and where things could be found. She had introduced her to a friend, another stewardess, who promised to help in every way she could, and she had talked it over with the head steward, to whom my friend promised £5 if he would help her. The real stewardess had only just time to get off the ship before the bell rang for the tug to leave. 5 minutes later the Las Casas was out of the harbor, butting into the heart of the channel, with spray coming over her in sheets. My friend was running about from passenger to passenger with tea and lemonade and ice. She had practically no rest until the ship left Lisbon. After the ship left Lisbon, when my friend knew that she could not be put ashore, She went boldly up and told the captain what she had done. There was a scene. At first he vowed that he would make her work the full passage to Valparaiso. He was not going to be cheated out of a stewardess in that way. She was there on false pretenses. She was a stowaway, and she was this, that, and the other. At last my friend told him frankly that, among other things, she was a lady and meant to be treated as one. Soon after that the captain was her very devoted humble servant, laughing with her at the trick she had played him, and admiring her pluck and energy. He offered a berth, for one was now vacant, but she refused to take it. She would be a stewardess, she said, as far as the River Plate. At Montevideo, at the mouth of that river, she hoped to get some good Welsh or English woman to take her place. She did her work very honestly. She was considered a model stewardess. At Montevideo she engaged a substitute, but she would not leave her work till the day she left the ship at Punta Concha. Only 34 days after the Inesita went ashore, she landed alone in a little gloomy Magellan port, where a prison and a consul's office stood out big above a lot of shanties and dockside clutter. Well, there is no need to make a longer tale of it. She learned that a sailing cutter out in the harbor was bound through the straits in 2 days. She went aboard her and paid the captain to sail 2 days earlier than he had planned. In 3 days from then the cutter discovered the inlet into which the Inesita had found her way. When we really saw the cutter coming up to us, we were not much excited, not so much as I had thought we should be. We were a little dazed, perhaps, and in our hearts I think we were one and all a little sore about it. That place had been home to us for all those days. The first person whom I met when I got on board was my friend. She was leaning over the bulwarks, watching the boat come alongside. She was wearing a kind of sea helmet or woolen face protector which covers the cheeks. I didn't recognize her at first. When I did recognize her, I had no words with which to thank her. She discovered me, and I discovered what her friendship was worth. End of section 28.
Section 29 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anastasiia Solokha. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre. A Christmas Song at Sea by Alfred Noyes. In Devonshire now the Christmas chime is caroling over the lea, and the sexton shovels away the snow from the old church porch maybe, and the waits with their land haunts and noses aglow come round for the Christmas fee. But as in old England it's Christmas time, why so is it here at sea, my lads, why so is it here at sea. End of section 29.
Section 30 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asaf Koss. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Gathering Song of Donuil Dhu, Sir Walter Scott. Pibroch of Donuil Dhu, Pibroch of Donuil, wake thy wild voice anew, summon Clan Conwall. Come away, hark to the summons. Come in your war array, gentles and commons. Come as the winds come when forests are ended. Come as the waves come when navies are stranded. Faster come, faster and faster. Chief, vassal, page and groom, tenant and master. Fast they come, see how they gather. Wide waves the eagle plume blended with heather. Cast your plates, draw your blades, forward each man set. Pibroch of Donuil Dhu, knell for the onset. End of section 30.
Section 31 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnne From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Robert Bruce, Scotland's Hero. Among the wild highlands of Scotland, by her plunging mountain torrents and emerald mountain lakes, on her bonny lowland meadows and heath-covered moors, have dwelt always a people sturdy and independent, staunchly upholding their liberties with a spirit as keen and vigorous as the breath of their mountain air. In the 13th century, King Edward I of England, better known as Edward Longshanks for the prodigious length of his legs, possessed himself by force and cunning of the kingdom of Scotland, and proceeded to govern it with the most oppressive tyranny. For some 20 years the Scottish people suffered all manner of injustice at the hands of the English king, all manner of insults and injuries at the hands of the English soldiery. Then awoke in the heart of one loyal Scotsman, Robert Bruce, a descendant of the ancient line of Scottish kings, the determination to rise up against the English, claim the throne of Scotland, and lead his downtrodden countrymen to battle for their freedom. He galloped first to the border to meet Sir John, the Red Comyn, a strong and forceful baron who had been his rival in pretensions to the throne. Eagerly he desired to prevail on the Red Comyn to join with him, that they might by their common efforts expel the foreign foe. They met before the high altar of a church in Dumfries, but during the course of that consultation the two began to quarrel and came to high and abusive words. Then Bruce, so wise and courageous, so generous and courteous by nature, lost all control of himself, and in a moment of blind, ungoverned passion, struck Comyn down with his dagger. Having done this rash deed, he instantly took to his horse and fled away. For a time now he was desperate and consumed with remorse. To have set out to free his country, and to have begun by clouding his soul with such a crime. To have cut off from himself irrevocably all the followers of the Red Comyn, when Scotland had such need of unity and the unqualified support of all her sons. Alas, that one cruel deed of passion caused him endless misery and misfortunes, and a lifelong regret. Hastily he summoned to meet him those few barons who still had hopes for the freedom of Scotland. In the Abbey of Scone, where the kings of Scotland always assumed their authority, he was crowned on the 29th of March, 1306. The rich light from the stained glass windows streamed down on a slender gathering for such an affair of state, and everything relating to the ceremony was performed with the utmost haste. Longshanks had carried off to England the ancient crown of Scotland, and a small circle of gold was hurriedly made to take its place. The Earl of Fife, whose duty it was to have placed the crown on the head of the king, refused to attend, so the ceremony was performed without his consent by his sister, the Countess of Buchan. Edward was greatly incensed when he heard what had taken place, and set out at once for Scotland at the head of a powerful army. There followed defeat after defeat for Bruce, till he was driven with his wife, the Countess of Buchan, and a few faithful followers, including young James of Douglas, to seek refuge in the mountainous recesses of the Highlands. Here they were chased from one place of refuge to another, often in great danger, half starving, and suffering many hardships. Everywhere Bruce found enemies. Sometimes they attacked him openly, sometimes with the most despicable stealth. Yet through it all he still kept up his own spirits and those of his followers, nor would he ever give up that they should yet set Scotland free. On the beautiful shores of Loch Lomond, girt by wild green mountains, amidst the majestic grandeur of nature's most royal halls, Bruce and his queen held court, with a band of ragged followers. The men hunted deer in the forest and fished in the streams for a bare subsistence, while the queen and her ladies minded the cooking like the meanest of kitchen knaves. At last, as winter drew near, with the hint of snow in the air to come storming down on the mountains, living in such rude and unsheltered fashion became impossible for the ladies. So Bruce was obliged to separate from his wife, leave her in the only castle which remained to him, Kildrummie in Aberdeenshire, under the protection of his brother, young Nigel Bruce, and himself seek a winter refuge on the lonely island of Rashran, off the coast of Ireland. Scarcely were the women established in Kildrummie when the English marched down on the castle and took it. They put the brave and beautiful youth, Nigel Bruce, to death, and threw the women into the strictest confinement, treating them with the utmost severity. The Duchess of Buchan, who had greatly offended Edward by placing the crown on the head of Bruce, was imprisoned in the castle of Berwick in an iron cage, like some wild beast. News of the taking of Kildrummie, the captivity of his wife, and the execution of Nigel reached Bruce in his miserable cabin at Rashran, and reduced him almost to despair. His crime in the church at Dumfries still weighed heavily on his soul, and as he lay one morning on his wretched bed, he began to debate whether he had better resign all thoughts of again attempting to make good his claim to the throne of Scotland, and redeem his great sin by going to the Holy Land to fight against the foes of Christianity. But then it seemed both criminal and cowardly to give up his attempts to restore freedom to Scotland, while there yet remained the smallest chance of success. As he lay there, divided betwixt these two courses of action, his eye was suddenly attracted by a spider which was hanging at the end of a long thread from one of the beams above him, and endeavoring to swing itself to another beam for the purpose of fixing the line on which it meant to stretch its web. The insect made the attempt again and again without success. 6 times Bruce counted that it tried to carry its point and failed, and it came into his head that he had fought just 6 battles against the English, and that the poor persevering spider was in exactly the same situation as himself, having made as many trials and been as often disappointed. Now, thought Bruce, I will be guided by this spider. If the insect shall make another attempt to fix its thread and be successful, I will venture a 7th time to try my fortunes in Scotland. But if it shall fail, I will give up hope and go to the Holy Land. At that the spider swung itself again with all the force it could muster, and lo, the 7th time, it succeeded and fastened its thread to the distant beam. At once Bruce determined, notwithstanding the smallness of the means at his command, to set out for Scotland. On the mainland he was joined again by Douglas and others of his faithful followers, and they began to skirmish so successfully with the English as to force Lord Percy to retire from the province of Carrick. Bruce then dispersed his men upon various adventures against the enemy. By thus doing, he left himself with such a small body of attendants that he often ran great risk of his life. Once as he lay concealed in his own earldom in Carrick, certain men from the neighbouring country of Galway heard that Bruce was in hiding near, having no more than 60 men with him. So they resolved to attack him by surprise, and for this purpose got together 200 men and 2 or 3 bloodhounds. Bruce, who was always watchful and vigilant, had received information that this party intended to come on him suddenly and at night. Accordingly he quartered his little troop of 60 men on the side of a deep and swift-running river that had very steep, rocky banks. There was but one ford by which this river could be crossed in that neighborhood, and that ford was so deep and narrow that 2 men could scarcely get through abreast. The ground on which they would land was steep, and the path which led upwards from the water's edge was extremely narrow and difficult. Bruce caused his men to lie down to sleep at a place about half a mile distant from the river, while he himself with 2 attendants went down to watch the ford. As he stood by the rushing river, he soon heard in the distance the baying of a hound. At first he thought of going back to awaken his men, but then he reflected that it might be only some shepherd's dog. "My men," he said, "are sorely tired. I will not disturb their sleep for the yelping of a cur till I know more of the matter." Slowly the cry of the hound came nearer. Then Bruce began to hear a trampling of horses, the voices of men, and the ring and clatter of armor. "If I go back now to give my men the alarm," thought Bruce, "those Galloway men will get through the ford without opposition, and that would be a pity since it is so advantageous a place. He therefore sent his followers to awaken his men, and remained altogether alone by the bank of the stream. The noise and the trampling of horses increased, and soon, emerging from the black shadows of the distant forest into the bright moonlight that streamed across the river, he saw 200 men with gleaming arms. The men of Galloway, on their part, beheld but a single figure looming beside the ford, and the foremost of the party plunged confidently into the water. But as they could pass the stream only one at a time, Bruce met them with his spear when they landed, and in such stout fashion that none climbed the bank alive. Soon the Galloway men began to fall back in terror, but perceiving that it was only one man who had checked their 200, they plunged forward with furious rage to assault him. By this time, however, the king's soldiers had come hurrying to assist him, and the Galloway men, at sight of them, beat a hasty and inglorious retreat. Many an adventures of the same type befell the Bruce, yet he began to win some small successes against the English, and these successes gradually grew larger and more important, till one by one the great Scottish nobles, seeing him doggedly persistent, unfailingly courageous, and wondrously wary and intelligent, began to give up their grudges against him and rally to his standard, thus placing at last beneath his command a large and powerful army. In all parts of Scotland, deeds of daring were done to drive the English out of their strongholds, and this not only by the Douglas and other great nobles, but also by the stout yeomanry and bold peasants of the land, who were as anxious to possess their small cottages in honourable independence as the nobles to reclaim their castles. Everywhere throughout Scotland, the determination to fight for their liberties was at last, by one man's persistent effort, fired into a living flame. But now Edward Longshanks was dead, and his son Edward II assembled one of the greatest armies which a king of England ever commanded, for the purpose of subduing Scotland. King Robert's army was scarcely a third as large, and in matter of arms far more poorly provided. But during his 8 long years of preparation for this great final test, King Robert had proved himself well able to make up by intelligent disposal of his troops what he lacked in arms and numbers, and his men had grown accustomed to fighting and gaining victories against every disadvantage, knowing that the superiority of the English lay in their splendid heavy armed cavalry and in their archers, which were better trained than any in the world. King Robert laid his plans carefully to overcome these odds. He led his army down into a plain near Stirling, where the English host must needs pass through a boggy country to reach them, while the Scots stood on hard dry land. He then caused all the ground on the front of his line where cavalry were likely to act to be dug full of holes about as deep as a man's knee. These were filled with brushwood, and the turf was placed on the top, so that no sign of them appeared. When the Scottish army was drawn up, the line stretched on the south to the banks of the brook called Bannockburn, which was so rocky that no troops could attack them there, and on the north almost to the town of Stirling. Bruce reviewed his troops very carefully. All the useless servants, drivers of carts and such, he ordered to go behind a height, afterwards called in memory of the event, the Gillies Hill, that is, the Servants' Hill. He then made a stirring address to his soldiers, expressing his determination to gain the victory or lose his life on the field of battle, and urging all who were not like-minded to leave ere the battle began. Soon from the heights could be seen the approach of the vast English host, a beautiful and terrible sight, for the whole country seemed covered with men-at-arms on horse and foot, and above them waved a gallant show of standards, banners, and pinions. As the van drew near, one among the English knights, Sir Henry de Bohun, saw King Robert, mounted not on his great war-horse, but on a little pony, riding up and down the ranks of his army, putting his men in order and carrying no spear, since he had no thought that there would be fighting that evening. Thinking to take him unawares and so easily bear him to the ground, de Bohun galloped upon him. Robert saw the danger, but stood perfectly still till de Bohun drew very near. Then he suddenly swerved his pony just a little to one side, so Sir Henry missed him with his lance point, and was in the act of being carried past him by the career of his horse, when King Robert rose up in his stirrups and struck him a blow with his battle-axe that hurled him lifeless from his saddle. On the morrow, June 24th, 1314, the battle began in earnest. The English archers started the fray by sending a hail of arrows into the Scottish ranks. But King Robert had in readiness a body of men-at-arms who rode at full gallop among the archers, and as the latter had no weapons save their bows and arrows, which they could not use when attacked hand to hand, they were cut down in great numbers by the Scottish horsemen, and thrown into total confusion. The splendid English cavalry advanced at high speed to support the archers, but as they came dashing over the ground, which was dug full of pits, the horses fell into these holes, and the riders lay tumbling about without any means of defence, unable to rise from the weight of their armour. Then the English began to fall into general disorder, and the Scottish king, bringing up more forces, vigorously pressed his advantage. On a sudden, while the battle was still obstinately maintained on both sides, the servants and attendants on the Scottish camp, seeing their masters were likely to gain the day, and wishing to share in the victory, ran forth from their concealment behind the Gillies Hill. Seeing them come suddenly over the ridge, the English mistook the rabble for another army come to sustain the Scots, and losing all heart they broke ranks and fled. Thus by the victory of Bannockburn, Robert Bruce, so long in exile, at last won the freedom of Scotland, and he is universally held to have been one of Scotland's strongest and wisest kings. End of section 31. Robert Bruce, Scotland's hero.
Section 32 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jordan Heron. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Bannockburn. Robert Bruce's Address to His Army by Robert Burns.
Scots wha hae wi' Wallace bled, Scots wham Bruce has often led, welcome to your gory bed, or to victory. Now's the day, and now's the hour, see the front of battle lour, see approach proud Edward's power, chains and slavery. Wha will be a traitor knave? Wha can fill a coward's grave? Wha sae base as be a slave? Let him turn and flee. Wha for Scotland's king and law freedom's sword will strongly draw. Freeman stand or freeman fa, let him follow me. By oppression's woes and pains, by your sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurpers low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberties in every blow. Let us do or die.
End of Bannockburn, Robert Bruce's Address to His Army. Recording by Jordan Heron.
Section 33 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by May Rose. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Legend of William Tell by Swiss. Many years ago, the free and sturdy people who lived in the quaint little villages among the mountains of Switzerland were ground down beneath the heel of the Emperor of Austria, and governed by Austrian bailiffs with the greatest cruelty and oppression. The most devoted patriots of the four forest cantons of Switzerland met therefore, and determined to rise up and strike for their freedom. One moonlit night of October 1307, a little band of these faithful men met on the Rultai, a small plateau overlooking the gleaming waters of the beautiful lake of Lucerne. Beneath the open sky, and in sight of the glistening snow-capped peaks that loom above the lake, the three leaders of that little band clasped hands raised 3 fingers to heaven, and solemnly swore to shake off the yoke of Austria. Among the patriots who took the oath upon Rultai was a young man named William Tell, who was noted far and wide for his skill with the crossbow and arrows. Strong and sure-footed was Tell, and he delighted in pursuing the chamois over almost inaccessible heights, or plucking the snowy flower of the elders from the edge of some dangerous precipice. With his wife and 2 little sons, Tell lived in a cozy chalet at Berglin in the canton of Uri. About this time it came to pass that Gessler, an Austrian bailiff, determined to ascertain by clever device how many men in Uri were loyal to his master. He therefore set up a pole in the quaint old market-place of the village of Altorf. On this pole he hung a hat, the emblem of Austrian power, and he bade a herald proclaim that all who passed must do homage to that hat, under penalty of death or lifelong imprisonment. The freemen of Uri were justly incensed when they heard this decree, and by commission consent avoided passing through the square. Those who must go that way made use of every possible excuse to avoid bending their heads to the hat. Now, at this time, Tell, living in his quiet chalet at some distance from Altorf, was ignorant of all that had recently happened there. One day he came down to the village, bearing his crossbow over his shoulder and holding his little son by his hand. Unconscious alike of pole, hat, and guards, he strolled across the square, and was greatly surprised when suddenly a throng of soldiers surrounded him and placed him under arrest, crying out that he had defied the orders of Gessler. While Tell was protesting his innocence and striving to make the guards release him, he saw Gessler himself approaching on horseback around one of the quaintly painted houses that bordered on the square. Going at once to the bailiff, Tell loudly demanded justice. In the midst of a gathering crowd, the bailiff listened, sneering. It happened, however, that Gessler had often heard men praise the remarkable skill of Tell as a marksman, and he had long desired to see how well the man could shoot. Moreover, he wished to punish Tell in as cruel a way as he could devise for his neglect of the cap, in order to make him an example to the other rebellious inhabitants of Altorf. Therefore he thundered forth, "You shall be free on one condition only. If you shoot an apple from the head of your son at a distance of 150 paces." The people who stood about gasped, and a murmur of indignation went up from all the crowd. But so great was the fear that Gessler had inspired in them all that no one dared interfere. Tell himself, a moment before so confident and self-possessed, seemed suddenly to collapse at hearing the bailiff's words. Gessler could have thought of nothing more cruel than thus to insist that the father must shoot at his own little son. "Place any other punishment upon me," cried Tell. "What if the boy should move? What if my hand should tremble?" "Say no more," cried Gessler. "Shoot." Tell was in despair, but the little lad, his face bright with perfect trust, ran and stood against a linden tree at one end of the square. "Shoot, father," he cried. "Shoot. I know you can hit the apple." The boy's absolute and fearless confidence determined Tell. Yet he still trembled as he selected 2 arrows from his quiver, while a soldier took an apple from a fruit vendor who stood near and placed it on the boy's head. One arrow Tell thrust hastily in his belt, the other he carefully adjusted in his crossbow. For a moment his eyes followed the distinct line of the snow-capped mountains, resting to gather strength on their calm and quiet peaks. Then his hand grew steady and he took aim. Twang! Went the bow. The arrow whistled through the air. All noise in the square was stilled, and everyone held his breath. But lo! The arrow struck the apple squarely in the center, split it, and carried it away. The boy had not moved a hair's breadth. A mighty shout went up from the crowd. But as Tell was turning away, Gessler pointed to the second arrow, which the marksman had stuck in his belt. "Fellow," cried he, "what did you mean to do with that arrow?" "Tyrant," was Tell's proud answer. That second arrow was for you, if I had struck my child." Beside himself with rage at these bold words, Gessler angrily bade his guards to bind Tell fast and convey him down to his waiting boat at Fluhen, where he should be carried across the lake and cast into the foulest of dungeons. Friends led the little boy away, but in the train of the tyrant Tell was marched in chains down to the edge of the lake of Lustrine. Placed in the boat, with fast bound hands and feet, his useless weapons beside him, Tell despairingly watched the bailiff embark and the shore near Altorf slowly recede. Soon, however, clouds began to hide the sun and roll over the pure white peaks. The ripples in the water grew into waves. The sky grew darker and darker. At last there broke a mighty storm on the little boat. Thunder crashed, the water heaved, and dashed in angry foam, and lightning streaked from shore to shore. In vain did the Austrians try to guide the boat through the tempest. They were not well enough acquainted with the lake. Then the boatsmen, knowing well that Tell was the most clever steersman in the canton of Rye, began to implore to Gessler to let him be unbound in order to help them. In a voice that could scarcely be heard above the shriek of the storm, Gessler cried, "Unloose the prisoner's chains! Let him take up the helm!" Accordingly, Tell was unbound. He seized the helm, and the boat went plunging forward. With a strong arm and fearless gaze, he directed it straight towards a narrow ledge of rock, which forms a natural landing place in the mighty cliffs that at this point rise up sheer from the lake. The water there is 700 feet deep, but as the boat drew near and a sudden flash of lightning revealed the spot, Tell suddenly let go of the rudder, and with one mighty leap sprang from the pitching boat across the seething waves to the shore. There were angry cries from the lake, but Gessler's boat went drifting off into the darkness again, hurled back wildly tossing among the waves. Tell made his way straight around the lake to a spot that the Gessler would have to pass on his way home after his landing. There, crouching in the bushes on the steep bank, he waited patiently to see whether the tyrant would escape the storm. At length the bailiff appeared, riding proudly at the head of his troops. Then Tell took his second arrow, the arrow that he had meant should wipe out the tyranny from Switzerland. As Gessler passed by, he let the arrow fly and true to its mark it sped. Gessler fell, and with him Austria's reign of tyranny. For the Swiss people, encouraged at hearing what Tell had done, threw off the fear that had bound them, rose up and made Switzerland once more free. End of section 33. The Legend of William Tell.
Section 34 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Scott Kennaugh. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Joseph and his Brethren. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And his brethren went to feed his father's flock in Shechem. And Israel said unto Joseph, Do not thy brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Go, I pray thee, see whether it be well with them. And when Joseph's brethren saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And his brother Reuben heard it, and said, Let us not kill him, but cast him into this pit, for he intended secretly to save him. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph of his coat of many colors, and they took him and cast him into a pit. And they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelites came from Gilead with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Egypt. And they drew up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 pieces of silver. And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they brought the coat to their father, and said, This we have found. And he knew it, and he said, This is my son's coat. An evil beast hath devoured him. And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And the Midianites sold Joseph into Egypt unto Potiphar, the captain of Pharaoh's guard. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man. And when his master saw that the Lord was with him, and made all that he did to prosper, he made him overseer over his house. But the wife of Potiphar accused Joseph falsely of a crime, and the wrath of Joseph's master was kindled, and he put Joseph into prison. And it came to pass that the butler of the king of Egypt and his baker had offended their lord, and he put them in ward in the house where Joseph was bound. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, and behold, they were sad. And they said unto Joseph, We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it. And Joseph said unto them, Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me them, I pray you. And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph. And Joseph said unto him, This is the interpretation of it. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh restore thee unto thy place, and thou shalt deliver Pharaoh's cup after the former manner into his hand. But when it shall be well with thee, I pray thee, make mention of me unto Pharaoh, for indeed I have done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon. When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he likewise told his dream unto Joseph. And Joseph answered and said, This is the interpretation thereof. Yet within 3 days will Pharaoh lift up thine head from off thee, and shall hang thee on a tree. And it came to pass the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again. And he hanged the chief baker as Joseph had interpreted to him. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years, that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by a river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine, and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine. And the ill-favored and lean-fleshed kine did eat up the well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept, and dreamed the 2nd time. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent for all the magicians of Egypt, and all the wise men thereof, but there were none that could interpret the dreams unto Pharaoh. Then spake the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying, Pharaoh was wroth with his servants, and put me in prison, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. And there was with us a young man, an Hebrew, and he interpreted to us our dreams. And it came to pass as he interpreted to us. Then Pharaoh sent and called unto Joseph, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, I have dreamed a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of thee, that thou canst understand a dream to interpret it. And Joseph answered, saying, It is not in me. God shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace. And when Pharaoh had told Joseph his dream, Joseph said unto Pharaoh, The 7 good kine are 7 years. Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Egypt. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years of famine, and the famine shall consume the land. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Egypt. And let him appoint officers over the land, and let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and that food shall be as a store to the land against the 7 years of famine. And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his servants, Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom the Spirit of God is? And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, Forasmuch as God hath showed thee all this, there is none so discreet and wise as thou art. Thou shalt be over my house. And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it on Joseph's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in his second chariot which he had. And they cried before him, Bow the knee! And he became ruler over all the land of Egypt. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he laid up all the food in the cities. And 7 years of dearth began to come, according as Joseph had said. And the dearth was in all lands. But in Egypt there was bread. And all countries came unto Joseph to buy corn. And when Jacob saw that there was corn in Egypt, Jacob said unto his sons, Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence. And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy corn in Egypt. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Jacob sent not with his brethren, for he said, Lest peradventure mischief befall him. And Joseph's brethren came, and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them. But he made himself strange unto them, and spake roughly unto them, Whence came ye? And they said, From the land of Canaan, to buy food. And Joseph said unto them, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry corn for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother unto me. And they said to one another, We are verily guilty concerning our brother Joseph, in that we saw his anguish when he besought us, and we would not hear. Therefore this distress has come upon us. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them, and wept. Then he took from them Simeon, and bound him before their eyes, and he commanded to fill their sacks with corn. And they laded their asses with the corn, and departed thence. And they came unto Jacob their father, and told him all that befell unto them. And he said, My son Benjamin shall not go down with you, for his brother Joseph is dead, and he is left alone. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, that when they had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said, Go again, buy us a little food. Take also your brother, and God Almighty give you mercy before the man. And the men took a present, and they took double money, and Benjamin, and rose up and went down to Egypt, and stood before Joseph. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, Is your father well, the old man of whom ye spake? Is he yet alive? And they answered, Our father is in good health, he is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads, and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, Is this your younger brother, of whom ye spake unto me? And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn for his brother, and he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber, and wept there. And he washed his face, and went out, and said, Set on bread. And they set on bread for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians, which did eat with him by themselves. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times as much as any of theirs. And Joseph commanded the steward of his house, saying, Fill the men's sacks with food, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth, and put my silver cup in the sack of the youngest. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses. Joseph said unto his steward, Up, follow after them, and say, Wherefore have ye rewarded evil for good? Wherefore have ye taken the money and my lord's silver cup? And he overtook them, and he spake unto them these same words. And they said unto him, God forbid that thy servant should do according to this thing. With whomsoever the cup be found, both let him die, and we also will be my lord's bondmen. Then they speedily took every man's sack to the ground, and the steward searched, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes, and returned to the city. And Judah said unto Joseph, What shall we say unto our lord? Or how shall we clear ourselves? We have a father, an old man, and Benjamin is the child of his old age, a little one. And his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loveth him. Now therefore, when I come to thy servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass that he will die. Now therefore, I pray thee, let thy servant abide, instead of the lad, a bondman to my lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. And Joseph could not refrain himself, and he cried, Cause every man to go out from me. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph came himself down unto his brethren. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph. Come near to me, I pray you. And they came near. And he said, I am Joseph your brother, whom you sold into Egypt. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither. For God did send me before you to preserve life. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but God. And he hath made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house. Haste ye, and go up to my father, and say, Thus saith thy son Joseph, God hath made me lord of all Egypt. Come down unto me, and thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou, and thy children, and thy children's children, and thy flocks, and thy herds, and all that thou hast. And there will I nourish thee, for yet there are 5 years of famine. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren, and wept upon them. So his brethren departed, and came unto Jacob, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt. And Israel said, It is well enough. My son Joseph is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die. And the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their wives, and they took their cattle and their goods, and came into Egypt. And Joseph made ready his chariot, and went up to meet his father, and fell upon his neck, and wept. End of section 34.
Section 35 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeanie Whitfield. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Story of Roland, a Song of Deeds, from the French Chanson de Roland. Days were when the great Emperor Charlemagne, crossing the snow-capped Pyrenees with his mighty host of warriors, conquered all Spain, from the Saracen infidels, from the highlands to the sea. Castle and keep went down before him, and no city could withstand him save only Saragossa, the strong-walled mountain town. In Saragossa, Marsile, the Saracen king, held council, and wailed his lot that he had no more men to stand against the Franks. Then came crafty counsellors, and argued in his ear, Use trickery, send gifts to Charlemagne, and promise him submission. Thereat he will depart. Then we will break our oaths, and rise up and win back Spain. In Marsile's ear the words of craft were good. He sent ambassadors with gifts and olive branches to Charlemagne. Now Charlemagne at Cordova sat on a golden throne in the midst of a blossoming orchard, imperial in his majesty, with flowing beard and flowing robes. Around him stood his peers, watching the martial games of 50,000 warriors. Thither came the messengers of Marsile, humbly offering him submission. Then up spake Roland, Charlemagne's sister's son, bravest and best loved of all the emperor's paladins. Marsile hath tricked us once. Why should we trust his promises again? But Ganelon, Roland's stepfather, stood by, and in his heart was knowing hatred of the splendid youth. Rash fool, he cried, thou dost prize thine own glory more than the lives of thy fellows. And many another warrior argued likewise for peace, until the emperor cried, Enough, we will accept the offer of Marsile. Then Roland and Oliver, Roland's dearest friend, pressed forward, suing eagerly to be given the dangerous task of bearing Charlemagne's answer to Marsile. The emperor would not spare his peers, but bade them name some baron in their stead. Quoth Roland, Ganelon was full anxious for the peace. Why not send Ganelon? Thereat the cowardly Ganelon was wroth,
for in his heart he deemed the expedition so hazardous that he who went might never more return, and darkly he vowed vengeance on the youth for naming him. But Charlemagne in his imperial dignity silenced Ganelon, and delivered to him his glove as emblem of the office he bestowed, entrusting to him the message to Marsile. Trembling with rage and fear, Ganelon reached out to take the glove, but in his haste he let it fall. Then great dismay and fear fell over all. "That bodeth little good," men whispered. So went Ganelon, and on the way fell into converse with the Saracen escort. In bitter terms he spoke of Roland, crying, "While he lives, will fighting never cease. True, Charlemagne is old, but Roland is old Charlemagne's right arm." And noting well his bitter tone, the Saracens made answer, "We could rid thee easily of this Roland, if thou wilt but arrange that he command the rear guard when Charlemagne leaves Spain." And so, while they rode thus, the dark-browed traitor, Ganelon, devised with these false Saracens a plot to lead the hero Roland into ambush in the pass of Roncesvalles, and there to slay him. And when Marsile had heard the plan, far from slaying Ganelon, he loaded him with gifts and sent him safely back to Charlemagne. In his camp at the foot of the mountain, Ganelon delivered unto the emperor the keys of Saragossa, and reported that the infidels made complete submission to his will. So Charlemagne believed that now at last his task was done. Gratefully he offered thanks to God, and made all ready for returning home. Yet on the night before he was to leave, his rest was sorely troubled with dreams, through which the gloomy face of Ganelon passed ominously. When he awoke, the emperor was still haunted by these dreams, yet he prepared his army for departure, and commanded that a guard of 20,000 men should follow him some distance in the rear to guard against surprise. "Who will command my rear guard?" Charlemagne cried. Then Ganelon answered eagerly, "Who so brave as Roland?" But all could see that Ganelon but proposed the name of Roland out of spite, and Charlemagne answered with some heat, "Nay, Roland shall remain with me." Yet did Roland himself so earnestly entreat to be entrusted with the dangerous post, that Charlemagne at last gave his consent. Reluctantly, with strange forebodings, Charlemagne bade his nephew a sad farewell. Fully armed and mounted on his steed, Roland stood upon a lofty cliff and watched the vanguard of the Franks defiling through the narrow gorges far below. "Farewell," he cried. "Soon will we meet again in France." Mile after mile the vanguard marched, the traitor Ganelon in their midst. But a nameless sense of evil filled them all, and their hearts were back with Roland on the treacherous soil of Spain. High were the peaks and the valleys deep, the mountains wondrous dark and steep. Sadly the Franks through the passes wound, fully 15 leagues did their tread resound. To their own great land they are drawing nigh, and they look on the fields of Gascony. They think of their homes and manors there, their gentle spouses and damsels fair. Is none but for pity the tears let fall, but the anguish of Karl is beyond them all. His sister's son at the gates of Spain smiles on his heart, and he weeps amain. Meantime Roland, after waiting for the vanguard to gain some advance, ordered his men likewise forward. His dear friend Oliver, his best loved comrade from his boyhood, rode beside him, and they held joyous converse as they rode, until they passed at last out of the sunlight into the dark and narrow pass of Roncesvalles, shut in by gloomy walls of rock. Then suddenly Oliver reined in his horse, shaded his face with his hand, and looked ahead. "Behold," he cried, and his voice was hoarse, "the work of Ganelon." Roland halted likewise and looked forward. There he saw advancing an army, a multitude, a host of Saracens. And so he knew he had been betrayed. Yet he set his men in order, took his stand, and staunchly cried, "Cursed be he who flees!" "But Roland, Oliver urged, "these men outnumber us 5-1. Wind one good blast on Oliphant thy horn. The emperor will hear and turn him back to succor us." Roland only answered, "Nay, never will I for heathen felons blow one blast." Thrice Oliver besought him, thrice Roland answered nay. Then good Archbishop Turpin bade the Franks to kneel and pray, preparing solemnly their hearts for battle. Thus refreshed, the 20,000 rose and took their stand. First of all came boldly rushing on a nephew of Marsile's, who loudly boasted, "Today we lop off Charlemagne's right arm." Roland spurred forward, pierced him at one onset with his lance. Then did each man in that small Frankish host do wondrous deeds, and Roland and Oliver were ever in the thickest of the fray. Marsile himself cried out to Roland, "Face me in single combat!" But Roland struck him a blow that he must needs be borne off the battlefield, wounded unto death, and with him fled full many of his men. Yet one by one, before the onrush of those pagan hordes, the brave Franks fell, one by one, one by one. All nature seemed to feel the terror of that battle, for over the sunny fields of France there broke a hideous storm. The thunder rolled across the sky, the lightning flashed, and all the earth shook as with mighty grief. Great dread came over Charlemagne and all his men. Then Roland, far away, so worn that he could scarcely find the strength to blow, wound one long, mournful blast upon his horn. Charlemagne heard the sound and cried, "Our Roland is in danger." "Nay, nay," said Ganelon, "belike he is but hunting." A second time that mournful call came, wailing from the distance. Never would he call that way unless in direst peril. "Nay, nay, he is but coursing a hare." But still a third time came that blast, so long now and despairing that none might mistake the meaning of its call. So Charlemagne halted, crying, "All is going ill. Roland is in extremity." And in wrath he ordered Ganelon into chains. Then bidding all his trumpets sound a signal he was coming, he turned back with his whole host and went to Roland's rescue. Amid a heap of slain, Roland mourned his fallen comrades. Yet he urged the faithful handful left to do their best and never to surrender. And the Saracens, not daring to approach that doughty little band, attacked them from a distance with spear and arrow. Mortally wounded by one of these cowardly spears, Oliver called out to Roland to bid him a last farewell. Half blinded, Roland fought his way to his beloved comrade's side. At sight of him, so sorely wounded, he was well nigh overcome. But each laid his head to the other, and in love like this was their parting made. Then lo, Roland and the Archbishop were left the only living in all that vast field. And the Archbishop, too, was dying. A last time Roland put his horn to his lips and drew from it one long, pitiful blast that fell on Charlemagne's ear so weak and faint he cried, "My nephew must be dying," and he urged his men to greatest speed. Hearing the sounds of Charlemagne's trumpets, the Saracens dared no longer stay, but fled. Yet in fleeing they flung missiles back at Roland, till his shield dropped from his hand, and his steed sank under him. Wounded unto death, Roland could not pursue the foe. Tenderly he turned back to Archbishop Turpin. removed the prelate's armor, and placed him comfortably upon the ground. Then slowly, and with mighty effort, he collected from mountain and valley the bodies of his 12 peers and friends, and dragged them to the archbishop's feet for one last blessing. While laying Oliver there, Roland swooned for grief, and the archbishop, seizing his horn, painfully raised himself to fetch his friend some water. But in this act of mercy he too fell dead, and Roland woke to find himself alone. Grasping his good sword Durandal and Oliphant his horn, the hero slowly toiled his way to the top of a hill, that he might die with his face toward the foe. There he tried to break good Durandal against the rocks, that no enemy might ever wield his sword. But the blade was of such steel he could not even dent it. So he laid it under him with Oliphant, that he might guard it even in death. And there upon the height, his face toward Spain, he lifted up his hands, committed his soul to God, and thus he died. Scarcely had Roland breathed his last when Charlemagne arrived to find of all his 20,000, not one left. Mournfully he called his peers by name. Not one there was to answer, not a single one. And on the height, his face toward Spain, they found the hero Roland. Great was the grief of all, great was the grief of Charlemagne. His host pursued the Saracens, and by the river Ebro the Moors paid to the full the penalty of their treachery. Then, bearing the bodies of Roland and Oliver, Charlemagne returned to France. Laden with chains and tied to a stake like a wild beast, Ganelon was led before his judges for trial. By his dark deed lay 20,000 dead. He was condemned and suffered a shameful death. But in the hearts of Charlemagne and all the people of France remained undying love for Roland, for he took his stand and held it, never yielding unto death. End of section 35. Recording by Jeanie Whitfield from Traditions in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Section 36 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnne. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Joan of Arc. The year 1412 there was born in the village of Domremy in France a little peasant girl called Joan of Arc. Her parents were honest laboring folk, and they lived in a cottage that bordered directly on the churchyard. In the cool and peaceful shadow of the church, with all its holy associations, Joan spent, with her brothers and sisters, a very happy childhood. She shared with unbounded energy all their joyous activity and sports, yet who so ready as she to perform her share of the household tasks, or respond to any command of her parents with simple loving obedience? Beneath the stately trees of the splendid old forest of Domremy, she tended her father's sheep, and she aided him too in many a rough man's task. Yet in heart and soul she was every whit a woman, thoroughly skilled in fine needlework and all womanly household arts. Everyone in the village loved Joan for the charm of her sweet simplicity and her wholly unselfish kindness. Deep in the heart of the girl was implanted an earnest love of God, as well as a love of her fellow men, and as she grew somewhat older, she often went apart from the boisterous play of the other children, to pass many hours in quiet meditation and prayer, her thoughts sweeping out far beyond the little circle of daily concerns that occupied her playmates. Now the affairs of France were at this time in a most unhappy state, for the English, in league with the Burgundians, had conquered almost the whole of France, and the Dauphin, Charles VII, having never the courage to get himself crowned, was looking on in lazy indolence without a thought of resistance, even meditating flight and the total abandonment of his kingdom. A sorry king with no money, no army, and worst of all, no spirit and no purpose. Over all these things Joan pondered with the most serious concern, and her deep-rooted conviction of the goodness and power of God, her live consciousness of God as a very real presence, filled her with the most certain assurance that naught so unjust as the forceful conquest of France by alien invaders could ever be accomplished. All the power and strength and might of God were against such injustice. In her heart and soul strange stirrings and longings awoke, till at length all her waking hours were spent in almost continuous prayer for her country's deliverance. One summer's day, when Joan was 13 years old, she was wandering alone in her father's garden at midday, her spirit more than ever astir within her, when she suddenly heard a voice call her. Instantly a great light shone upon her, and she saw the archangel Michael before her. He bid her continue to be a good girl, and made the solemn announcement that was she, and none other, who should save the kingdom of France, who should go to the help of the Dauphin, and bring him to Rheims to be crowned. The child, so young and weak before such a mighty task, fell on her knees overcome. "I am but a poor girl," she said. "God will help thee," answered the angel. From this day Joan's life became even more pure and sweet than before. She loved to go apart from her playmates and meditate, and now heavenly voices often spoke to her, telling her of her mission. These, she said, were the voices of her saints. Sometimes the voices were accompanied by visions. St. Catherine and St. Margaret appeared to her. Thus the child grew to young maidenhood, her mind elevated by her visions. At the beginning of the year 1428, when Joan was 16, the voices told her that the time was now come when she could no longer delay. She must go at once to the Dauphin to save the kingdom. They commanded her first to seek out the Sire de Baudricourt and ask of him an escort to conduct her to the Dauphin. Conscious that her parents, bound by their fearful human love for her, would never aid her in such an undertaking, Joan went to an uncle and begged him to accompany her to the sire at Vaucouleurs. Her ardent sincerity overcame the objections of the peasant, and he went with her. Baudricourt's reception of Joan was brutal. When the girl told him that she was destined of God to lead the Dauphin to his coronation, and begged him to send her to Charles, he cried, "This girl is crazy. Box her ears and take her back to her father." Thus Joan was returned with scorn to Domremy. Another less earnest and consecrated might have been shamed by such a reception into yielding up her purpose. But urged by her voices, Joan persisted and went once more to Baudricourt. He received her with the same mocking disbelief as before. Soon nothing was talked of at Vaucouleurs but the young girl who went about openly saying that God destined her to save the kingdom, and someone must take her to Charles the Dauphin. At length, while the sire and his noble friends utterly scoffed at the idea that God should give a poor peasant girl power to save a kingdom where the most experienced generals had failed, the simple-hearted people, moved by her faith, began to believe in her mission. A certain young squire offered to take her to Chinon, where Charles was then staying. The poor folk, heaping all their little savings together, raised money enough to clothe and arm her and buy her a horse. Thus with a small escort she set out for Chinon. Baudricourt still flung his gibes after her, but the multitude, many among them weeping to see the young thing go so bravely forth to face such fearful odds, cried from the very depths of their hearts, "God keep you." English and Burgundians held all the country over which the little party must pass, and every bridge was occupied by the enemy. Thus Joan had to travel by night and hide by day. Her companions soon began to lose heart in the face of such dangers, and urged a return to Vaucouleurs. But Joan's answer was resolute. "Fear nothing, for God is leading me." On the 12th day after starting, the party arrived at Chinon. Now the courtiers of Charles VII were by no means agreed as to how this maiden, who made such remarkable claims, should be received. Some, jealous of their power over the mind of the Dauphin, urged him not to receive her at all. But just at that moment came news from Orleans, almost the last great French stronghold to hold out against the English, that it was like to fall, and those courtiers who favored Joan carried their point that the last chance of saving Orleans should not be neglected. By the flaring light of torches, Joan was led one evening to the castle. She had never seen the king, and the great hall was crowded with nobles. In order to test the truth of the girl's claim that she was inspired of God, the Dauphin had attired himself in a plain costume, and stood in the midst of a throng of his nobles, while one of his courtiers in the royal robes sat upon the throne. Joan, however, did not hesitate. She singled Charles out at a glance, came at once and knelt before him. "I am not the king," he asserted. "Yonder is the king. You are he, gentle prince, and no other," the girl insisted. And then she proceeded to tell the Dauphin of her mission, assuring him, with all the fire of her high and noble purpose burning in her eyes, that God had sent her to have him crowned and save the kingdom of France. Still the young coward hesitated. He was afraid that the girl might be a sorceress, so he sent her off to be examined by a body of learned men and ecclesiastics. For 3 weeks these men tormented her with questions, but she answered them, always straight to the point, and in the face of all their suspicions and efforts to entrap her, her inspiration and self-command never once flagged or failed. "If it be God's intent to save France, he hath no need of men-at-arms to accomplish his purpose," objected the tribunal. "The soldiers must do the fighting, but God will give the victory," Joan quietly made answer. At length the common people once again declared in favor of the girl, and the learned and powerful were forced to yield to the simple faith of the multitude. The troops gathered at Blois, and Joan arrived, followed by the greatest nobles of France. She rode in armor and on horseback, an appealing girlish figure of a natural grace and dignity that softened and subdued even the rudest of the soldiers. She bore a white banner of her own design, which was intended to remind the army continually of the purity of their cause and the God who was their strength. Donuil, who was in command at Orleans, came to meet Joan. She said to him simply, "I bring you the best of help, that of the King of Heaven. It does not come from me, but from God himself." At 8 in the evening, Joan entered Orleans. The people crowded to meet her. In the midst of a throng so dense that she could scarcely make her way, she passed by torchlight through the city. Men, women, and children wished to get near her and even to touch her horse. Joan spoke to them with compassion and promised to deliver them. First of all, she asked to be led to a church to offer thanks to God. As she passed along the way, an old man cried out to her, "My daughter, the English are strong and well entrenched. It will be difficult to get rid of them." She answered confidently, "Nothing is impossible to God." Her confidence infected everyone around her. The people of Orleans, so lately timid and discouraged, wished now to throw themselves at once upon the enemy, but Donuil, fearful of defeat, decided to await reinforcements which Charles had promised to send to Joan from Blois. In the meantime, from the walls of Orleans, Joan summoned the English to depart and return to their own country, but they answered her with insults. The reinforcements from Blois were so long in appearing that Donuil at length went himself to see what had become of them. He arrived just in time to discover that the weak and changeable Dauphin had been influenced by jealous courtiers to desert Joan and send the troops not to her but back to their quarters. With difficulty, Donuil prevailed on Charles to send the men to Orleans. On the 4th of May, the battle began. Everywhere, Joan was in the thick of the fight, urging on her men without a thought of herself, but never did she use her sword. Her standard was her sole weapon. Once, while she was taking a little rest, the commander, without her knowledge, ordered an attack on a certain bastion held by the English. Always the commanders were jealously attempting to gain the victory without Joan in order to take to themselves the credit. But their attack failed and the French were retreating in great disorder when Joan awakened suddenly from her sleep and rushed to their assistance. She rallied them and led them once more against the foe. This time the English strove in vain to maintain their position. They were forced to surrender the bastion. Thus Joan was led in great glory back to Orleans, but as she crossed the battlefield, where in the heat of contest her determined spirit had upheld them all, she gave way and wept like any woman for compassion of the wounds and suffering that had been caused by the battle. It was now a question how to follow up against the English this attack so happily begun. The leaders, far from pleased to be led by a peasant girl and to share with her the victory, met in secret to discuss the plans to be adopted. Joan presented herself indignantly at the council, and as the Chancellor of the Duke of Orleans tried to conceal the decisions that had been made, she cried, "Tell me what you have concluded. You have been at your council and I at mine." She meant that she had been earnestly at prayer. "And believe me, the counsels of God shall be accomplished and stand, while yours shall perish." Thereafter she did indeed lead the French to most brilliant victory. Often she angered the generals by not taking their advice and pursuing the most approved military tactics. But she lent to the men a spirited resolution and inspired them with boundless faith. Moreover, she herself was so persuaded that victory was inevitable if she persevered unflinchingly in her efforts to obtain it, that nothing could stand before her. So in 4 days the English, who had been for 8 months before Orleans, were forced to give up the siege. News of the victory spread far and wide, and attested in the sight of all the truth of Joan's assertion that she was led of God. The Holy Maid did not linger to be praised and thanked by the people of Orleans, but returned hastily to Chinon, desiring to take Charles at once to Rheims to be crowned. But the Dauphin, though he received her with great honours, refused to follow her to Rheims, not intending that she should disturb the base indolence of his royal existence. Accordingly, Joan proceeded against the English again, and won 3 more great battles, driving the foe beyond the Loire. Then at last, still reluctantly, Charles was induced to surrender his ease long enough to go to Rheims. On the 16th of July, he entered the city at the head of his troops, and the next day the ceremony of coronation took place in the cathedral before a great concourse of people. When Charles had been crowned, Joan flung herself at his feet, weeping hot tears. "O sire," she cried, "now is accomplished the will of God." All who saw her at that moment, says the old chronicle, believed more than ever that it was a thing come from God, and the attachment of the common people to her was a touching sight. They contested among themselves to kiss her hands or her clothes, or only to touch her. It was the moment of her supremest triumph. And now that Joan had fulfilled all her mission, obeyed all the commands that God had given her, she earnestly besought Charles to let her return to her home, to the sweet simplicity of her early life. For in all she had done she had no smallest thought of reward or self-glorification, but only of simple devotion to God and to France. The Dauphin, however, would not let her go. He commanded her to remain at the head of his army. At this a great indecision came upon Joan. Against her judgment she obeyed him, and from the moment of her yielding to his will, instead of to her own inner counselors, her voices deserted her, her inspiration fled. Her path from now on was the sad downward path of defeat. Joan wished to proceed at once against Paris, but the king hesitated and so gave the English time to prepare their defense. When the assault at last was made, it was repulsed, and Joan was severely wounded. Yet they had to drag her away from the foot of the ramparts to make her abandon the conflict. The next day the king utterly refused to renew the attack, though Joan answered for its success. He was not willing to exert himself any further. He must resume his indolent ease. Therefore he stubbornly insisted on a retreat. With a heart full of grief, Joan followed the king. It was her first defeat, and it instantly dispelled the implicit faith of the people in her. One sent of God, they argued, could never be defeated. Little they knew that since the coronation at Rheims, it had been the king's will and not the inspiration of God to which Joan had been obedient. Thinking there had been enough of fighting, and wishing to put a stop to Joan's successes, the courtiers induced Charles to disband his army and give up all further activity against the invaders. A sad situation for Joan. Taking unceremonious leave of the king, she went to help the French wherever they were still fighting. At length, after many adventures, Joan came to Compiègne to lead the garrison out against the Burgundians, who pressed them hard, but the English came to the aid of the Burgundians, and the French gave back, carrying Joan unwillingly with them in the midst of their retreat. When she and her party came under the walls of Compiègne, they found the gates closed. The commander of the city, whom Joan had come to succor, had deliberately shut her out from the shelter of its walls. With her back against the bank of the moat, Joan still defended herself till a whole troop rushed upon her. Nor did she ever surrender, but was dragged by her flowing garments from her horse and taken prisoner. From the walls of the city the governor saw her taken, but raised not a finger to save her. So Joan fell into the hands of her bitter enemies, who hated her for her successes against them, and after a few months the Burgundians sold her to the English. All this time Charles, whom she had made king of France, never offered to ransom her, nor from now on through her time of trial showed the slightest interest in her. Shut up in the dungeon in the castle of Rouen, she was guarded day and night by soldiers, whose brutality and insults she was forced to endure. But now to her joy her voices came back to console and support her. Once more she had the unspeakable comfort of knowing that God was with her. At length she was given over to the Inquisition for trial. To the insidious questions of her judges the unhappy maid had nothing to oppose but the uprightness and simplicity of her heart. "Take good heed what you do," she said, "for truly I am sent by God, and you put yourselves in great peril." She was nevertheless condemned as a heretic and sorceress and ordered to be burnt at the stake in the marketplace of Rouen. On the 30th of May, 1431, she was led to the place of execution. At the foot of the pile she asked for a cross, and she died with the name of Jesus on her lips, her eyes bright as with triumph and her whole face transfigured with the consolation of hearkening to her voices. All were weeping, even the executioners and judges, and a great fear came upon all. End of section 36. Joan of Arc.
Section 37 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Hennis. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. A Tale of the Cid and His Daughters. Retold from Spanish Chronicles of the Cid. In the days when throngs of black-skinned Moors, swarming across from the African shores, had overrun the fair lands of Spain, when the slender towers and minarets of many a graceful Moorish castle crowned heights that once had owned Spanish sway, then arose the most dearly loved of all Spanish heroes to fight against these intruders, Ruy Diaz, called Cid or Chief, and Campeador or Champion. In the Cid was embodied all the peculiarly Spanish spirit, its faults and its noblest virtues. Faults in truth he had, many and ugly, but largely they were the faults of his time, results of the sadly mistaken standards held good in that long vanished age. And in spite of his faults, he looms up head and shoulders above the men that surround him, a figure of courage and loyalty, so far as he understood those virtues in a century of darkness. I ask nothing but justice of heaven, and of man only a fair field. Such was the standard with which the Cid faced life and fared forth on his adventures. For long years there was no sword so ready and gallant as his in loyal defense of his king, no heart so staunch to maintain the best that it knew of honor, And so there arose those about the king, Don Alfonso, who grew jealous of the Cid and sought to find occasion to incense the king against him. The greater the number of victories won by the Cid against the Moors, the greater grew the number of foes who envied him his honors. At last these petty enemies poisoned Alfonso's mind and persuaded him that the Cid was in secret league with the Moors. In a fury, Alfonso ordered his faithful servant at once into exile. And so the day came when Ruy Diaz must leave his home and the country he had so earnestly aimed to serve. With eyes overflowing with tears, he looked back and saw the hall deserted where he had lived so happily. Household chests unfastened and empty and thrown about in confusion, doors left carelessly open, and balcony and garden all bare of their graceful seats. It was a sad and mournful sight. But as the Cid rode away, there were many good men who went with him, among whom was none more beloved than Alvar Fanez, his cousin. News of the Campeador's banishment spread like wildfire over Castile. People were both indignant and dismayed, for they loved their champion wholeheartedly, and trusted in him above all others to defend them from the Moors. Therefore, many left homes and high offices to follow him into exile. As he rode through the streets of Burgos where he was born, the people stood weeping beside the road, yet not one of them dared to offer him even so much as a single night's lodging, for Alfonso in his anger had sent letters to the city forbidding the people to shelter the Cid under pain of the direst penalty. So they who loved him could only greet him with tears, nor had they the heart to tell him of the stern edict against him. At length a little maid summoned the courage to tell the great chief the truth. Sadly he turned away, outlawed from his best beloved city. Now the wife of Ruy Diaz, the lovely Ximena, with her 2 little daughters, was at this time at the monastery of St. Peter's, beyond Burgos, and thither the Cid made his way. In the grey light of dawn, while the inmates of the monastery were still at their prayers, he and his company appeared at the gates. In the courtyard, beneath the flaming smoky light of torches and tapers, the Cid caught his little girls up in his arms and embraced his beloved wife. The abbot made a great feast for the Campeador that day, but on the following morning, after giving into the abbot's hands a sum of money for the support of his wife and children, the Cid bade farewell to them all. He embraced and blessed Doña Ximena and the little girls, and wept over them, for he knew not how long they were to be parted. Then he rode sadly away, but he looked back continually over his shoulder, so long as his dear ones remained in sight. Man of no country that the Cid was now, he must needs win himself a country. So he and his followers rode straight against the Moors. Battle after battle he fought with the intruders till the time of his exile had stretched into many years. Gradually 8 towns owned his sway, and at length, in the year 1094, he succeeded in capturing the great Moor stronghold of Valencia, and restoring it to Christianity. Now that he had once more a fixed abiding place, there rose in his heart the deep longing to have his beloved wife and sweet daughters with him again. So he sent Alvar Fanez loaded with gifts to the king to pray him to allow Doña Ximena and her children to come to Valencia. When Alvar Fanez delivered his message and gifts to the king, reporting how Ruy Diaz had conquered Valencia and many other cities and castles in the name of the crown of Castile, Don Alfonso was greatly rejoiced. True, the Cid's old enemies began to murmur, "Any man could have done as much." But the years that were past had enabled the king to estimate more justly the faith of his most loyal subject, and he cried to these petty foes, "Hold your peace, for in all things Ruy Diaz the Cid serves me better than any among you." He not only granted permission to Doña Ximena and her train to go to the Cid, but offered to send a guard with them to the border. How joyously then Doña Ximena and her daughters, Elvira and Sol, set out from the monastery to rejoin the husband and father they had not seen for so many years. As the cavalcade drew near Valencia, the Cid came forth to meet them, riding the beautiful horse Babieca, that he had won from the Moors. A venerable figure he was, for in the day of his exile he had vowed never to cut his beard until he should be recalled, and thus the hair on his chin had grown to such remarkable length that it had to be bound back out of his way by means of silken cords. The meeting of husband and wife, father and daughters, was too full of joy for words. Smiles and tears alone could express what was in their hearts. Then the Cid led Ximena and her daughters into Valencia and showed them over the whole great city, which owned him lord. He showed them the shady gardens and the sea, and from the top of the Alcazar, the highest tower of the town, he bade them look out over all the rich and far-reaching countryside that he had restored to Castile. For many months thereafter, nothing disturbed the Cid's happy life with his family, but in the following spring came King Yusef of Morocco with 50,000 Moors to lay siege to Valencia. The Cid's own forces numbered no more than 4,000, yet he had no thought but of victory. Soon after the Moors had encamped, he arranged that some of his troops should make their way secretly out of the town and attack the foe from behind, while he pressed them in the front. The Moors, caught thus between two forces, and greatly overestimating the numbers of their foe, fled in a panic, allowing the Cid an overwhelming victory, and leaving behind to fall into his hands huge quantities of treasure. Among other things, there was a splendid tent, supported by 2 pillars of gold, and this, with 200 horses, Ruidius ordered sent as a gift to the king. The horses, each with a sword at the saddle, and led by a child, were presented to the king by Alvar Fanez, along with the splendid tent of King Yusef. Alfonso was overcome and admitted that never before had a Spanish king received such a gift from a vassal. Now there were present at the ceremony 2 worthless young men of noble family named Diego and Ferrando Gonzalez, the Infantes of Carrion. These young men stood high in the favor of Alfonso because of the importance of their family, but at heart they were selfish and vain, cowardly and cruel. Perceiving what rich gifts the Cid was able to send the king, they schemed between them to possess themselves of some of his wealth by suing for the hands of his 2 daughters. The king lent a willing ear to their proposal, and he bade Alvar Fanez tell the Cid that he had promised the maids in marriage to the Infantes of Carrion. Such was the message that Alvar Fanez bore back to the Cid and his wife, and sad were they to receive it. Their daughters were no more than 13 or 14 years old, and though that was not unusually young in those days for maidens to wed, still they had thought to keep unbroken for some time to come their little family circle that had been for many long years so sadly separated. Moreover, their hearts much misgave them as to the nature of these 2 Infantes. "And yet," sighed the good Dona Ximena, "if it be the king's will, what can we do to prevent it?" And so the Cid bent to the wishes of the king, obedient as ever. Then there was much hurrying to and fro, both in the court of Castile and the city of Valencia. Clothes were furbished up, horses and mules were brought out, richly caparisoned, and the Infantes of Carrion devised for themselves the richest of toilets. At length the Cid, leaving his wife and daughters, went to meet his future sons-in-law with a most magnificent retinue. The Infantes were escorted to the banks of the Tagus River by Don Alfonso himself. There, for the first time in many years, the king and Ruidius met. The king marveled much at the Cid's remarkable beard, and was almost overawed by his dignity and the pomp with which he was surrounded. When the Cid entertained Don Alfonso and the Infantes at a banquet, the chief men were served from dishes of gold, and no one was asked to eat from aught less precious than silver. The Infantes were quite dazzled by the sight of so much treasure, and were more than ever anxious to wed the Campeador's daughters. When the banquet was over, the king, having assured himself that Ruidius meant to obey him, returned to his home, while the Cid escorted the Infantes to Valencia. Dona Ximena and the 2 young girls received Diego and Ferrando with every grace, and all things were done to make them comfortable and happy. In due season the wedding took place and the festivities lasted for 15 days. Gala arches were raised in the streets, rich tapestries and embroideries were hung out from the balconies, and ladies flung down garlands on the bridal couples as they passed. After the wedding the Infantes still lingered with their brides in Valencia, and now, alas, the Cid could not but see with deep sorrow that his sons-in-law possessed neither courage nor nobility. One afternoon it happened while the Cid lay sleeping in the hall that a huge lion, kept in a cage in the courtyard, escaped from its keepers. The Infantes and others were playing at chess in the room with the sleeping Cid when they were suddenly startled half out of their wits by seeing the lion glaring angrily just at their very elbows. All present, with the exception of the Infantes, thought first of the sleeping Cid, and rushed to his side to protect him. But Diego and Ferrando thought of naught but their own precious skins. Ferrando the younger scrambled under the bench where the Cid was lying, and with such speed that he burst his doublet and tore his mantle, while Diego fled to a door which opened down into the courtyard, and blindly jumping out, fell among the lees of a wine-press, thus making himself ridiculous and utterly spoiling his finery. At the sound of the lion's roar the Cid awoke, and seeing at a glance what had occurred, he sprang forward, laid one powerful hand on the lion's mane, and led him back to his cage. It was some time before Ferrando, pale and trembling, crawled out from his retreat, and Diego, wet and dirty, came in from the courtyard, but when they did appear, the whole company set up a shout and spared no laughter at their expense. Stung by the ridicule, the two young cowards felt compelled, when next the Moors threatened the city, to make a great show of bravery, and they boasted loudly of the mighty deeds which they should do in the battle. This appearance of courage delighted the old hero, but when Diego saw a stout Moor bearing furiously down upon him in the midst of the encounter, he took to his heels and fled. Just then a Spanish soldier, appearing on the scene, slew the Moor, and Diego stopped running long enough to purchase from the victor the horse of the fallen Moor. He then returned to the city and boasted of the horse as a trophy which he himself had won by his bravery in the battle. The Cid was again delighted, but in a few days the truth of the matter leaked out, and the Infantes became the objects of still more ridicule than before. At length Ferrando and Diego began to resent so deeply the mockery that met them, that, being altogether unwilling to admit themselves to blame, they argued by some roundabout method that the Cid was responsible for it all, and they planned to be revenged on him in the cruelest manner possible. They would strike at him through his daughters, his lovely and innocent daughters. So they went to the Cid and said, "We have lingered here for 2 years with you, nor ever presented our brides to our parents. Pray let us take them back to Carrion." The thought of losing his daughters tore at the Cid's tender heart. "When ye take away my daughters," he said, "ye take my very heartstrings. Nevertheless, it is fitting that you should present them to your parents." Doña Ximena's consent to her daughter's going was not yielded so readily, but at length her judgment was overborne, and she and the Cid regretfully bade their daughters farewell, while the lovely young things wept bitter tears at leaving their dearly loved parents. As a token of affection at parting, the Cid bestowed on his sons his 2 most valuable swords, Tizona and Colada, won in course of battles against the Moors, and he sent his nephew Felez Munoz along as escort to his daughters. 2 days after leaving Valencia the Infantes prepared to carry out their revenge. They came at sunset to a beautiful oak forest called the Oak Wood of Corpes, and here they prepared to spend the night. The trees grew thickly about, and wild mountains shut in the spot, abounding in savage beasts, but there was a clear green glade in the midst of the forest with a cool fountain nearby, and for this reason it was chosen for the encampment. At sunrise next day the mules were loaded and the cavalcade arranged in marching order, when the Infantes gave orders for all to move on without them, saying that they should follow later in company with their wives. Slowly, and much against their will, the escort under Feles Munoz passed on out of sight and hearing, and the four were left alone. "Why are we left thus alone?" asked Doña Elvira, trembling. "You shall soon see," said Diego sternly. Then these two infamous wretches seized the girls by their hair, beat them cruelly, and kicked them with their spurs. After this they stripped them of their rich ermine furs and their mantles, and left them grievously wounded at the mercy of any wild beast. Now, Feles Munoz, though he had ridden on ahead, liked not the looks of things, and being full of the darkest misgivings, he left the escort at length and rode back at full speed to the fountain. There he found his cousins alone and in such pitiful plight that they could not even speak. Casting his own cloak about the nearly naked women, he bore them tenderly to a neighboring thicket, and there he watched over them all night, for he dared not leave them to go in quest of aid lest some savage beast attack them. Strong man that he was, he wept pitying tears over those two innocent girls who had suffered so unspeakable an indignity. At dawn he hurried off to a neighboring village, and there found a husbandman who was deeply bound by a debt of gratitude to the Cid. With his help the two girls were brought to the village and tenderly cared for in the husbandman's cottage, while Feles Munoz rode off to tell Ruy Diaz what had occurred. On his way to Valencia, Feles met Alvar Fañez, proceeding with a gift of Moorish treasures from Ruy Diaz to the king. Hearing the sad tale of Feles, Alvar Fañez went on in great grief and repeated the news to the king. Furiously angry, and knowing himself to blame for the marriage, Alfonso promised to hold a Cortes in 3 months at Toledo, and there force the infamous Infantes to answer for their deed. As to the Cid, when he heard what had happened to his beloved daughters, he wept bitter tears. Yet he cried sternly to those followers who urged him to take speedy vengeance on the criminals, "Nay, justice shall come to me through the Cortes. Do not stir mine anger more. I wish not to commit a deed of violence. I will wait the course of the law." Alvar Fañez, in returning, stopped at the village where the two girls had found refuge, richly rewarded the faithful husbandman, and brought them under his protection back to Valencia. The Cid came out 2 leagues to meet them, but now he wept no more. He greeted them with cheerful smiles, though all of his company wept, and he soothed them tenderly, saying, "Ye are come home, my children, and God will heal you." Thus the girls were restored to the arms of their mother and father. On the day appointed for the meeting of the Cortes, the Cid went with much magnificence to Toledo, and he was there honored with a splendid seat at the very side of the king. Then came the craven Infantes, most unwillingly, to answer before the assembly for the crime which they had committed. Quietly, with splendid dignity, the Cid arose from his ivory throne. First, he but asked the return of his 2 good swords. Glad to get off so easily, the Infantes produced them at once. Then the Cid demanded the return of all the money he had given the youths at parting. This they were not so willing to yield, but to this request also they agreed, hoping again that no more would be demanded. A 3rd time the Cid arose, and now at last he thundered forth such a denunciation, described the dastardly crime in such burning words, that all men shrank away from the shame-based Infantes, and the Cortes decreed as one man that the young cowards must answer for their crime by facing in the lists any knights whom the campeador might choose. This was a terrible decree to such cravens as Diego and Ferrando. The day of combat came, and they stood in the lists against the Cid's most powerful champions. In such cowardly wise did they acquit themselves that they were most infamously defeated. Thereafter they were made to confess their crime publicly, and evermore suffered the scorn and contempt of all good men. As to the Cid, he returned home with honor to his wife and daughters, and not long thereafter the princes of Aragon and Navarre proposed for the hands of the lovely young damsels. These 2 youths, proved most worthy husbands, and the Doñas Elvira and Sol at length found a well-deserved happiness, which brought joy to the hearts of their mother and that hale old hero their father, Ruy Diaz, the Campeador and Cid. End of section 37. A Tale of the Cid and His Daughters. Recording by Daniel Hennis.
Section 38 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeanie Whitfield from Traditions in Biloxi, Mississippi. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. A Perfect Night by Geoffrey Chaucer. A knight there was, and that a worthy man, that fro the time that he first began to riden out, he loved chivalry, truth and honour, freedom and courtesy. Full worthy was he in his lordes very, and thereto had he ridden no man fairer, as well in Christendom as in heathenesse, and ever honoured for his worthiness, and though that he were worthy, he was wise, and of his porter he as meek as is a maid. He never yet no villainy, ne said, in all his life unto no manner white. He was a very perfect genteel knight. End of section 38, read by Jeanie Whitfield.
Section 39 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Sir Beaumains, the Kitchen Knight, a legend of the Round Table. The king will follow Christ, and we the king, in whom high God had breathed a secret thing. Fall battle-axe and flash brand, let the king reign. It befell, in the days of King Arthur, that there dwelt in Orkney, with the old King Lot and Bellicent his queen, one last tall son, young Gareth, his elder brothers being gone to serve the king at Camelot, and Bellicent yearning in her heart to keep her last born by her side, to cheer the empty loneliness of her vast re-echoing halls, would never yield consent that Gareth should leave his father and herself to follow Arthur. Still Gareth never ceased from longing that he too might go to Camelot to serve the king, to ride abroad redressing human wrongs, and wiping all things base from out the world. "Ah, mother," he would cry, "how can you hold me tethered to your side? Man am I grown, a man's work must I do. I must follow the Christ, the King, live pure, speak true, right wrong, follow the King, else wherefore was I born?" So Gareth besought his mother continually, until at last Queen Bellicent was wearied of his prayers, and cried, "Go, if thou wilt, but an thou goest, I shall hold this one requirement fast. Thou shalt disguise thyself as a kitchen knave, and serve amongst the scullions, nor ever tell thine own right name for a 12-month and a day." By this request the queen thought secretly to keep her Gareth by her side, for never did she dream that he would still persist, and take his way to Arthur's service through such mean and lowly vassalage. A moment Gareth stood silent. Then he cried, "Though I be but a thrall in person, I shall still be free in soul, and I shall see the jousts." And so he went. In company with 2 old servitors, clad like tillers of the soil, he journeyed to Camelot, and there at last, upon the royal mount, he saw the city rising, her spires and turrets pricking through the silver mists and flashing in the sun. Beneath a splendid carven gate he entered in, and ever and anon a knight with flashing arms would pass him by. From bower and casement lovely ladies glanced, and through the busy streets a healthful people went about the business of the day in such security as comes from sure protection of a strong and gracious king. Thus Gareth passed on to King Arthur's hall, and there beheld the great king seated on his throne in all the majesty of mighty manhood. His tall knights ranged about, their eyes clear shining with the light of honor and affection and of faith in their great king. Thither came many more to make requests or seek for justice of the king. But in his turn, young Gareth stood before the throne and cried, "A boon, Sir King! I beg thee that thou give me place to serve among thy kitchen knaves a 12-month and a day, nor ask my name." "Fair son," said Arthur, "thou seemest a goodly youth, and worth a goodlier boon. But if thou askest nothing more, then have this thy request. Serve under my steward, Sir Kay." Now Sir Kay was a surly man of sour and evil temper. "I undertake this fellow is a villain born," he cried. "Doubtless he hath broken from some abbey or castle, where he had not beef and brewis enough. But an he do well his work for me, he shall be fed like any hog." "Nay," cried Sir Launcelot, "methinks thou dost not truly judge the lad. He looks like one of noble lineage who hides some secret in his scullion clothes." "Noble lineage!" scoffed Sir Kay. "And he were noble, he would ask for horse and armor. Noble, forsooth! Sir Beaumains, Sir Fairhands, since thou hast no other name, I dub thee Fairhands. Off with thee to thy knightly post beside the spit, Sir Fairhands." Thus it was young Gareth came by the name of Beaumains, which meaneth fair hands. Obedient to Sir Kay, he served within the sooty kitchen, turning the spit, drawing water, hewing wood, washing the greasy pots and kettles, and sleeping at night midst grimy kitchen knaves. And ever Sir Kay would harry him and hustle him and mock him beyond all others of his fellows. Yet for a 12-month and a day Gareth endured in patience and without complaint, and sometimes when there were jousts, Sir Kay would nod him leave to go. Forgetful then of aught besides, he watched the combats eagerly, and ever Sir Launcelot and others of the courtliest knights bespoke him fair, reverencing in spite of all his kitchen clothes, the nobleness writ on his face. So passed the time till Gareth had fulfilled in all good faith his vow unto his mother. Then he sought the king alone and told him all his tale. "O King," he cried, "make me thy knight in secret. Let no man know my name until I make a name, but give me the first quest." "Make thee my knight?" The king spake thoughtfully. "My knights are sworn to vows of utter hardihood, of utter purity and gentleness, of uttermost obedience to the king." But Gareth in full fire of youthful spirits answered, "O my king, for hardiness I promise thee, for uttermost obedience make demand of Kay, no gentle master to have served." Whereat the king, loving his lusty youthhood, yielded half unwillingly. "So be it. I will make thee my knight in secret." That same day there came into the hall, attended by her page, a lovely damsel with a brow of May blossom, and a cheek of apple blossom, and a nose tip tilted like the petal of a flower. "O King," she cried, "Lynette's my name. I come of noble lineage. Pray give me succor for my sister, the Lady Lyonors, who by a savage tyrant is shut up within her castle. About her dwelling place a river runs in 3 great loops, and at each pass across the stream 3 hideous brothers of the tyrant stand, all men that ride abroad to do but what they will, nor make acknowledgment of any law or king, and hate the very name of Arthur. These 3 are horrible enough, but he, the 4th, who keeps the last ward by the castle itself, a huge man-beast is he of boundless savagery. He always rideth armed in black, and bears a ghastly skeleton on his arms. Such are those 4 that hold my sister prisoner to force her, will or nill, to wed with one of them. So am I come to thee, to beg the best of all thy knights, Sir Launcelot, to save her from the clutches of these beasts." Hereat rose up the kitchen knave, Beaumains, and called with kindling eyes above the throng, "A boon, Sir King, grant me the quest." Much wondered all in that vast hall to hear a wretched scullion speak like this, but Arthur, mindful of his promise, said, "The quest is thine, I grant it to thee. Go." Then was the damsel wroth. "Fie on thee, King," she cried. "I asked for thy chief knight, and thou hast given me but a kitchen knave." And she, in anger, took her horse and fled away. With that came one and told Beaumains that horse and armor stood ready for him, the gift of Arthur. And when he was armed therein, there were but few so goodly men as he. The people marvelled, and the kitchen thralls, pressing from out the kitchen to see one who had worked more lustily than any among them, mounted and in arms, threw up their caps and shouted loud. Through midst of all this shouting Gareth rode away. As he drew near Lynette, he cried, "Damsel, the quest is mine. Lead and I follow." But Lynette, with petulant thumb and finger, nipped her slender nose. "Away!" she shrilled. "Thou smellest all of kitchen grease. And look behind, there cometh he, Sir Kay, thy master, to reclaim his kitchen knave." For Kay, angered at seeing his underling thus sent on knightly quest, had come pursuing with hot haste, in confidence that he should prick the bubble of the young lad's pride by hurling him at once into the dust, and so return him to his kitchen vassalage. And as he rode, the steward bawled, "Ho, Sir Beaumains, Sir Fairhands, wait! Know ye not me, your master?" "Master no more," quoth Gareth. "Thou art the most ungentle knight in Arthur's court." Therewith Sir Kay ran furiously upon him. Sir Gareth met the charge, but at the first shock of encounter, Sir Kay fell to the ground so stunned he could not rise. Then Gareth once again cried to the damsel, "Lead and I follow." Fast she fled away at full speed of her horse. When Sir Gareth won her side, she cried, "Weenest thou that I think the more of thee, because through some mischance thou hast overthrown thy master? Nay, brooch turner and dish-washer, to me thou smellest all of kitchen as before." "Damsel," said Sir Gareth, "say to me what ye list. I will not leave you whatsoever ye say, for I have undertaken of King Arthur for to achieve your adventure, and I shall finish it unto the end." Maddened at his good words, the damsel flashed away again down the long avenues of the boundless wood. So they rode on until the dusk, when from a hilltop they espied below a gloomy hollow, in the deeps whereof a mere, red as the round eye of an owl, glared in the half-dead sunset. And there came flying toward them from the wood a serving man in great affright. "O my lord," he cried to Gareth, "help me! For hereby are 6 thieves that have taken my master and bound him fast. They hate him for that it hath been his work to keep this forest ever free from thieves, and even now they are about to slay him." "Bring me thither," Sir Gareth said. Into the darkening pines they plunged, and there, amid black shadows, saw 6 tall men hauling a 7th along with a stone about his neck to drown him in the mere. Sir Gareth rode full boldly on the thieves. One at his first stroke he struck to earth, and then another and a third. Thereat the other 3 in terror fled, and Gareth was left master of the field. Right courteously he loosed the prisoner's bonds, and took the stone from off his neck. He proved to be a stalwart baron, Arthur's friend, who thanked Sir Gareth gratefully, and prayed him to ride back unto his castle, that he might there reward him for his deed. "Sir," said Sir Gareth sharply, "I will have no reward. For the deed's sake only did I do the deed." And with his lady he rode on again, but Lynette bespake him all as haughtily as before. "Scullion, think not that I accept thee aught the more for running down these craven fellows with thy spit. A thresher with his flail had scattered them as easily. Nay, for thou smellest of the kitchen still." Sir Gareth only answered, "Say thy say, and I will do my deed." Thus they rode on, and ever the lady chid him as before. That night they rested in the wood, and on the morrow rose and brake their fast. Then took their horses and rode on their way. The sun was scarcely risen above the tree tops when at length they reached the first pass of the stream that coiled about the castle. Beyond a bridge that spanned the river with a single arch, there rose a silk pavilion, yellow in hue, with yellow banner flying, and before it paced a knight of huge, gigantic mould, in yellow armor. When the yellow knight espied the damsel, he cried out, "Ho, damsel, hast thou brought this knight from Arthur's court to be thy champion?" "Nay, nay, sir knight," Lynette quoth shrilly. "This is but a kitchen knave sent by King Arthur in much scorn of thee." And turning to Sir Gareth she said, "Sir Scullion, flee now while thou mayest, for here stands one thou wilt not dare to face. Flee down the valley ere he gets to horse, and none will cry thee shame, for thou art not knight, but knave." Said Gareth, "Damsel, I had liefer fight a score of knights than bear the stinging wounds of words like thine." Then cried the yellow knight, "A kitchen knave, and sent in scorn of me! With such I will not deign to fight. I will but hurl him from his horse, then take his steed and arms, and so return him to his cursed king." "Dog!" cried Sir Gareth, "'twere well to win my horse and arms ere making thus much talk of taking them." He spake, and all at fiery speed the two shocked on the bridge. Their spears both bent, but did not break, and both knights shot from out their saddles to the ground. Full quickly they arose, and drew their swords, and Gareth lashed so fiercely with his brand, he drave his enemy backward down the bridge, whereat the damsel cried, "Well stricken, kitchen knave!" So fought they till Sir Gareth laid his enemy grovelling on the ground. Then cried the fallen, "Take not my life, I yield." And Gareth said, "So this damsel asketh of me? Good, then will I spare thy life." "Insolent scullion!" cried Lynette, and all her face flushed rosy red. "I ask of thee? I will be bound for nothing unto thee." "Then shall he die." And Gareth there unlaced his helmet as to slay him, but she shrilled, "Be not so hard, Sir Scullion." "Damsel," Sir Gareth said, "thy charge to me is pleasure. At thy command his life is spared. Arise, Sir Knight, and pass to Arthur's hall. See that thou crave his pardon for thy crimes. Thy shield is mine. Farewell. And, damsel, lead and I follow." Fast away she fled. "Methought but now," she cried, "when I watched thee striking on the bridge, the savour of thy kitchen came upon me a little faintlier, but the wind hath changed. I scent it 20-fold." Sir Gareth answered laughingly, "The knave that doth thee full service of a knight is all as good, meseems, as any knight toward freeing of thy sister." "Sir knave," she cried, "thou art peacocked up with thy success, but at this next turning thou wilt meet thy match." So when they reached the second river loop, they saw across a shallow ford a second huge knight all in green armor. Beholding with Lynette one bearing his brother's shield, he cried, "Is that my brother there with thee?" "Nay," piped Lynette, "this is but a kitchen knave that hath overthrown thy brother and taken his arms." "False traitor," bawled the Green Knight, "thou shalt die." Therewith he blew a blast upon a horn all green. There came 3 damsels from a green pavilion and armed him with a shield and spear, both green. Astride a monstrous horse he rushed upon Sir Gareth. In midstream they met. At the first shock they brake their spears, and then they drew their swords, and each gave other battle. A long while they fought thus, but at the last Sir Gareth smote the Green Knight such a buffet on the helm that he fell heavily on his knees and yielded him. "Oh, pray thee, slay me not, Sir Knight," he begged. And so Sir Gareth sent him likewise to the king. Once more he cried unto Lynette, "Lead and I follow." Quietly she led. Said Gareth, "Hath the wind not changed again?" "Nay, not a point. Right soon thou shalt be overcome." So they rode on, and by mid-afternoon came to the last loop of the river. Here on a grassy plain there rose a silk pavilion all blood red, and round about on dark and mournful elms were hanging by the neck nigh 40 goodly knights, a woeful sight. These knights, the damsel said, came hither to do battle for my sister. All these the Red Knight overcame, and put to such a shameful death. In the same wise will he serve thee. A shameful knight who useth shameful customs, Gareth cried. I fear him not. And then they saw fast by the stream a sycamore tree, and thereon hung an horn, the greatest that ever they saw, made all of an elephant's bone. Thereunto Sir Gareth spurred his horse, and blew the horn so eagerly that all the forest rang. The Red Knight issued forth completely armed, a huge and threatening figure, looming up in sinister blood red. Beware, Sir Fool, he roared. Hath not the sight of yonder knights taught thee thou shouldest beware? Weenest thou that such a shameful sight should make me fear? Nay, truly, it but causes me to have more hardihood to meet with thee. And so the two knights shocked together on the bridge. Both fell from off their horses and addressed themselves to battle on foot. A fearful struggle followed, for this knight had thrice the strength and fierceness of the other two. Like boars they fought. They hewed great pieces from their harness and their shields. Oft Gareth brought the Red Knight to his knees, but ever he vaulted up again and smote the harder, till Sir Gareth panted with the long-drawn struggle. But now Lynette called out, Well done, knave knight! Well stricken, knight knave! O knave as noble as any knight! Strike! Thou art worthy of the Table Round! Strike! Strike! The wind will never change again! When Sir Gareth heard her speaking thus, he doubled his pace, and smote his foe so thick, he drave him to the bridge's edge, and there at last forced that foul slayer of men to lose his footing, so he fell headlong to the stream. And then Sir Gareth cried again unto Lynette, Lead, and I follow. But the damsel full gently said, I lead no longer. Ride thou at my side. Thou art the kingliest of kitchen knaves. Shamed am I that I so reviled thee. But I am noble, and did think the king had scorned me to give me but a kitchen knave. And now thy pardon, friend, for thou art wholly brave, yet ever courteous and gentle withal. Damsel, thou art not all to blame, Sir Gareth said. I should have small esteem for any knight who let a maiden's words arouse his anger. Then cried the damsel, Now thou hast done enough. Wonders thou hast done. Miracles thou canst not. Turn back and fetch Sir Launcelot to meet this last gigantic knave. I dare not have thee face this hideous man-monster who guards my sister's castle. So terrible is he that he never shows his face by day. But I have watched him like a phantom glide about at night, nor have I ever heard his voice. Always he hath made a mouthpiece of his page, who still reported him as having in himself the strength of 10. He calleth himself Death. Oh, I beg thee face him not. But Gareth only went more straightly forward. Thus they came in gloomy twilight dusk upon the castle, and there before it rose a huge pavilion, all in black, beside which hung a long black horn. Sir Gareth grasped the horn and blew a mighty blast. Within the palace lights began to twinkle, and high up in the tower, at one bright window, Lady Leonore's appeared. Below came sound of muffled voices through the gloom, and hollow tramplings up and down, while weird, misshapen shadows flitted past. 3 times Sir Gareth blew his eager blast. Then, through the black pavilion's gloomy folds, high on a coal-black steed, there issued slowly forth the monster knight in coal-black arms, whereon in white a ghastly skeleton gleamed, and on his helm a grinning skull. In the half-light he came advancing, but he spake no word. Thereat in indignation Gareth called, Fool! Canst thou not trust the strength thy God hath given thee, but to make the terror of thee more, must trick thyself out thus? Still the monster spake no word, which made the horror of him all the more. His black horse bounded forward. Sir Gareth met him with a steady shock. Then lo! What wonder came to pass! He of that fearful aspect fell at the first encounter easily to ground. He rose, and with one stroke Sir Gareth clove the grinning skull and helmet underneath. And out from all that trickery of terror issued but the bright face of a blooming boy. "O knight," he cried, "slay me not! My brothers bade me do it, to make a horror all about the place. They never dreamed their passes would be passed." Thus was the Lady Leonore set free, and in the castle was high revel held that eventide, that after all their foolish fears, he whom they had so dreaded was proven but a blooming boy, and in good time, some say, Sir Gareth won Lynette to be his bride. End of section 39. Recording by mlcui.
Section 40. Opportunity of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendytoesocks. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Opportunity. This I beheld, or dreamed it in a dream. There spread a cloud of dust along a plain, and underneath the cloud, or in it, raged a furious battle, and men yelled, and swords shocked upon swords and shields. A prince's banner wavered, then staggered backward, hemmed by foes. A craven hung along the battle's edge, and thought, had I a sword of keener steel, that blue blade that the king's son bears, but this blunt thing, he snapped and flung it from his hand, and lowering crept away and left the field. Then came the king's son, wounded, sore bestead, and weaponless, and saw the broken sword, hilt buried in the dry and trodden sand, and ran and snatched it, and with battle shout, lifted afresh, he hewed his enemy down, and saved a great cause on that heroic day. End of section 40. Recording by Wendytoesocks.
Section 41 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asaf Koss. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Fridtjof the Viking. Retold from the Norse saga of Fridtjof. In the royal halls King Valle reigned. Power and might were his, and descent from a noble line of kings. Yet his best beloved friend, his old brother in arms, closest of all to his heart, was none other than Thorsten the Viking, born of no royal blood, but son of an humble yeoman. Staunch were the hearts of these two in devotion to one another. As the fast-passing winters silvered their heads, their friendship only grew deeper and stronger. Throughout all the northern lands, in hall and bower, the Skates sang songs of that beautiful friendship. Now King Valle had 2 sons and 1 lovely daughter, Ingeborg the Fair. But Thorsten had one only son, the stalwart stripling Fridtjof. When Ingeborg and Fridtjof were little more than smiling babes, their fathers committed them to the care of a third trusty friend, old Hilding, who dwelt at a distance from the court in a rich and handsome farmhouse that rose from the midst of well-kept barns and blossoming fields and pastures. There, in sturdy simplicity, Ingeborg and Fridtjof passed together a pure and joyous childhood. She a soft budding, sweet blushing rose, and he an oak, straight and lordly. How happy was he when, as a mere boy, he took her first in his swift skimming skiff out on the blue waters of the fjord, and she clapped her hands in childish glee as he set the snowy sail. How happy when he first lifted her up to peer at the eggs and little ones in the nests of the beautiful songbirds that lay hidden amongst the trees. No brook was ever so wide and angry that he did not carry Ingeborg across, her little white arms tight about his neck, her head against his breast. The first blossom in the woodland peeping up beneath the snow, the first luscious ripened strawberry glowing red from its tangles of leaves, the first golden ear of corn, he carried them all to his little queen. But almost before old Hilding knew it, it was no more these childish treasures, but a great bear, slain without a weapon in breast-to-breast struggle, that the young hero bore slung across his shoulder, to lay at Ingeborg's feet. When winter came, and the long home evenings with all the housemates gathered together before the blazing hearth, young Frithjof read aloud the ancient lays of Odin, the All-Father, and Valhalla's heavenly halls, but not one of the all-goddesses, not even Freya the Fair, seemed to Frithjof more lovely than his own sweet playmate sitting there in the ruddy glow of the flaming logs, her hair in golden ringlets, her brow as white as the new-driven snow, her blue eyes soft and gentle as the tender sky in spring. And Ingeborg herself, as she sat at her loom through the day, singing the deeds of heroes, and weaving into her tapestry with wool of many colors the figures of knights and soldiers and the heroes of her singing, began to make her hero more like in face and bearing to the stately Frithjof. Above all others on earth, Ingeborg and Frithjof loved each other. Then the heart of old Hilding misgave him. "Beware, my son," he said to his ward. "Let not this love of thine master thee. No good can come of it. Remember, Ingeborg is daughter of a king, and thou art but son to a yeoman." But Frithjof laughed the warning to scorn. "The freeborn man is second to none," he cried. "The world is the free man's. I will do such deeds that the king himself will be proud to give me his daughter." Now came the day when old Beli and Thorsten, sitting side by side in the palace with faces lined and marked till they looked like ancient rocks deeply graven with runes, spake thus to one another. "Our day is done. For earthly sights our eyes grow dim. Ever nearer shines Valhalla. Ere the white-armed Valkyries with flying hair bear us off to those heavenly halls, let us call our sons before us and give them good counsel. They should be ever knit firmly together as we have been in closest unity and love." So came the sons, first Beli's eldest, dark and gloomy, with stern and sullen brow, Helge, heir to the throne. Then Halfdan, Beli's younger lad, with sunny locks and noble features, yet too soft, a maid almost, in warrior's guise. Last of all came Frithjof, by a head the tallest of the three, standing between the king's two sons, like the full and radiant noon between shy dawn and lowering dusk. "Sons," spake the king, "my day is sinking low, and yours will soon be breaking. As you are brothers, so be friends, and rule the land in harmony. Let power stand guard at your borders, that no enemy enter in. But let peace hold gentle sway within the land in your safe keeping. Your swords should never threaten, but protect. Guard well your people, and act ever in unity with them, for a king is not without the people. Be never hard when thou art king, O Helge, only firm. Remember, gentleness alone leads a noble heart to right doing, even as the spring's mild breath opens the earth, which wintry frosts but harden. And thou, Halfdan, be mindful that cheerfulness graces a wise man, yet do carelessness and frivolity ill beseem a king. When the king had made an end of speaking, Thorsten thus addressed his son. Honor the gods, O Frithjof, for reverence becomes a man. Obey the king and never envy him whose place is above thine own. Thou hast great bodily strength, but remember, such a gift is worthless unless joined with wisdom to direct it. Turn thee from evil, bend thy will to what is good and noble, and do right. Thus wilt thou not have lived in vain. Many more were the loving words spoken by the old warriors on that day. They told the youths of their long friendship, and how through joy and sorrow they had ever stood together, hand in hand, sharing alike the changeful gifts of life. And both bequeathed their friendship to their sons as a jewel of greatest price. Last of all, King Beli committed his beloved daughter, Ingeborg, with many tender words to the care of his two sons. When we are gone, he said, old friend Thorsten and I lay our bodies in 2 mounds, which you shall raise, one on each side of the blue bay. Its waves shall sing our dirge, but when the pale moon pours on the mountains her silver sheen, and midnight dew lies cool upon the fields, then we too will still commune together in closest comradeship. And now, sons, fare ye well, go back to your work and play. For us, our way lies to All-Father's halls, the place of rest for which we long, as long the weary rivers to the sea. Go, and the grace of Frey and Thor and Odin go with you. Not many months thereafter, Beli and Thorsten had departed from this life for the glories of Valhalla, and their bodies, as directed, lay side by side in mounds on each side of the bay. Then went a herald riding through the land from farm to farm, from home to home, summoning all the people to the Ting, the general meeting of true-hearted free men, in whose breasts is safely housed the honor of the nation. There Helga and Halfdan were elected joint kings to rule the realm together. Frithjof too entered now into his inheritance, the homestead of his father at Framnas, with hills and valleys and woods, 3 miles each way, and the sea as boundary on one side. The heights were crowned with birchwood, and many a shining lake mirrored the mountains and forests where antlered elks stalked majestic. In the gently sloping fields the golden barley ripened in the sun, and rye so tall that a man might hide in it. The green and blooming pastures in the valleys were dotted with herds of kine and flocks of sheep, as white and fleecy as the cloudlets in the sky. In the stables there stood in stately rows 24 fiery steeds, their manes braided with red ribbons, their hoofs glistening with polished shoes. But the wonder of the place was the banquet hall, a palace in itself, built solidly of fir trunks. So large it was that 600 guests hardly filled it at the Yuletide feast. The table of oak stretched the whole length of the hall, and was waxed to a polish as bright as steel. The raised platform at the host's end was adorned with true statues of gods, Odin with royal mien, and Frey with the sun on his brow. Between the two was the host's seat, covered with a huge black bearskin, with scarlet mouth and silver mountain claws. It seemed but yesterday that Thorsten himself sat there, gravely and yet genially entertaining his friends, while the logs blazed high on the deep stone hearth in the middle of the hall. Stars peered down through the smoke escape in the roof, and the firelight gleamed and glinted from the armor that hung on the walls. But of all the family treasures which now fell to Frithjof, the most dearly prized were the ancient and peerless sword, Angurwadel, and the great dragon ship, Elide. Long stretched as a sea serpent rose the prow of Elide, the neck swung aloft in graceful curves, the head with red mouth wide open. Her sides were blue with spots of gold. At the stern her mighty tail uncoiled in rings, silver-scaled. Her sails were black-tipped with scarlet, and when she unfurled them she could fly like the storm wind, and far exceed in fleetness the eagle's flight. When filled with men in armor she seemed like a floating castle. Great was the fame of that ship. Far and wide was she known as peerless in the north. Over all these treasures now was Frithjof master, and he sat at the funeral feast, a tearful host on his father's seat, which should henceforth be his own. When the earth had donned once more her robe of green, few dragon ships still lingered in the harbours. Most of that bold craft had sallied forth on foreign ventures, as was the Norseman's wont. But Frithjof thoughts did not roam the seas these moonlit nights of lovely May. He sought the solitude of the woods. While Elide swung restlessly in the harbour, tugging at her anchor, his thoughts were full of Ingeborg alone. And so one day he loosed the ship. She bounded from her moorings and bore him with swelling sails across the bay to the spot where Helga and Halfdan sat, on King Beli's grave mound, holding open court of justice. Proudly yet respectfully Frithjof spoke. O kings, I love fair Ingeborg as mine own soul, and crave her at your hands to be my bride. Such surely was your father's wish, for it was by his will we two grew up together. True, my father was neither king nor earl, yet he did such deeds as give his name high place in all the songs of skalds. I myself could easily win a kingdom, yet would I liefer stay at home and guard your realm for you, protecting with my sword your royal castle and the poor man's hut alike. We are here on your father's mound. Hear ye his sons, and do as he would have wished. But King Helge started to his feet, and spake in scornful tones. Our sister is not for the bonder's son. Though thou shouldst by force of arms compel men to hail thee greatest of all Norseland's sons, never should maid of Odin's blood mate with a low-born adventurer. Nor is there any call for thee to take thought for my realm. I can hold it and care for it myself. If thou wouldst be my servant, there is a place for thee amongst my men-at-arms. At words so hateful, the warm welling spring of friendship in Frithjof's heart closed tight. Fierce burning wrath sprang up instead. In clarion tones he cried, Thy servant I will never be, black-hearted king. Take heed that thou keep well thy boast, and find no need for my good sword. It is a trusty blade. And he clove with one furious stroke King Helge's golden shield that hung on the limb of a tree above him. As it fell with an ominous clang to the ground, Frithjof strode from the place, black-browed with anger that consumes like fire and withers in the human heart, all gently springing buds of great and good desires. Meantime, in a nearby kingdom dwelt the old King Ring, a man of such pity and wisdom as were famed throughout the Northland. The verdant valleys and shady woods of his happy realm never resounded with the evil noise of war. Peacefully the crops ripened there, and roses bloomed, for justice sat enthroned, severe yet gracious, on the judgment seat, and freedom dwelt with peace in happy harmony. At the meetings of the Ting, every man was free to speak his mind without restraint or fear, and like a father was the king beloved by all his subjects. But now King Ring's good wife was dead, and though he loved her with undying love, he saw necessity for the sake of his country and his motherless babes to choose himself another bride. "My old-time friend, King Valle, left a daughter," he said. "For her hand will I sue. True, she is but young, just budding into bloom, playmate of lilies and roses, while many a winter's snow lies on my scanty locks. Still, should she find in her heart some love to give an honest man, though he be old, and womanly care for tender motherless babes, then fain would my winter share with her spring this throne." So he sent warriors and skalds with attendants many to bear gifts and honorable offers to King Valle's sons. Right royalty was the train received, but when King Helge with his priests consulted at the altar to inquire the will of the gods concerning this marriage, the omens were so dark, so portending such disaster, that Helge, ever a slave to dark and gloomy superstitions, rejected King Ring's wooing right curtly, while childish Hampden, with scant respect, made an open joke at the old man's expense. Bitterly angered, the envoys departed. All the story of their insulting dismissal they told to King Ring. The good old man, who would have accepted graciously a courteous refusal, answered little, but his words were grim. With his spear he struck the iron shield on the bough of an ancient linden tree, the signal that summoned all the people to arms. War heralds hurried right and left. Soon, in answer, the dragon ships came crowding, with their blood-red crests and helmets nodded in the breeze. King Helge heard of this warlike array, and was greatly perturbed in spirit, for though great pride of heart was his, he was utterly lacking in courage. Moreover, he knew that King Ring, although he loved not war, was all the more a powerful foe for the very reason that he never gave battle without just cause. Knowing that King Ring's first attempt would doubtless be to carry Ingeborg away, Helge ordered his sister to retire into the enclosure of Baldur's temple, thus placing her in pure and gentle keeping of the best beloved among the gods. The temple of Baldur was to all the peoples of the north the most sacred of all sanctuaries, and whatever woman or maid had taken refuge there was secure from the approach of any man. Death awaited him who should force a way into that holy place. There lovely Ingeborg sat day after day, sad and tearful, bending over her embroidery frame, plying her needle or sorting her silks and golden threads. Fridtjof, meantime, lived on, moody and moping in the seclusion of his freehold at Framnas. He nursed his wrath and would not go to Helge's aid. All his thoughts centered instead on one fierce intent. He would see Ingeborg once more, the sunshine of his life. No matter what the cost, he would enter the sacred enclosure of Baldur. He sent secret word to Ingeborg that he was coming, and his good ship Elide bore him by night to the unguarded shore of the temple grounds. There Ingeborg was waiting in the pale dusk of a northern night in spring. How joyous was their greeting, though likewise full of tears. True, Ingeborg was frightened at Frithjof breaking thus into the sanctuary of Balder. But he led her reverently to the cavern statue of the gentle god and said, Balder, the good, can never be angry at the innocent meeting of two lovers. We mean no disrespect to him. Before his altar we will ever bend the knee. Thus many a happy meeting they two had in secret after that first daring step. But at length, with many prayers and tears and 1,000 coaxing ways, Ingeborg won Frithjof's promise, when next the Ting should meet, presided over by her brothers, to go before the people, once more ask her of the kings, and offer them his hand in friendship. So came the day, when free men gathered to the Ting. On Beli's mound, from top to bottom, Northland's free men stood in ordered ranks, with hand on hilt and shield to shield. On the stone judgment seat King Helge sat, dark as a thundercloud, and by him Halfdan, a grown-up boy, leaned carelessly on his sword. Suddenly Frithjof stood before them. King Helge, he said, war stands at the borders. Thy realm is threatened. Give me thy sister, and my arm is thine to fight thy battles loyally. Cast prejudice aside. Let all ill-feeling be forgotten. Here is my hand. A murmur as of rising sea waves swept over the Ting. 1,000 swords struck applause against 1,000 shields, and voices here and there swelled into one mighty roar. Oh, give him Ingeborg! He is the best sword in all the land! In vain. With cold contempt King Helge said, the bonder's son might even yet call Ingeborg bride, but never he who sacrilegiously broke into Balder's temple. Speak, Frithjof, didst thou not commit that crime? Say yes or no. A shout went up from the ring of men. Say no, O Frithjof! We will believe thy word and woo for thee. Thorsten's son is equal of kings. Say no, and Ingeborg is thine. But Frithjof answered, the will or woo of all my life hangs on my answer, yet would I never tell a lie to buy Valhalla's joys, much less the joys of earth. I did in truth enter the sacred precincts of Balder's temple to speak with Ingeborg, but did not thereby disturb the peace of that holy place. A groan of horror ran throughout the Ting. Those nearest Frithjof recoiled with blanching cheeks, as though his deed had been a crime unspeakable. In tones low and ominous, Helge said, our laws leave me free to order either death or exile for such a deed as thine. Yet will I be merciful. Far out on the western sea there lies a cluster of islands over which Earl Angantyr rules. As long as Beli lived, the Earl sent yearly tribute, but not since Beli's death. Go, demand the tribute and bring it home. Thus and thus only mayest thou redeem thy life and honor. Bitterly Frithjof sought once more Ingeborg in the temple. At first, in his madness, he urged her to flee with him, flee far away to the smiling blue seas of distant Greece, to that land of soft and balmy breezes, so different from the cold and hardy Northland. But Ingeborg, though all her heart was longing, would not listen to his pleading. She would not flee away in lawlessness, and let Frithjof taint his honor further still. By her gentle pleading, she persuaded him to go and expiate his guilt by seeking Engantyr. Then, he cried, when my task is performed, my honor cleared, and I am free from guilt, I will return and demand thee of the open Thing, that, and not Helga, is thy rightful guardian. And he gave to Ingeborg as pledge of his undying love a wondrous golden armlet, curiously wrought and adorned with a matchless ruby. So he went, and Ingeborg, from the mighty rocks on the shore, watched the dragon ship Elida make off to the distant sea. Long and wistfully she watched, her heart sad and full of forebodings. Hard was Fridtjof's journey westward and through terrific tempests, but at last, storm-battered and weary, he and his men arrived at the court of Earl Engantyr, Lord of the Orkneys. Splendid indeed was the hall of the Earl, and far less crude than the halls of the Northland. Fridtjof's walls had not to cover the bare rough-hewn planks, but the Earl's were hung with gilt leather hangings, stamped with many a cunning design. Instead of a hearth in the middle of the floor, Earl Engantyr's hall had marble mantels at both ends of the room, with chimneys so well constructed that no smoke remained inside, and no soot blackened the walls. The windows had panes of glass, and for lighting at night there were silver sconces with waxen candles, instead of the smoky but fragrant pine chip stuck in a chink of the planking to which Fridtjof was accustomed. High on a dais, in a chair of massive silver, the Earl sat in state, his golden helmet and corselet flashing. He wore a rich purple mantle embroidered with stars and bordered with bands of ermine. Courteously he received Fridtjof, for Thorsten had been his good friend. When Fridtjof had eaten and drunk, he frankly told Earl Engantyr that he had come for tribute. As he spoke thus boldly, a silence fell upon all in the hall, but at length Earl Engantyr said, "Tribute I never paid. I held Bailly in honor, but never was vassal of his. As to his heirs, I know nothing of them. If they have any claim, let them be men and come and enforce it themselves. But Thorsten was my friend, and this is my gift to my old friend's son." So speaking, he gave to Fridtjof a belt pouch worked in green with a clasp of rubies and a tassel of spun gold. The pouch was filled full of golden coins. "Do with this gift as pleases thee. If it be thy wish, give it over unto King Helge when thou returnest. But do thou and thy men stay with us the winter through, I pray thee." So Fridtjof remained in the Orkneys through the winter, but at the first breath of spring in the air, at the first touch of green in the thawing fields, he thanked his host and once again entrusted himself to the sea. Merrily Elida drew the silver furrow over the dark blue plain. What joy it is to the mariner to set the sails for home, to watch for the smoke which rises from his own hearth, for the rock from which a faithful maid has daily looked for him out to sea. So watched Fridtjof with beating heart and dimming eyes as he neared the rocky northern shore. This is his own land, and those are his own woods. There is the temple of Balder, where his beloved Ingeborg awaits him. And now he can hear the waterfall, which rushes headlong down the rocks. He rounds the headland. A moment more, and he will see the roof of his homestead above the trees. He looks and rubs his eyes and looks again. There is no sign of his beloved Framness anywhere. Yet stay! A tall chimney stack, bare and black, rises from the midst of a heap of ruins. He looks and looks again, his heart stands still, then he leaps ashore. Everywhere is a waste of cinders, ashes, charred and broken stones. Nowhere is there a sign of life. Only his faithful hound springs to him in wild glee, and his favorite courser, milk-white with golden mane, comes bounding from the woods. A moment more and old Hilding stood suddenly by the side of the broken-hearted man. "Alas, dear son," he cried, "there was a battle with King Ring, just one soon after thou didst go. Despite his boyishness, King Halfdan showed himself a man, but Helga lost heart and fled, and that was the end. As he passed thy homestead in flight, he burned it to the ground. Then the brothers had no choice. King Ring would accept of no peace offering but their sister. Poor Ingeborg! How that brave and gentle spirit sorrowed! In these arms of mine I lifted her from the saddle on her wedding day, slender and swaying as a lily stalk. King Helge caught sight of thy bracelet on her arm. Roughly he tore it off with a curse. Now by her wish thy last beloved gift is on Baldur's arm, in his sacred keeping, but Ingeborg is the bride of King Ring." Violently then Frithjof burst forth with words of madness in his mighty grief. "The coward, to rob the eagle's nest when the eagle was flown! I will repay him!" It was midsummer night. Over the hills stood the midnight sun, blood-red and beamless. It was not day, it was not night, as something grey and weird between. On that night was held a yearly festival of sacrifice to Baldur, and Frithjof knew full well that the priestly Helge would be found in Baldur's temple. Wild with grief and fury, he rushed to the spot where Helge stood by the altar stone. At sight of him, the blood left Helge's face. Frithjof spoke in a voice like the storm wind for fury. "Here is thy tribute, take it. Then here by Baldur's pyre we fight for life or death." As he spoke he took from his belt Earl Angantyr's heavy purse and hurled it straight at Helge's head. Blood spurted from the royal mouth and nose. Helge's knees gave way, and senseless he sank to the ground. "What?" mocked Frithjof. "Canst thou not stand the touch of thy own gold, thou most dastardly of Norseland's sons?" Then he turned, scarce knowing what he said, to the statue of Baldur. "And thou, pale Baldur, check thine anger, for by thy leave I must have that bracelet upon thy arm. It was never meant for thee." He snatched at the bracelet to strip it off in his fury, but it seemed grown fast to the statue's arm. At last, with a mighty wrench, he jerked it free, but the statue swayed as he did so, and fell headlong into the altar fire, while the priest stood speechless with horror. In a twinkling, the flames leapt upward and caught at the beams of the roof. At that awful sight, Frithjof awakened suddenly to the sacrilege of his deed. For a moment he stood transfixed. Then rushing to the doors he cried, "Open wide the doors! Get out the people! The temple burns! Water! Pour the sea!" From all directions men came running. A chain was quickly formed from the temple to the beach. Buckets ran from hand to hand, and soon the water was hissing, sputtering on the heated wood. Frithjof climbed with frenzied bravery to the top of the threatened roof, and sitting there astride, midst the hideous flames and smoke, he flooded all with water as the buckets were passed up to him. His voice never ceased ringing out commands. He alone directed the work, but all was in vain. The flames he had started raged with the same relentless fury as those but now raging within his own breast. It was as though gentle Baldur, roused to wrath, had meant to show him to the full the fierce destructive nature of that consuming fire he had nourished, but now within his heart. From the temple the flames spread to the trees of the surrounding grove, licking the curling, shriveling foliage up, sweeping with a roar like the tempest, challenging the very heavens. At last, from a sea of fire, the grove suddenly collapsed into a wilderness of glowing stumps, a vast heap of dead grey ashes and embers, like angry red eyes. Early morning showed the night's awful work of destruction. Silently the people dispersed, and Frithjof went his way alone, filled full of the horror of his deed, made an outcast from among men by the frenzy of his fury, weeping the scalding tears of a strong man's despair. For Frithjof now there seemed nothing to do but go to sea in his dragon ship and lead the life of a Viking. 3 years long he roamed the seas in his floating castle, the sore and restless spirit within driving him to many a wild adventure, till his name was named throughout the north for the crude bold courage of conquest. But in all this was not to bring real content to the sorrowing soul of Frithjof. When he reached those softly smiling seas of sunny Greece, that once he had described to Ingeborg as a place of such delight, he was overcome with homesick longing for the rough and rugged Northland and for Ingeborg. And so he turned his dragon ship at last to the realm of King Ring, with one thought only in his heart. He must see Ingeborg. He must. It was Yuletide. King Ring, serene and gracious, sat at the head of his own festive board, with his queen fair and gentle beside him. Spring and autumn strangely mated. Suddenly a stranger stood in the doorway, an old man of enormous stature, wrapped in a bear skin and leaning on a staff. At sight of him, a company of youthful retainers by the door laughed and exchanged jeering glances. The stranger's eyes shot forth blue lightnings. With one hand he seized the nearest of the scoffers, a flippant beardless youth, and with no effort whatsoever stood him on his head. At that the others grew silent, and King Ring called the man to him. "What is thy name, and whence comest thou?" he said. "My name is nothing to thee," said the stranger. "Misery is my country, want my patrimony. Yesternight I slept with a wolf, tonight I come to thee." When the king had heard all this, he said quietly, "Come, sit thee down by me, but drop that clumsy disguise. I know thou art no old man, and I like not deceit." So the guest let the shaggy pelt fall back from his head, and there in the old man's place stood one in all the splendor of youth. From his brow long golden locks fell to his shoulders. A blue velvet mantle thrown back from his breast showed a broad silver belt on which was graven a hunt with flying hart and pursuing hounds. Broad bands of gold glittered on his arms. By his side hung his sword. Thus the hero stood revealed. Into the queen's pale cheeks the blood shot quickly, even as a snowfield flushes with reflection of the crimson northern lights. "Thou art welcome," said the king, "to our Yuletide feast." Amid a profound and reverent silence, the boar was brought in, the emblem of Frey, the sun god who from this, the longest night of the year, begins to gather strength to overcome the evil brood of winter giants. Skillfully roasted whole, with wreaths of evergreens around his neck and shoulders, and an apple in his mouth. As the bearer set the heavy burden down upon the table, the king and all his guests bent the knee. Then the feasting began. "Come now, my queen," cried King Ring, "serve our guest with mead." Quietly Ingeborg took a horn mounted with hoops of gold that stood on bright silver feet upon the table before her, and filled it to the brim. Then she offered it with downcast eyes to Frithjof. Thereafter the skald took the harp and began to sing. High ran the harmless merriment, and ere the evening was done, King Ring had invited his guest to stay with him all winter. Frithjof made no promise, yet from day to day he lingered. Ingeborg gave no sign that she knew him, not even a glance, and a stern feeling of honor kept Frithjof from speaking, save as an utter stranger to the queen. Well he knew that King Ring regarded as his enemy that Frithjof whom he had never seen, but who once had wooed his wife. Yet now the old man seemed more and more to take delight in his unknown guest's companionship. He would hear of no excursion, no amusement without him. On a certain day the king and queen and all their court went on a sleighing and skating expedition across the frozen waters of the fjord. King Ring himself drove a famous Swedish trotter hitched to a swan-shaped sleigh, with Ingeborg in her nest of furs by his side. Frithjof on skates was racing the trotter to the court's amazement and delight. Suddenly there was a shriek of horror. Sleigh and horse had broken through a thin spot on the ice and almost disappeared. A moment more and they would be sucked by the current under the ice. But in that instant Frithjof was on the spot. He grasped the horse's head at the bit and with one pull had him out and on his feet. Then he helped him drag the sleigh with his precious human load beyond the line of danger. "A good pull and a strong," cried the king in admiration. "That wonder of strong man, mine enemy Frithjof, could not have done better." And now he pressed Frithjof so earnestly to remain until spring that at last the young man gave his promise. In due time spring came with chirping of birds and woodland foliage and long, long days. Once more the rivers ran blithely singing, glad of their liberty to the sea. A great hunt had long been planned to open the season. Bows creaked, arrows rattled, steeds pawed the ground, and at last she appeared for whom all were waiting, Ingeborg, the lady of the hunt, alas, so beautiful that Frithjof must needs turn his eyes away. All was ready, off they went, horns blowing, falcons soaring, garments flying, over hill and dale, hi-ho! King Ring could not ride so fast as the others, and he and Frithjof were thus left far behind, for Frithjof stayed ever courteously by the old man's side. Wearied out, the king at last dismounted from his horse to rest in a quiet grove midst ancient elms and birches. Frithjof took off his mantle and spread it on the ground. There King Ring stretched his weary limbs and soon fell asleep. As he slumbered, hark! A Blackbeard sang into Frithjof's ear. "Haste, Frithjof, strike the old man while he slumbers, and none are by to see. Then take the queen, for rightfully she is thine." Frithjof listened, but hark! In the other ear a Whitebeard sang, "If no human eye can see, still all father's eye is upon thee. Villain, the man is old and unarmed. Thou canst not kill him." Thus by turns the two birds sang, till Frithjof drew his sword in horror, and to thrust temptation from him, flung the blade far off with violence. Then the blackbird flew away, but the whitebird soared on light pinions high up into the sunlight, and its joyful carol was like the tone of a silver bell. Abruptly the old king rose from his slumber. "Where is thy sword?" he cried. "It was not safe in my hand. I flung it far from me," Frithjof replied. "Hear then, O youth," said King Ring. "I did not sleep as thou didst suppose, but now I only wish to test thee. Thou art Frithjof. I have known thee from the moment thou didst enter my hall, but well have I seen in these last moments that thou art a man to be trusted. I pity thee and forgive thine attempt to deceive me. I am an old man and soon will be rejoicing in Valhalla. When I am gone, take thou my queen, she is thine by right, and guard my realm for my infant son. But until I go, abide with me and be my son. There is no longer a feud between us." Deeply Frithjof marveled at the old king's greatness of soul. Humbly he acknowledged it, yet still in his heart burned the memory that he was an outcast from man by reason of his sin in Baldur's temple, and for such as he there could be little hope of good. So he glumly made up his mind to take his leave of the lovely Ingeborg. On a certain day he came to say farewell, but in that very hour King Ring departed this life to come into All-Father's presence. What then could Frithjof do but linger? In an open field under the blue canopy of heaven met the Ting. A new king must be chosen. There stood Frithjof of straight and tall upon the judgment stone, and close to him the little golden-haired child of Ingeborg, King Ring's sole son. A murmur passed around the circle of men as they looked on Frithjof's stalwart form and coveted him for a leader. "The child is too young to rule us," they said, but Frithjof raised the little one upon his shield. "Behold your king," he cried, "the country's blooming hope. See how at ease he stands upon the unsteady shield. My sword shall guard his kingdom, and on his brow some day my hand shall place his father's crown." Standing on the shield, the child looked up with eyes as bold as an eagle's. And when he had tired of this novel game, he sprang with a royal fearlessness from that great height to the ground. With a roar of delight the Ting greeted this daring feat, and man cried out, "We choose thee king! Be as thy father great and good, and let Earl Frithjof rule in thy place until thou growest a man. Do thou, Earl Frithjof, take the mother of the boy to be thy wife." But Frithjof paid no heed. He only kissed the little king upon his brow in homage, and strode forth alone and silent, his grief for his mighty sin still keeping him from Ingeborg. Led by his deep repentance, he wandered back to that blackened grove and temple of his crime, longing for forgiveness. "Cannot repentance and a blameless life atone for a moment's madness?" he cried, and threw himself in a mighty grief and sorrow on his father's mound, praying to know how he might redeem himself. As he lay there he slept, and in his sleep saw a vision. A wonderful new temple he saw, a temple of marvelous beauty in place of the mass of ruins he had made, its dome of crystal pure and blue as virgin ice or the winter sky. Frithjof gazed in awe upon that structure, and then awaking, cried with joy, "The sign! I am to rebuild Baldur's temple fairer than ever before. O joy that it is given to me to atone!" And so Frithjof set himself to work to redeem his sin of destructive fury by building anew the temple. More beautiful than ever, with a dignity more stately, a substance more enduring, it rose again, and when the work was done, the day of consecration came. 2 by 2, 12 maidens entered the sacred place, robed richly in cloth of silver, the bloom of roses in their cheeks and in their innocent hearts. In graceful, stately dance they moved around the altar as woodland fairies dance on the grassy mounds while morning dew yet sparkles on the grass. And as they danced they sang the sacred lay of Balder. Frithjof stood leaning on his sword spellbound. It was as though his days of Viking life, with all their lawlessness, were passing from him altogether, while the joys and dreams of his boyhood came trooping around him, blue-eyed, flower-crowned, smiling, beckoning. Higher and higher his soul was lifted above the lowly haunts of human hatred, human vengeance. One by one the iron bands of dark enslaving human passions that had held his breast oppressed fell off as winter's ice melts from some mighty rock. The sunshine of peace and love flooded his heart. He could have held the world in fond encircling arms. Now entered Balder's high priest, tall and of commanding presence, with silver beard flowing down to his girdle, and heaven's own graciousness in his mild and noble countenance. Frithjof's heart was thrilled with reverent awe as the old man spoke. "Welcome, son Frithjof. I have looked for thee to return. For power misled into violence is sure to come to its senses at last, and unite with gentleness, if the man's nature but be noble. Thou wouldst atone and be reconciled. Knowest thou the meaning of these words? To atone and be reconciled is to rise after a fall purer, better than before. We offer sacrifices to the gods and call them atonement, but they are only signs, symbols, not the thing itself. No outward act can take the burden of guilt from thee. A man's atonement is within his own breast. I know of one sacrifice dearer to the gods than rarest incense. It is the surrender of thy own heart's hatred, thy thirst for vengeance. If thou canst not tame these, if thou canst not forgive, then hadst thou better stay away from Balder's fane. Then is thy building of this temple useless. Balder's forgiveness cannot be bought with a few blocks of stone. Thou hatest Beli's sons. Only now has there come news that Helge lies slain in Finland. Halfdan rules alone. Offer him thy hand, sacrifice to the gods thy wrath. Else is all thy building of the temple vain." Here Halfdan stepped across the threshold, and with timid look, which well became his boyish beauty, stood waiting. Slowly, Frithjof loosed from his belt the sword and dagger, and laid them on the altar. Then he approached Halfdan and held out his hand. "I offer it thee in truest friendship," he said. Flushing with joy, King Halfdan laid his hand in Frithjof's, and they two, long parted, joined in a new-made bond, as firm and strong as their native rocks. Even as they spoke, Ingeborg entered in bridal robes. With happy tears she fell upon her brother's breast, and he gently placed her in Frithjof's arms. Then was performed the wedding rite, and before Balder's face, now smiling once again, Ingeborg became the bride of the lover of her youth. End of section 41.
Section 42 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Story Girl. Kalevala, Land of Heroes. Retold from the Kalevala, the national epic of Finland. Come and hearken to this story, caught from winds and waves and woodlands, from the pastures of the Northland, from the meads of Kalevala. In the ancient times it happened, in the shining land of heroes, that there dwelt an aged greybeard, Väinämöinen, famous minstrel, in the vales and on the mountains, through the verdant fields and forests, in the ancient halls and dwellings, ever chanting tales of heroes, singing legends of his people. And so wondrous was his singing that it rippled like the rivers, easy flowing like the waters, easy gliding as the snowshoes, like the ship upon the ocean. Well beloved was Väinämöinen. Now it chanced this ancient greybeard, sweetest, best of boasted singers, thought to take a wife unto him from the dismal, darksome Northland, from the land of cruel winters, from the land of little sunshine, from the land of worthy women. So he ordered to be saddled his fleet-footed steed of magic, and astride that wondrous courser he began his journey northward. O'er the plains of Kalevala he went plunging onward, onward, straight across the blue sea waters, wetting not the hooves in running. But a minstrel less successful, evil-minded Joukahainen, nursed a grudge against the greybeard, in his heart the worm of envy. He prepared a cruel crossbow, and at breaking of the day dawn, turned his eyes upon the sunrise, saw a black cloud on the ocean, something blue upon the waters. This he knew for Väinämöinen. Quickly now young Joukahainen, Lapland's vain and evil minstrel, aimed with steady care his crossbow, and with hatred pulled the trigger. Like the lightning flew the arrow o'er the head of Väinämöinen, harmless to the upper heavens, scattered all the flock of lamb clouds. Undiscouraged, Joukahainen shot again, and yet a third time, striking then the greybeard's courser, that light-footed ocean swimmer. Thereupon wise Väinämöinen headlong fell upon the waters, plunged beneath the rolling billows from the saddle of the courser. Then arose a mighty storm wind, roaring wildly on the waters, bore away old Väinämöinen far from land upon the billows, washed him seaward on the surges, seaward, seaward, further, further. Väinämöinen, old and truthful, swam through all the deep sea waters, floating like a branch of aspen. Swam 6 days in summer weather, swam 6 nights in golden moonlight. Still before him rose the billows, and behind him sky and ocean. So at last he grew disheartened, sad and weary, hoping nothing. Then there came a bird, an eagle, sweeping downward from the heavens. He beheld brave Väinämöinen struggling there upon the ocean, and was moved with great compassion. Swift he flew unto his rescue. On his back he took the greybeard, bore him safely on his pinions to the distant shore of Northland, to the dismal Sariola. There he left him, sad and weary, on a cheerless promontory, in his bitter accents weeping, longing for his home and kindred, for his home in Kalevala. Now the fairest maid in Northland, young and slender maid of beauty, on the morrow of the morrow, rose before the sun had risen, sheared her 6 soft gentle lambkins, scrubbed the smooth white birchen tables in her mother's low-ceiled dwelling, swept the ground floor of the stable with a broom of birchen branches, carried in a copper shovel all the sweepings to the meadow. There she lingered by the surges, heard a weeping from the seashore, heard a hero voice lamenting. Thereupon she hastened homeward, hastened to her mother's dwelling, told to ancient toothless Louhi all the story of the wailing. And old Louhi, hastening shoreward, pushed her boat into the waters, straightway rowed with lightning swiftness to the weeping Wainamoinen. Comfort gave she to the minstrel, wailing in a grove of willows. Then she took the hapless hero to her home in dark Pohjola, where she fed him and revived him, gave him warmth and food and shelter. And yet ever Wainamoinen, when his heart grew warm within him, still was longing for his homeland, for his native land and kindred. Oh, to hear the cuckoo singing, hear the sacred cuckoo calling. Now the ancient toothless Louhi knew her guest for a magician, and she longed with great desiring to possess the magic gristmill, that same magic gristmill Sampo that could grind unmeasured treasures. So she cried to Wainamoinen, "I will give thee to my daughter, for thy bride, the Maid of Beauty. I will send thee to thy homeland, to thy much-loved Kalevala, there to hear the cuckoo singing, hear the sacred cuckoo calling, if in turn thou forgest for me that same magic gristmill Sampo." Wainamoinen, much regretting, answered that he could not forge it.
"How to forge the mill I know not, but," he said, "if thou wilt take me to my distant much-loved homeland, I will send thee Ilmarinen. Worthy smith is Ilmarinen. He can forge for thee the Sampo."
So replied the hostess Louhi, "If thou givest me thy promise then to send me Ilmarinen, I will let thee leave Pohjola for thy distant home and kindred." Not delaying, much rejoicing, Wainamoinen gave his promise. Thereupon the hostess, Louhi, harnessed quick a faithful reindeer, hitched him to her sledge of birchwood, placed within it Wainamoinen. But before her guest departed, she addressed him thus in warning, "Do not raise thine eyes to heaven. Look not upward on thy journey while the day-star lights thy pathway. If thine eyes be lifted upward ere the evening star has risen, dire misfortune will befall thee. Some sad fate will overtake thee." Thus advised, old Wainamoinen started fleetly on his journey, hastened homeward happy-hearted. Fairest daughter of Pohjola, glory of the land and water, sat upon the bow of heaven, on its highest arch resplendent, in a gown of richest fabric, in a gold and silver air-gown, weaving webs of golden texture, interlacing threads of silver, weaving with a golden shuttle, with a weaving comb of silver. Merry flies the golden shuttle from the maiden's nimble fingers. Came the ancient Wainamoinen, rushing down the highway homeward, had not ridden long since starting, ridden but a little distance, when he heard the sky loom buzzing, as the maiden plied the shuttle. Quick the thoughtless Wainamoinen lifts his eyes aloft in wonder, looks upon the vault of heaven. There beholds the bow of beauty, on the bow the maiden seated, beauteous maiden of the rainbow, glory of the earth and ocean. Wainamoinen, ancient minstrel, quickly checked his fleet-foot reindeer, thus addressed the charming maiden.
Come, fair maiden, to my snow sledge. Come and seat thyself beside me. Let me take thee to my dwelling, to my home in Kalevala, there to be my queen and lady.
But the Maid of Beauty answered from her throne amid the heavens that she had no wish to wed him, had no wish to leave her homeland, had no wish to leave her mother, wished to stay a maiden always. All in vain the minstrel begged her. She but answered him with jeering. Could he now do this or that, setting tasks that even magic scarce could hope to have accomplished? Then she might consent to wed him. Nothing daunted, Wainamoinen, the most skilful of enchanters, every task she set, accomplished, crying always to her,
Maiden, I have done what thou desirest. Come thou then into my snow sledge.
Lastly said the Maid of Beauty, casting down her magic spindle, I will go with that one only, that will make me ship or shallop from the splinters of my spindle, from the fragments of my distaff. Not delaying, Wainamoinen took at once the wooden splinters, set to work to make the vessel. Full of zeal he plied the hammer, swung the hammer and the hatchet, till the power of evil Hisi, making use of that sharp hatchet, turned aside the axe and falling, cut the knee of Wainamoinen. From the veins that Hisi severed, there came gushing forth a bloodstream, came a bloodstream crimson-coloured. Nor could then old Wainamoinen, for the whole of his great knowledge, stay the crimson stream from flowing. Truly, truly had old Louhi warned him never to gaze skyward till the evening star had risen, till he could not see the maiden. Heavy-hearted, full of weeping, then he climbed into his snow sledge and went dashing down the highway seeking someone who could help him. Here and there he asked assistance. There was no one who could heal him. But at last he found a greybeard dwelling in a little cottage. Wiser he than all the others. When he heard the minstrel's story, from the hearth arose the greybeard, crying thus,
O iron hatchet, tell who taught thee all thy malice, tell who gave to thee thine evil. Ukko, god of love and mercy, God and master of the heavens, come thou hither, thou art needed. Come thou quickly, I beseech thee. Lend thy hand to aid thy children. Touch this wound with healing fingers. Stop this hero's streaming lifeblood. Bind this wound with tender leaflets. Mingle with them healing flowers. Thus to check this crimson current. Thus to save this great magician. Save the life of Wainamoinen.
Thus, at last, the bloodstream ended as the magic words were spoken. Then the greybeard brewed a balsam, brewed a magic healing ointment, touched the wounds of Wainamoinen with the balm of many virtues, speaking words of ancient wisdom.
Do not walk in thine own virtue. Do not work in thine own power. Walk in strength of thy Creator. Do not speak in thine own wisdom. Speak with tongue of mighty Ukko. In my mouth if there be sweetness, it has come from my Creator. If my hands are filled with beauty, all the beauty comes from Ukko.
Wainamoinen, old and truthful, felt the help of gracious Ukko. Straightway stronger grew in body. Straightway were the wounds united. Straight he walked in perfect freedom. Then the ancient Wainamoinen raised his eyes to high Jumala, looked with gratitude to heaven, looked on high in joy and gladness, thus addressed all-knowing Ukko.
O be praised, thou God of mercy! Let me praise thee, my Creator, since thou gavest me assistance and vouchsafed me thy protection. healed my wounds, and stilled mine anguish. God alone can work perfection, give to cause its perfect ending. Never hand of man can find it, never can the hero give it. Ukko is the only master.
Wainamoinen, the magician, quickly hitched his fleet-foot reindeer, put his racer to the snow sledge, straightway sprang upon the cross-seat, snapped his whip adorned with jewels. Like the winds the steed flew onward, made the snow sledge creak and rattle, made the highway quickly vanish. On he dashed, through fen and forest, over marshes, over mountains, over fertile plains and meadows, till he came to Kalevala. Then began old Wainamoinen in his secret heart to ponder.
It may now be far from easy to induce good Ilmarinen to go forth from home and kindred to the dismal, darksome Northland. He may never be consenting to fulfill my given promise.
Long he spent in fear and doubting. So he called to aid his magic, and he sang aloft a pine tree, wondrous tall, with branches spreading in the ever-shining sunlight. And he sang again, enchanting, sang the moon and great bears starlets to come down from out the heavens, and to hide within the fir tree, from its emerald branches shining. This accomplished, he went onward to the forge of Ilmarinen. There he found the mighty blacksmith, wielding his great copper hammer.
"Welcome home, good Wainamoinen,"
said the friendly Ilmarinen.
"Where hast thou so long been hiding?"
Spake the minstrel, Wainamoinen.
"I have much to tell thee, brother. I have spent my days in Lapland, all the days of my long absence. There I saw a lovely virgin, fairest maiden of the Northland. From her temples beams the moonlight, from her breast the gleam of sunshine, from her forehead shines the rainbow. Ilmarinen, worthy brother, thou the only skilful blacksmith, go and see her wondrous beauty. See her gold and silver garments, see her robed in finest raiment, see her sitting on the rainbow, walking on the clouds of purple. Forge for her the magic Sampo, forge the lid in many colors. Thy reward shall be the virgin. Thou shalt win this bride of beauty."
But the mighty smith suspected that already Wainamoinen had made the promise in the Northland he should come to forge the Sampo. And he answered shortly, flatly,
"I shall never visit Northland. Go to dreary Sariola, not for all the maids in Lapland."
Then, alas, did Wainamoinen turn his wisdom into cunning, fearing lest good Ilmarinen never could be coaxed to going.
"If thou wilt not, then thou wilt not."
Thus he spake, and seemed contented.
"But I wish to tell thee further of a wonder seen but lately as I crossed the meadows homeward. In the branches of a fir tree I beheld the Great Bear shining, and the moon itself from heaven caught amongst those emerald branches." "I shall not believe thy story,"
said the wary Ilmarinen,
"till I see the blooming fir tree, see the moon and Great Bear's starlets."
This was Wainamoinen's answer.
"Come with me, and I will show thee."
Quick they journey to behold it, haste to view the wondrous fir tree. Ilmarinen in the treetop spied the gleam of golden moonlight, spied the shining silver starlight.
"Climb the tree," said Wainamoinen, "and bring down the moon and starlets."
Ilmarinen, struck with wonder, senseless, thoughtless, climbed the fir tree, having neither wit nor judgment, thinking but to seize the treasures. Quick as thought, old Wainamoinen sang again in magic accents, sang a storm wind in the heavens, sang the wild winds into fury. Now the storm wind quickly darkens, quickly piles the air together, makes of air a sailing vessel, takes the blacksmith Ilmarinen, fleetly from the fir tree's branches, toward the never-pleasant Northland, toward the dismal Sariola. Through the air sailed Ilmarinen, fast and far the hero travelled, sweeping onward, sailing northward, riding in the track of storm winds. Louhi, hostess of Pohjola, standing in the open courtyard, quickly spied the hero stranger coming thither on the storm wind. "Who art thou?" she cried. "Of heroes." Spake the hero then in answer, "Who am I but Ilmarinen? I the skilful smith and artist." "Ilmarinen," cried old Louhi, "long I've waited for thy coming." And she turned into her dwelling, there to call the Maid of Beauty. "Come, thou fairest of my daughters, dress thyself in finest raiment, deck thy hair with rarest jewels. For the artist Ilmarinen hither comes from Kalevala, here to forge for us the Sampo, magic mill of many treasures." Now the daughter of the Northland straightway took her choicest raiment, on her brow a band of copper, round her waist a golden girdle, in her hair the threads of silver. From her dressing-room she hastened, full of beauty, full of joyance, there to greet the hero stranger. Louhi, hostess of Pohjola, led her guest unto her dwelling, seated him before her table, gave to him the choicest viands. Then she said to Ilmarinen, "Canst thou forge for me the Sampo? Hammer out its lid in colours. If thou canst, then to reward thee, I will give to thee my daughter." Ilmarinen looked about him, saw the maid of wondrous beauty, and he answered to old Louhi, "I will forge for thee the Sampo." Thereupon he sought a workshop, sought to find the tools to work with. But he found no place for forging, found no tongs, and found no hammer. "Only knaves leave work unfinished, grow discouraged," said the artist. "Never heroes, never brave men." And he went on, seeking further. On the evening of the third day came a rock within his vision, came a rock of rainbow colours. There the blacksmith Ilmarinen set to work and built his smithy, forged the tools that he had need of, and began to forge the Sampo. First he mixed together metals, put the mixture in the cauldron, laid it deep within the furnace, called the hirelings to the forging. Soon the fire leapt through the windows, through the door the sparks flew upward. Clouds of smoke arose to heaven, clouds of black smoke, circling, rolling. On the third night Ilmarinen, bending low to view his metals, on the bottom of the furnace saw the magic Sampo rising. Quick with tongs he seized the mixture, laid it down upon the anvil, beat it, skilful with the hammer, forged at last the magic Sampo. Wild rejoiced the old Dame Louhi, took from him the magic grist mill, found it could in truth grind treasures. Then she bore it off in triumph, hid it in a place of safety. But, full of modest, Ilmarinen went to seek the Maid of Beauty. "Wilt thou come with me?" he asked her. "Be my queen, O fairest maiden? I have forged for thee the Sampo, forged the lid in many colours." Northland's fair and lovely daughter saw the artist stand before her, saw him young and strong and handsome. In her heart was secret liking, yet she answered shyly, coyly, "I shall never leave my mother. Leave Pohjola's fens and forests, leave my native fields and woodlands." Ilmarinen, disappointed, yielded up his dearest wishes, turned away to leave the country, heavy-hearted, empty-handed. Louhi gave him every comfort, placed him in a boat of copper, made the north wind guide him homeward. Thus the skilful Ilmarinen reached again his native country. Straightway Wainamoinen asked him,
"Didst thou forge the magic Sampo?"
Spake the artist Ilmarinen,
"Yea, I forged the magic Sampo, forged the lid in many colours. Louhi has the wondrous Sampo. I have not the Bride of Beauty."
Then did ancient Wainamoinen think within him,
"Now the blacksmith has had every chance to win her, fairy maiden of the rainbow. And since he has failed to lead her to the halls of Kalevala, why may I not now attempt it, now attempt again to win her?"
So he decked a magic vessel, painted it in blue and scarlet, trimmed in gold the ship's forecastle, decked the prow in molten silver, made the sails of finest linen, sails of blue and white and scarlet. Wainamoinen, the magician, stepped aboard his magic vessel, steered the bark across the waters, sailing toward the dark Pohjola. But good Ilmarinen's sister saw the magic ship departing, hastened off and told her brother, told of Wainamoinen's going. Ilmarinen then, the blacksmith, bathed his head to flaxen whiteness, made his cheeks look fresh and ruddy, laved his eyes until they sparkled like the moonlight on the waters. Next he donned his finest raiment, donned his splendid silken stockings, and his shoes of marten leather, donned a vest of sky-blue color, and his scarlet-colored trousers, donned a coat with scarlet trimming, and a red shawl trimmed in ermine. Then he wrapped about his body a great fur coat made of seal skin, fastened with 1,000 buttons and adorned with countless jewels. On his hands he drew his gauntlets, with their splendid golden wristlets. On his head of many ringlets put the finest cap in Northland. Last he bade a trusty servant take the fleetest of his coursers, hitch him to his sledge of magic, place 6 cuckoos on the breakboard that should sit there, singing, calling. On the crossbars 7 bluebirds, richly colored, ever singing. Straightway then the trusty servant did as he had been commanded, and the artist Ilmarinen stepped into his sledge of magic. O'er his knees he drew the bearskin and the finest robes of marten, called then earnestly to Ukko,
"God protect my magic snow sledge, be my safeguard on the journey."
Fast and faster flew the Fleetfoot, down the curving snow-capped sea-coast, o'er the alder hills and mountains. Through the sand and falling snowflakes, bluebirds singing, cuckoos calling. Ilmarinen looked to seaward for old Wainamoinen's vessel. So at last he overtook it, and thus hailed the ancient minstrel.
"O thou ancient Wainamoinen, let us woo in peace the maiden, fairest daughter of the Northland. Let each labor long to win her. Let her wed the one she chooses."
Wainamoinen then made answer,
"I agree to thy proposal. Let us woo in peace the maiden, not by force or faithless measures. Let her follow him she chooses. Let the unsuccessful suitor harbor neither wrath nor envy."
Thus agreeing, on they journeyed. Now the hostess of the Northland saw the splendid ship approaching. At the helm the ancient hero saw the sledge approaching likewise, cuckoos calling, bluebirds singing, in the sledge the proud young hero. And she hurried to her daughter, urging, "Hither come 2 suitors. One will offer countless treasure, that the ancient Wainamoinen. He, the younger, Ilmarinen, cometh hither empty-handed. choose thou then the man of treasures. But the maiden made this answer, I will wed no man for treasures. For his worth I'll choose a husband. And when Wainamoinen landed, pulled his gaily colored vessel from the waves upon the seashore, hastened to the maiden, saying,
Be my bride and life companion.
She made answer shortly, surely, I will never wed thee, Greybeard. Oh, alas for Wainamoinen! Well for him had he not doubted, feared to trust the blacksmith's friendship, changed his wisdom into cunning, tricked his friend into the treetop, raised the storm that sent him northward. For when Ilmarinen sought again the rainbow maiden, spite of Louhi's opposition, raising obstacles to hinder, it was he, the maid of beauty, chose at last to be her husband, yielding with her maiden sweetness to the strength of his bold manhood. Ilmarinen, I will wed thee. So the ancient Wainamoinen lost the maiden he had sued for, and he knew, the wise and truthful, he had well deserved to lose her. Long prepared they for the wedding in Pohjola's halls and chambers. Finest linen on the tables, softest fur upon the benches, birchen flooring scrubbed to whiteness, all the rooms in perfect order. Then came young lads from the village, merry maidens from the hamlets. Then the ancient Wainamoinen, keeping well his faithful promise, feeling neither wrath nor envy, sang the joy of all assembled, to the pleasure of the evening, to the merriment of maidens, to the happiness of heroes. Thus he sang, wise Wainamoinen.
Grant, O Ukko, my creator, God of love and truth and justice, grant thy blessing on our feasting. Bless this company assembled for the good of Sariola, for the happiness of Northland, that we may recall with pleasure Ilmarinen's magic marriage to the Maiden of the Rainbow, Snow-White Virgin of the Northland.
End of section number 42. Recording by The Story Girl.
Section 43 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnne Bodorf. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. White Aster. Retold from a romantic Chinese poem. Autumn sunset glowing with gold. Manasso's lofty summit looming dark against the sky. No sound save now and then the crinkling fall of withered leaves. List, from yonder distant grove, silver toned through the stillness, the sound of a temple bell. From the last hut of frail bamboo on the edge of the little village comes a timid maid weeping and lifting anxious eyes to the mighty mountain above her. Poor little White Aster. 3 days ago her father left her and went hunting up the steep slopes of Manasso. 3 days ago, and no sign since of his return. Has the great mountain some dread secret about him? Does the mountain know why he lingers and leaves her thus alone? Benign and majestic, Mount Asso looked down upon her, but it did not tell her its secret. Sadly she turned, the little White Aster, and crept back into her lonely cottage. There she set about kindling the fire and brewing the tea for supper. But if the oleander beside the door but swayed its branches lightly against her flimsy walls, if a rabbit crept crackling through the bushes without, if the light breeze stirred the foliage somewhere near, each time she hoped it was the sound of her father coming home at last. The twilight slowly deepened. As it swallowed with its ashen grey the sunset's train of gold, White Aster stole out of doors once more to look anxiously about. Surely, it seemed, she must this time catch a glimpse of her father, climbing lightly down through the trees. Naught could she see anywhere but a flock of wild geese flying past, and purple ringed clouds rising slowly, drifting across the heavens. Softly the little maiden shuddered, yet she felt in her heart the insistent longing to go in quest of her father. Returning to the hut, she donned a straw cloak and red bamboo hat, and though night was already falling with threatened storm, she stole down the village street, crossed the swampy rice marsh, and began to climb the mountain. The steep path wound with a swift ascent. The grass lay dry and dead beneath her feet. Hushed were the voices of blithe insects. Only sable night yawned threateningly from the vale, and soon the rain came pelting down. But still White Aster searched and called. No traces of her father could she find. At times the rain would cease, the clouds roll back, and pale white moonlight for a moment cleave the gloomy pines. Far did the maiden climb alone in the darkness, up and up and up, till she knew not where she was, and all about seemed only night. Then suddenly she spied through the trees a faint red gleam, and heard low chanting of a priest, monotonous at prayer. Welcome the sound of a human voice to the maiden's lonely ears. Going in the direction of the light, White Aster passed through a grove of cypress and camphor trees, and came upon a ruined temple overhung by weeping willows that gleamed brightly beneath the sudden slivering of the fitful moon. Her light footfall on the broken stone approach fell upon the hermit's ears, and all unused to hearing steps in his retreat, far distant from the haunts of men, he fancied some demon or evil spirit must be coming to tempt him. Seizing a light, he flashed it out through the door and shouted forbiddingly, "Begone, thou spirit of evil, begone!" But when he caught a glimpse of little White Aster's lovely face, so innocent and sweet, her eyebrows twin half-moons, her dark hair like a cloud upon her snowy temples, he changed his mind and all his heart went out to her in pity. Taking her gently by the hand, he led her inside the sanctuary, and up where a great stone Buddha stood, benign and placid and august. Then he seated her at Buddha's feet before he asked, "Whence camest thou, little maid, and what art thou doing in this wilderness by night?" White Aster saw that her host was a man still young, of kind and comely countenance. Timidly she answered him, "White Aster is my name. I came but now from the village down below to seek my father, who has been for 3 days lost upon the mountain." Here tears stayed her from speaking further, but the hermit soothed her with his gentle voice, and warmed by his compassion, she burst forth with all her tale. "Ah me! The sadness of these later years! Ah me! Ah me! And yet my childhood was so happy with tenderest father and mother, a splendid home, and many servitors in those fair southern islands far away. So happy was I there. And then there came a day when savage foes bore down on my beloved homeland. Fire, sword, and ruin took the place of peace. My mother and I fled for our lives, and in our flight were separated from my father. All night and day we fled, and stopped at last for shelter in a mined temple. There, when we had recovered ourselves by rest, we built a booth to shelter us. Though neither she nor I had ever performed a hard or difficult task, so tenderly cared for had we been in that dear home of ours, we managed day by day to make provision for our own most pressing wants. But ever our hearts were longing for news of my dear father. 2 sorrows bore upon my mother's soul, the loss of him, her husband, and sorrow for her only son, a most beloved youth, who had been so wild and wayward that my father banished him from home, or ever I was born. Such tender love for him, her little Akitoshi, my mother cherished in her heart, such grief for his unworthiness, such yearning once again to gaze upon his face, that what with dwelling ever on her sorrows, as weeks and months went by with no news of my father, she pined away and died. "Ah," cried White Aster, weeping, Nature's self seemed to be mourning with me, for the breeze of autumn breathed its last, and so it died. The vesper bell from yonder village pealed a requiem o'er my mother. Thus she died. But dead yet lives, for ever face and form. She stands before my eyes, and in my ears I ever seem to hear her loving voice, speaking as in the days when, strict and kind, she taught me household lore, in all a mother. When she was gone I lived alone in that rude shelter, till it chanced one day my father, who had wandered everywhere in search of us, came on my place of refuge. His joy at finding me was great, but when he heard how my dear mother was gone, not all my tenderest love could soothe him or stay his soul from longing for her. And for that dear beloved son, the erring Akitoshi, ah me, my father, my dear father. During all this artless tale, signs of deep emotion had possessed the hermit's features. Akitoshi, oh alas, what sorrow he had caused! The wayward Akitoshi. At hearing of him, the hermit hid his face within his hand, that none might see him weeping. Yet he spoke no word till little White Aster had finished. Then he bade her tarry there within the temple until the sunrise, since the mountain at night was no fit place for such a tender little maid. White Aster therefore slept at Buddha's feet, shivering with cold, for her garments were far too thin to protect her from the cutting keenness of frosty mountain air. As she slept, she dreamt that her father himself appeared to her and said, "Dear little maid, a false step on the mountain hurled me down a deep ravine. Thence for 3 days I have been vainly trying to escape." At length the red dawn tipped the mountain tops, and birds, awakening one by one, peered from their nests to greet the day with joyous matin songs. Their music roused the sleeping maid. "Kind friend," she said to her gentle host, "farewell. I dreamed a dream about my father, and must start without delay once more upon my quest." The hermit stood within his door and looked long after her light form departing up the path, skirting the trunks of mighty trees, stealing beneath whispering pines. White Aster threaded many a different path of that vast mountain solitude. Now a timid deer fled from her path, and now some other woodland creature, but nowhere were there any signs of her beloved father. So intent was the little maid on her quest that she never noticed 2 dark forms which shadowed her to rearward, and ever came creeping nearer and nearer. At length there pounced upon her from behind 2 robbers. Little heeding her prayers or tears, they bore her away, and off to their rocky den. In vain she sent her wailing cries abroad for help. Echo with its hollow voice resounding from the lonely cliffs. Echo was her only answer. The brigard's lair was in a deep and gloomy spot beneath an overhanging cliff. Here they had created a miserable hut, with thatch so broken that it would have offered little shelter, save that dense foliage of a ginkgo tree, growing near, quite overshadowed it. In front a noisy stream went brawling by, while all the rocks about were hung with heavy curtains of ivy, which added to the gloom and dreariness of that dark place. Having brought their prisoner safely to this den, where dwelt the others of their band, the robbers cast her roughly on the floor, and proceeded then to eat and drink, making no use of chopsticks, but snatching with their fingers at the food, so wolfish was their hunger. Helpless sat the little maid before them, tears streaming down her cheeks. "We have plucked a pale-faced moonflower," jeered one among the band. "A tender blossom, to crush full easily beneath our feet, if its smile not at our bidding." And so the robbers taunted her while they were eating. When their meal was done, the captain took a koto or harp and thrust it into her hands, the while he cried with savage threats, "Now let us hear thee play. If thou dost hesitate, I swear with my good sword to cut thee into bits." White Aster dried her tears and drew one slender finger tremblingly across the strings. But at the sound of that one single splendid chord, all terror left the maid suddenly. Her heart was filled with confidence and power. Again, and once again, she swept the strings and drew from that small instrument such harmony of sound, such witchery of sweetness, such deep, soul-stirring melody, that, one by one, those robbers ceased all movement and listened, spellbound and entranced. So it chanced they failed to hear footsteps rapidly approaching their deeply hidden lair. Ere they suspected aught, the door flew open, and in burst one full armed with sword and spear. Sharp conflict followed, whereat the little maiden shrieked, and dropped her harp, and hid her face within her hands to shut out such a sight. The stranger bore himself right nobly. All that desperate robber band he stretched upon the ground before him, save only one who burst from out his grasp, and fled into the forest. At length came stillness in the room, and kind and tender arms lifted little White Aster. She dropped her hands that covered her face and saw the hermit before her. "Ah, little one," he cried, "I could not let thee tread the wilderness alone, and so I followed thee. White Aster, I must tell thee something. I am thy long-lost brother. I am that worthless Akitoshi, for whom our father and mother mourned. How my heart yearned to tell thee so when thou didst pour out all thy story in my hut. But false pride kept my lips tight closed, and so I let thee go alone forth into the forest. My brother Akitoshi, thou! Oh, thanks be to great Buddha." "Yes," said the hermit, "long ago I sorrowed for my waywardness, and for the grief that I had caused. But when last I went to seek my parents out and beg for their forgiveness, oh alas, I found our native village all in ruins, my father and mother gone, and no news of them anywhere. Now thou, White Aster, must be all in all to me. Together we will seek our father." Trustingly then White Aster put her little hand into the hermit's greater palm, and they two fared forth from the robber's lair, and passed on side by side through the twilight dusk, where the deep stillness of the night had hushed the forest, save now and then for some shrill cry of monkeys. They were at last on the very point of emerging from the dark ravine, when that one robber who had escaped the fray fell suddenly upon the hermit. A desperate struggle followed. Little White Aster, in dismay, sought to flee to some safe distance, but in the darkness she lost her way, nor when she sought to find her brother again did she know how to retrace her steps. In vain she called, "Oh, Akitoshi, Akitoshi, brother!" No answer came. All night again she wandered on the lonely mountain. Just as the sun was rising, she came out upon the summit of a cliff whence, looking down, she saw a tiny village nestling in the valley, and near it a wayside shrine. Making her way slowly thither, White Aster knelt in prayer. "O Buddha, divine protector, save a little maid," she cried. Just then there passed an aged peasant of the place, and seeing her so weary, with pale face and drooping form, he invited her to go with him to his own cottage. So he led her to his rustic home, and there gave her over to the care and comradeship of his young daughter, who received her kindly and with sweet compassion. In this rude home White Aster dwelt for many a day, yet never once ceased longing for her father and Akitoshi. But so lovely grew the little maid that fame of her soon travelled over all the land. At length the governor himself, in his great palace, heard tales of her surpassing beauty, and determined to have her for his bride. Without delay he sent a matrimonial agent to bargain with the peasant for her hand. Now the peasant had always been kind to the little guest, who thus had come beneath his guardianship, but the prospect of so brilliant an alliance turned his head, and he consented to the marriage on the spot without consulting White Aster. When the agent in his glory had departed, the old man went on to White Aster and said, "White Aster, I have promised thee today in marriage to the governor. Thou art honored above women. Make thee ready." Tears filled the little maiden's eyes. "I do not wish to wed the governor," she said. "What matter thou wishes? Thou must," the peasant answered. "But in very truth I cannot," the little maid replied with tears. "I am already promised to another. If I must tell thee all my secret, then know that I am not own daughter to that dear beloved mother who reared me from my childhood. She found me couched amongst the white chrysanthemums within a temple garden when I was but a babe, and deeming Buddha had sent me as a gift to bless her, brought me up and loved me ever as a daughter. But ere she died she made me vow full solemnly to wed none other but her son, my foster brother, Akitoshi." Now as she pleaded, weeping, the old peasant might perchance have heeded her, for in his heart he loved her. But at that very moment came hurrying from the governor the agent once again, bearing a chest full to overflowing of most magnificent presents. Acceptance of these on the guardian's part would make the bargain for marriage binding. Making of all a great display before the peasants' eyes, the agent so dazzled the poor old man that he greedily accepted them, while wondering neighbors stood gaping by, admiring with huge amazement. So little White Aster in despair perceived that, whether she wished or no, she would be forced to wed the mighty governor. Stealing at midnight from the peasant's home, she made her way across the rice fields to the rushing river. There she climbed up the high curved bridge that overarched the stream, and thought to cast herself into the plunging water. No other way there seemed to end her troubles. Closing her eyes, she uttered a final prayer, and was about to spring, when a strong hand grasped her shoulder, and a man's voice firmly said, "Stay, White Aster, stay!" Looking up, White Aster saw her Akitoshi himself. "So long have I sought thee, my little White Aster," he cried. The maiden knew not what to say for very joy. Words failed her at so great a moment. Once more, as on that night long past, she put her little hand in his great palm, and let him lead her tenderly away. Through the forest to his home they went. But now, in Akitoshi's hut, another joy awaited White Aster, a joy so great that her very soul went leaping up within her. For who sat there beside the fire but her beloved father? Eagerly she sprang to meet him. Solemnly he rose and blessed her. "I found him many months ago, when I was seeking thee," said Akitoshi, "and he has granted me his most august forgiveness." "Dear father," the little maid cried, "why didst thou leave me so long alone? Didst thou, indeed, as I once dreamed, fall from the mountainside into a deep ravine?" "Aye, little white blossom," the father said, "I fell into a deep ravine, with sides so steep I tried in vain to scale them. For 3 long days I tried, then gave up in despair. There seemed no hope but that I must surely perish, when suddenly appeared above, high on the summit of the cliff, a band of monkeys, gibbering and grimacing. Swinging out on the hanging vines that overhung the rocks, the monkeys showed me how I, too, might climb up by that means. Seizing a vine, I scaled at last, though with the greatest difficulty, that perilous ascent. Then I remembered well that once, not long ago, when I was hunting on the mountain, I spared the lives of a mother monkey and her babe, so in my need those whom I blessed me with great return. Thus little White Aster found her foster father once again, and great was the rejoicing in that hut. In time she married Akitoshi, and they 3 dwelt in happiness together, beneath the protecting shadow of the calm, majestic mountain. End of section 43. White Aster.
Section 44 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. The Exile of Rama, retold from the Ramayana, the sacred poem of India. In the midst of the pleasant plain, above the waving green mango trees, arose the walls and stately towers, the gilded turrets, battlements and spires of fair Ayodhya, ancient capital of King Dasaratha, and the children of the sun. Now this great king had led a life of virtue and valor, yet, though he had 3 queens, he had no son to follow him on the throne. So, when his years were many, he besought of heaven a worthy heir to take his place, to rule his people wisely and guard them well. In answer to his prayer, there came not 1 fine son, but 4. Rama, eldest born, son of the queen Kausalya, a babe as lovely as a star, so bright that every torch grew dim before him in the chamber of the queen. Bharat, the second son, beautiful and meek and mild, child of the queen Kekel, and Lakshman and his twin brother, sons of the youngest queen. Nursed with care, these babes grew into fair, strong youths, filling their father's heart with joy, and he lived in such sweet comradeship with them that he seemed no father, but an elder brother to them all. Modest were the princes, and in them all the virtues blended. They loved each other as brothers ever should, and roamed the palace grounds together in sweet accord. Rama and Lakshman were always side by side. Each prince rendered unto the other's mother such reverence and affection as to his own, and not one of all three queens but loved the sons of her sister consort as dearly as her own. So the father's bosom glowed with the joy and pride for the rare virtues of his sons and the love they showed to one another. But best and noblest of the four, Lord of all virtues, in whom all peerless graces dwelt, the king's chief glory was his eldest child, young Rama. For he was gallant, beautiful, and strong, void of all envy and the thought of wrong. With gentle grace to man and child he spoke, nor could he churl his harsh reply provoke. He paid due honor to the good and sage, renowned for virtue and revered for age. Just, pure, and prudent, full of tender truth, the foe of falsehood and the friend of truth. Kind, slow to anger, prompt at misery's call, he loved the people and was loved of all. The years passed by for those four brothers and their father and mothers in joy and happiness, and Rama, through strong courage, won to wife the fairest maid beneath the heavens, sweet Sita, rose of women, with whom he lived in tenderest affection. Then came a time when there arose in the monarch's breast a longing to lay aside the duties he had borne so long, and make his beloved Rama regent heir, giving over to his hands the reins of government. When he made known his wish unto the people, there arose from all such shouts of loud acclaim as shook the very palace with a storm of sound. How often had Prince Rama, passing through the ample city streets upon his stately elephant, or in his gold-decked chariot, bent to greet the townsmen as his beloved friends, asking how each one fared, how thrived his wife and babes and servants. And so those townsmen loved him with exceeding great devotion. Joyous preparations were begun at once to consecrate Lord Rama regent in his father's stead. But now, though Rama was his father's best beloved son, the lovely queen Kekel, mother of Bharat, was the king's most cherished wife. A princely palace he had built this favorite queen, with many a little balcony that overhung fair gardens, where trees were ever glowing with fruit, where all was bright with vivid oriental flowers, and gay flamingos stalked midst swans and cranes and peacocks spreading gorgeous jeweled trains. From the roof of this splendid palace, Kekel's little hunchback maid looked out over all the town, and saw its temples gleaming white, its palaces, its gay bazaars, arrayed as if for holiday, with pennants flying in the scented air, and a concert of glad music rising on the breeze. Learning that the cause of all this festive array was that Prince Rama, son of Queen Kausalya, was to be proclaimed the regent heir, She ran in furious haste to where her mistress lay asleep. "Up, up, my queen, arise," she cried. "Great peril threatens thee. Thy lord will make Prince Rama regent over all the land. Then will all wealth and honor be given to Queen Kouselia, and thou wilt be despised. All power will be Prince Rama's, and how sad will be the fate of thy dear son, Prince Bharat." But Keke only rose, delighted with the news. "I rejoice that Rama shares his father's throne," she cried. "Kouselia's son is ever as dear to me as my own child. He hath ever good and kind, meek to his mother, and meeker still to me. What difference though he rule? There is no cause for fear. His brethren are as dear to him as his own soul." But the crooked-backed maid, burning with jealous envy, so urged her point that at last she poisoned Queen Keke's mind, and there flamed within her but one single thought, to make the king, her husband, name her son, Prince Bharat, regent in the place of Rama, and send beloved Rama into exile in the woods. Then the evil-minded maid, eager to work her will, reminded the jealous queen how she had once tenderly nursed her husband of a wound received in battle, and he, out of love and gratitude, had sworn to grant her any two requests, a vow so deeply sacred no true Hindu would ever dare to break. "Ask that he name thy Bharat regent," said the maid, "and send Rama into exile far within the woods." Now Prince Bharat was from home just then, attending at an uncle's court, and his mother took upon herself alone the full responsibility for his fate. Casting aside her splendid robes and jewels, she dressed herself in mourning garments and threw herself upon the floor in a mean and wretched little chamber, there awaiting her husband in pretended agony and woe. Slow and majestic as the moon gliding in glory across the calm fields of the autumn sky, passed King Dasaratha to his darling's palace. Not finding her awaiting him at the usual place where she was wont to gladden his eyes by sight of her at that hour, he anxiously sought news of her from her maids. Being by them informed where she had taken herself, he passed on to the mean and wretched chamber, and there found her prostrate on the ground. Anxious to soothe her grief, he knelt beside her and tried many kind caresses, coaxing her to tell him what moved her to such sorrow. Seizing her chance, the queen reminded him of his promise long since given when she had nursed him of his wound, and bade him now swear to grant her two requests. Betrayed by his great love, the king leapt like a deer into the snare she laid. With a fond smile, he placed his hand beneath his darling's head and raised her up, then solemnly swore to grant her any two requests, reminding her that no one on the earth was dearer to him than she, save only Rama. "This solemn pomp that thou hast begun in Rama's honor," she cried, "give over to Bharat. Consecrate my son and send thy Rama, banished for 14 years, into the distant forest." Struck dumb with horror at her words, the king spoke not a word at first. The while there dawned upon him all the meaning of the boon she asked, the deep-laid scheme by which she had entrapped him. Then in his indignation he burst forth, "The world may love without the sun as I without my Rama. Take Rama from me, and what is life then worth to me? How couldst thou scheme so foul a plot? What hath my Rama ever done to thee? Hast thou not often held him as a babe upon thy knee, and when he smiled, sworn he was as dear to thee as thine own son? Has he not shown thee son-like love and sweet obedience? O wife, have mercy on my bitter cry. Take all my treasures, but leave my Rama here with me. No thrill of pity stirred the soul of that envy-hardened queen. She still claimed stubbornly fulfillment of the oath. The whole long dreary night the unhappy king spent in entreaty, searching out a way to touch her heart. He could not move her from her purpose. So dawned the morning of the day that had been set aside for Rama's consecration, and that noble youth, summoned from his beloved Sita's side to seek his father, entered the chamber where the king and queen Keke lingered. Reverently Rama bowed to greet his royal sire, and then, as reverent, did obeisance at Keke's feet. The king, with downcast eyes that brimmed with tears, could only murmur, "Rama," and then say no more. The youth, beholding what a change the night had wrought in his dear father, and seeing him thus weeping and unstrung, was pierced with sorrow, and turning to Keke, asked her courteously the cause for such a change. That greedy dame, lost now to shame, told the whole matter to the prince, how the king, his father, had taken most solemn oath to grant her 2 requests, yet now would shamefully refuse to keep his word, because the boons she asked meant that her Bharat should be regent, and he, Rama, sent off for 14 years into exile. No angry word, no sharp reproof passed Rama's gentle lips. At once he said, "Fear not, O lady, my father's faith shall never be pledged in vain. If he hath promised I will go, heralds shall summon Bharat home to take my place as regent, and I will don the hermit's garb and fare forth to the forest. One duty I hold above all others, that a son should ever serve and be obedient to his father." Then he gently stooped to comfort his beloved father, who in speechless woe had heard his words. With reverent farewell he left the bower where Queen Keke sat exulting in her triumph, and went to pay one last sad visit to his own beloved mother. As he passed along the streets, he saw the signs of joy, no more for him, and all the sacred vessels arranged for that great day, the golden chalices whose water poured upon his head would have ordained him lord. He saw and did not turn his eye away. His glance betrayed no anguish, his foot no haste. Still on his brow, though his high hopes were dead, shone that great glory that was all his own. He found his mother in linen robes of purest white, intent on holy rites, for she was of more serious mood than lotus-eyed Keke. But when she heard his news, how hope of being regent was no more for him, but exile in the distant forest in its place, she wept in black despair, and none could comfort her. Then came the faithful brother Lakshman, devoted to Prince Rama, and in anger cried that he would set his Rama on the throne by force if Rama would permit, for what had come to pass was all unfair. With streaming eyes the mother too begged Rama to give heed to Lakshman's counsel. "Forgive me, mother," said the hero gently. "I have no power to disobey my father. See me at thy honored feet, and give me now thy blessing, for I needs must go." So forced at last, Kouselya let him go. "May virtue be thy sure defense," she cried. "Thy tender love and meek obedience, like a mystic charm, will arm thy soul. My Rama, go forth, my son, my pride and glory. Go." Then Rama fell upon his knees before her, pressed her dear feet, and said his last farewell. With Lakshman still beside him, he turned his anxious steps toward his own home. The hardest trial of all remained before him still, to take his leave of his beloved Sita. As he passed through his stately halls, his eye was drooping and his brow was overcast. Wont as he was to curb each passion with firm control, he yet could scarcely bear within his own strong bosom the load of anguish that was heavy there. Quick to trace the sorrow on his face, sweet Sita cried, "What ails thee, O my lord? This happy day should see thee joyful. All but thou are gay. Why does no royal canopy like foam for its white beauty shade thee to thy home? Where are the tuneful bards thy deeds to sing? Where are the fans that wave before the king? Why doth the city send no merry throng to bring thee home with melody and song? Why doth no gilded car thy triumph lead, with 4 brave horses of the swiftest breed? No favored elephant preceded the crowd, like a black mountain or a thundercloud? No herald march in front of thee to hold the previous burthen of thy throne of gold? If thou be king ordained this day, then why this sorry plight, pale cheek and gloomy eye? Thus Sita questioned in her wild suspense, and Rama told her gently all the tale, how there was no anointing for him, how forced by duty's higher law he must go forth to exile, leaving her and all he loved behind. "Be firm and strong, dear wife, when I am gone," he said, "and ever serve with tender care the king, my father. Be dutiful unto Bharat too, since he will rule, and never vex him. Cheer my beloved mother, and show love to all the consort queens. They are my mothers, even as my own. Be ever gentle, humble, and content." But Sita answered, modest and yet firm, "The wife's fit place is by the husband's side. I spurn the terrace and the pleasant seat at ease in palaces when thou must face the hardships of the woods. If thou wilt go, then I will go too. No heaven is anywhere for me if thou art gone." Lost in deep thought the hero stood, yet still he feared to lead his tender flower into the rough and fearsome forests. "Life in the woods is naught but grief and pain," he urged. "There the lion roars in his rocky cave, the tiger stalks abroad, and everywhere wild beasts in ambush lie. Within the streams ferocious crocodiles lie hid, and oft wild elephants rush forth, while on the gale comes borne the wolf's long howl. The homeless wretch, clad in a rough and untrimmed cloak of bark, must wander through a wilderness of sand and thorn, and sleep upon the ground. Enough, dear love. A life like that is not for thee. Stay home, my Sita, and be happy here." But Sita spoke once more with weeping eyes. "The woe, the terror, all the toil and pain will but be joy to me, joined with thy love. Oh, let me go! Whate'er I may endure, following thee will only make my soul more pure. Fear not for me, O my Rama, let me go." And with a bitter cry she flung her arms round Rama's neck and clung there till he gave her leave to go. "I knew not, love, the strength of thy fond heart," he said. "Naught now shall ever part me from my wife." Then Lakshman's eyes began to overflow with generous tears. Fondly caressing his brother's feet, he said, "If thy purpose then is changeless, I too will follow thee, nor ever leave thee." Rama sought in vain to urge his brother to remain behind. That true and faithful friend would not yield his intent. So the royal three, Rama and his true wife, Sita, and Lakshman, faithful to the end, walked for the last time to the palace to see the aged king. Through crowds that filled each street and balcony, each portico and roof, they passed, and pity moved the hearts of all to see the high-born princess and the kingly youths so humbly walking in the way. Loud from their loving hearts the people called to Rama to remain and be their king. Firm in duty, he heeded not their words, but passed on to the palace. Surrounded by his queens and ladies of his court, the king stood waiting. When his two sons with Sita came within the hall, the wretched father fell prostrate to the ground, and all the mighty hall was rent by one great wail. Mid the silver sound of tinkling ornaments that bound their wrists, 1,000 women in one lament cried, "Rama! Rama!" Still no complaint the noble Rama made. He comforted his father and spoke soothingly to all. "Let chariots, elephants, horsemen, all my treasures, follow in Lord Rama's train to ease his exile," cried the king. But Rama answered, "All that, the host, the riches, and the pomp would be quite useless to me, sire, for I have left the world and all its false desires, its pride and cares behind. I shall lead within the wilderness the hermit's life of sweet simplicity." Then Queen Keke, with unblushing brow, handed out with her own hands the rough bark mantles to the three. Removing their fine garments, Rama and Lakshman donned at once the hermit's dress, but tender Sita, in her flowing silks, eyed the strange garments trembling. Nestling close to her Rama's side, she begged him in her soft, low, faltering accents to help her put it on. With his own hands, Lord Rama fastened it, but over her silks, not next to her tender skin. Then the Rose of Women took her seat in the sun-bright car the king had waiting. Rama and Lakshman sprang in by her side, and bearing with them naught save only a basket bound in hide and a husbandman's hoe, they left the city, crowds following their chariot, weeping and lamenting. Last sight of all, Lord Rama saw his father, grief-stricken, on the ground, and with him his sad mother and her train. And his last look of love and grief was in the eyes of that beloved mother. Riding thus, the exiles came by night, where the dark river Jumne pours her tributary tide with kissing waves into the Ganges' crystal flood. There beneath a spreading banyan tree they spent the night, and in the morning built a raft, by means of which they crossed the sacred stream. From there Lord Rama watched the faithful subjects who had followed him to the Ganges, sadly wandering homeward on the far bank of the river. Then with Sita bidden always to walk between him and his brother, so they too might guard her from all harm, he plunged into the forest. In single file they marched through the wonderful tropical jungle, amidst a wealth of vivid flowers, beneath huge trees where brilliant birds made music, and chattering monkeys leapt from limb to limb. And so they came at last, where that vast mountain, Chitrakuta, tinged with 1,000 dyes, lifts his summit to the sky, while all about him higher peaks ascend. So beautiful was that spot, that beholding it, Lord Rama's soul was filled with deep content, and he cried unto his comrades, "See, waving in the western wind, the light leaves of the tamarind, the mark that giant peepul through those feathery clumps of tall bamboo, that depth of shade, that open lawn, allure the wood nymph and the fawn, and where those grassy glades extend, the spirits of the air descend, to while the summer night away with dalliance and mirth and play. Look, from the mountain's woody head hangs many a stream like silver thread, till, gathering strength, each rapid rill leaps lightly laughing down the hill, then, bounding o'er the rocky wall, flashes the foamy waterfall." Thrilled with the joy of that wonderful spot, the exiles went on a little further, till below them they saw a beautiful river, a glorious limpid stream. On its shelving bank, there, early bathing done, stood a company of hermits, lifting reverent hands in prayer. "There," said Lord Rama, "we will make our home." So the exiles joined that colony of simple souls, whose days were passed in sacred study, who sought to work not, speak not, think not sin. There Rama and Prince Lakshman built a rustic bower for Sita, and in that spot they three dwelt long in mutual love and tenderness. In the gentle stream sweet Sita often bathed and plucked red lilies for her hair. Then in some green and grassy glade she and Lord Rama took their fill of gazing on the landscape, watching now the bright flamingos with their rosy wings, and now the swans and herons on the stream below, or troops of deer come gently to the banks to drink. Rama and Lakshman gathered fruit for food, and brought in trophies of the chase, while Sita with gay cheerfulness prepared and cooked. Thus, in simple joy, the time passed until it chanced one day that one among the hermits brought disturbing news of a great multitude seen marching through the forest toward the hermitage. Climbing quickly to the tipmost top of a giant tree, Lakshman beheld a long procession winding through the woods. In great excitement he descended to the ground and cried, "O Rama, I doubt not that this is Bharat come to finish his envious mother's work and put thee by force out of his way forever. Beware!" Gently Lord Rama rebuked his brother, for it was not in his heart ever to think evil of another. "Nay, my dear Lakshman," he replied, "that cannot be. If Bharat comes at all, he comes to do us good, with some most loving purpose in his heart." And so, when the long train drew near, Lord Rama greeted Bharat with the tenderest affection, while Lakshman stood half scowling and suspicious by. But Bharat flung himself before Lord Rama's feet with bitter tears. "Dear brother," he said, "on my return from visiting our uncle, how shocked was I to hear what in my absence had been done, how my poor mother, deluded quite, had forced our father to name me regent in thy stead and drive thee into exile. And now, O Rama, out of grief for thee, our father, alas, is dead. Thy mother has best comfort in his latest hours, and I, my lord and king, will never take thy place. Return, dear brother, to thy right and reign in fair Ayodhya." Overcome at first with grief at hearing of his father's death, Lord Rama made no answer, but at last he said, "Nay, brother, what are pomp and wealth and pride of place 'Tis virtue only marks the line between the great good, the low and mean. I promised for full 14 years to stay in exile. Shall I then break my oath and prove untrue unto my holy promise, when truth is root and spring of every virtue? Misled by false desire for power and might, shall I despise that holy gem of truth, attracted by an earthly prize? Nay, brother, urge this plea no more. I still will keep my oath, nor leave this forest till the 14 years are past. Do thou return and act as regent of the realm, and this I promise thee. I will not live my years of banishment in idleness, but will spend them so that they shall shower rich blessings on my people. In vain Bharat entreated. Rama stood steadfast in his purpose. Then Bharat, bending to embrace his brother's feet, besought of him his golden sandals, crying, If thou thyself wilt not return, and I must be the regent in thy stead, then will I never sit upon the throne. Thy sandals only shall occupy that royal seat beneath the white umbrella of the king. Bharat will rule in Rama's name. With utmost generosity and love those brothers said farewell, and the gorgeous train with Bharat at its head slowly wended once again its way through the forest paths to fair Ayodhya. And there, for 14 years, by Bharat's will, the sandals of Lord Rama occupied the throne beneath the white umbrella, and all men did homage to those sandals. Nor was Bharat tempted once within his soul to prove untrue unto his elder brother. As to Rama in the forest, he rose up in all the might of noble manhood and sought out, through toil and long difficult adventure, the source and wellspring of all evil in the world, that impious demon Ravan, who defied the Lord of Lords, and in all the hosts of heaven. Him Rama slew, and so indeed, through his long years of self-forgetful exile, brought deliverance to his people. But when the 14 years were up, with Lakshman and sweet Sita, Rose of Women, he returned once more unto Ayodhya, and there, midst loud rejoicing of his people, took at last his rightful seat upon the golden throne beneath the regal white umbrella that served only for the king. End of section 44.
Section 45 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asaf Koss. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. Edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. Cuchulainn, the Irish Hound. Retold from Songs of the Ancient Gaelic Bards. In days when the world was young, and man towered up in elemental hardihood and simple majesty, like wind-blown oaks, there dwelt in Erin a race of giant heroes, the Red-Branched Knights of Ulster. Mighty exceedingly were these men, and vast was the hall where they met together in the dawn of a main Makkah, so vast that a man, as men are now, standing in the center and shouting his loudest, would not be heard at the circumference. Yet was the lowest laughter of the king sitting at one end clearly audible to those who sat about the champion at the other. The length of that great hall was a mile, 9 furlongs and a cubit, and it was illumined by innumerable candles, tall as spears. The vast murmur of talk, when all the Red Branch were assembled there, was like distant thunder, or the far-off boom of stormy waters. The roar of their tremendous brazen chariots shook the very heavens, and their giant steeds drank rivers dry. So, in their might and in their glory they rejoiced, yet more in that inviolable unity which bound them all together. A host of comrades, of heroic valor, but of heroic affection too, which neither strength nor cunning, neither power unseen or sin, could ever destroy. Of these colossal heroes was Concobar MacNessa, king, and Fergus MacRoy, champion. Yet, gigantic as they were, and gigantic as their deeds, they looked for one to come, a youth, in spirit more gigantic still, to lead them forth to mightier victories. So had the Longbeard, the arch-druid, foretold, high priest of Erin's ancient gods, and prophet of the clan. He is coming, he draweth nigh. Verily it is he whom I behold, the predicted one, the child of many prophecies, chief flower of the branch that is over all, the mainstay of a main Maca, the torch of the valor and chivalry of the north, the star that is to shine forever upon the forehead of the Gael. Now it is chanced at this time that Sualtam of Dundalgan, on the eastern sea, king of a rugged mountainous land, had taken to wife Dectera, sister of Concobar MacNessa, and they two had one only son, Shidenta. Shidenta was a child of simple, hardy purity of mind, who knew not guile or baseness. Along the sands and by the rolling waves he played. He had a bow and an ashen hurl shod with bronze. Joyfully he used to drive his ball along the sand, shouting among his playmates. The captain of his father's guard gave him a sheaf of toy javelins, and taught him how to cast, and made for him a sword of lath and a pated shield. They made him a high chair too, and in the great hall of the dun, when supper was served, he used to sit beside the champion of that little realm, over against the king. Ever, as evening drew on and candles were lit, so the dishes on the table, the armor and trophies hanging on the walls, shone in the cheerful light. There among those dark-browed bearded men appeared Shidenta, very fair and pure, yellow-haired, in his scarlet breda, fastened with a little brooch of silver, serene and grave beyond his years, shining like some bright star on the edge of a mighty thundercloud. As to the palace where he dwelt, it was of timber, staunched with clay and roofed with thatch of rushes. Without it was washed white with lime, so that it shone and glistened from its height, far, far out to sea. There was a rampart around the dun, and a moat spanned by a drawbridge. Before it was a spacious lawn, down which there ran a stream of sparkling water. On this Shidenta sailed his boats, now where it stayed in silent stillness, now where it hummed in hurrying rapids, now where it clothed itself in silver to make liquid music, or blow its little trumpet as it leaped in cataracts. But at length the quiet life in that remote dun no longer pleased Shidenta, for the spirit awoke within him, and drave him to be doing. Moreover, he longed for comrades, and his mother, who loved him dearly, would no more permit him to play with other children of that realm, whose rude behavior she misliked for her dear child. In summer he sat often with the ancient bard, under the thatched eaves of the dun, while crying swallows came and went above, asking many questions concerning his illustrious forefathers of the line of Ruri, who had lived worthily and well. And ever he loved best to hear of deeds of that great champion Fergus MacRoy. Upon his 7th birthday, scarcely after dawn, Shidanta ran to his mother and cried, "Mother, send me now to Emain Macha to my uncle." Dectera's face grew pale. Her knees smote one against the other for loving fear. For answer she withdrew Shidanta from society of man, and kept him by herself within the women's quarter, from the upper story of which a door opened on a balcony just above the king's throne in the banquet hall. Thence Dectera was wont of mornings to direct the labours of the household thralls, and thence, ere he went to bed, Shidanta was permitted to cry "Good night" to those good friends, whose company he once had shared in the hall below. And those great bearded heroes laughed much among themselves, for well they knew the cause of little Shidanta's imprisonment. Save for this, Shidanta saw no more of men, and Dectera gave straight commandment to her women to speak no word to him concerning Emain Macha. The boy as yet knew not even where lay that wondrous city, whether in heaven or on earth, or beyond the sea. To him it seemed a fairy city, or one in the land of dreams. But still the strong spirit from within urged him on irresistibly. He watched long lines of low-in-kind and laden garrons wending over the plain, and wondered if their way led to the city. One day it chanced his mother let drop words that made Shidanta know the road to Emain Macha went past the mountain, Sleeve Foot, and thenceforth, when he gazed upon that purple mountain top, he thought it nodded and beckoned to him. Next morning, after he had broken fast among the women, he donned his best attire, took his toy weapons, a new bow, and his best ashen hurl shod with red bronze, and when his mother had kissed him, went forth as at other times to play alone upon the lawn. Under the eaves his father sat sunning himself and gazing on the sea. The boy kneeled and kissed his father's hand. Sualtam stroked his head and said, "Win victory and blessings, dear Shidanta." In the window of the upper chamber sat Dectera amongst her women, embroidering a little garment for her boy. "Mother," he cried, "watch this stroke." And he flung his ball into the air. Then, leaning back, he met it with his hurl as it fell, striking it with such force that it flew high up into the clouds. "Give me thy blessing, dear mother," he cried, stopping beneath her window ere he ran to search for his ball. "Win victory and blessings for ever, dear Shidanta," she answered. "Truly thou art an expert hurler." "These feats," he replied, "are nothing to what I shall do in needlework. O mother, when I am of age to be trusted with my first needle, knighted by thy hands, and enrolled amongst the valiant company of thy sewing women." "What meaneth the boy?" said his mother, perceiving he spoke awry. "That his childhood is ended, O Dectera," said one among the women. The queen's heart leaped, blood forsook her face. She bent her head over the little garment she was working, and tears fell from her eyes. After a space she looked out again upon the lawn to see if her boy had returned. He was not there, so she bade her women go and fetch him. Everywhere they searched. They called aloud, "Shidanta, oh Shidanta!" But there was no answer, only silence, and from the leaves of those tall sentinels, the watching trees, a sound like low and mocking laughter, for Shidanta was far away. The boy went swiftly, for there was power upon him that day. In his left hand was his sheaf of toy javelins, in his right the hurl. His little shield was strapped upon his back. With his hurl he ever urged his ball forward, and followed running where it fell. At other times he would cast a javelin far westward, and pursue its flight. Diverse persons, noble and ignoble, passed him on the way, some riding in chariots, some going on foot, but they went as though they saw him not. In the evening he came to Slivfjord. Here he gathered a bed of moss, wrapped himself in his mantle, and lay down to sleep, feeling neither cold nor hunger. Loud singing of birds awoke him, and light of heart he started from his couch, while dawning day still trembled through the half-bare trees. Hastening to a brook near by, he bathed in the clear, pure water. Then he put on his shirt of fine linen, and his woolen tunic of many pleats that reached to his knees, and his little woolen brera of diverse colors, and went on his way. Reverently he laid a stone in tribute on the well-heaped cairn, sacred to the memory of the hero of the mountain, and so at last he came to the brow of the hill. Looking off to westward, he saw far away, all white and shining, the walls and low rambling buildings of the marvellous city Emain Macha, whereat he trembled and rejoiced and wept. Then on he went more slowly, till he drew near the great painted glowing palace. But here he was filled with awe and fear. Covering his face with his mantle, he wept aloud, and said he would return to Dundalgan, for that he dare not set unworthy feet in such a holy place. But as he wept, there fell upon his ear the cheerful voices of happy boys, who brake from the palace and ran down the wide smooth lawn to the hurling ground. At sight of them, his heart yearned for their companionship. He longed to go to them and say, "I am little Shedanta, my uncle is the king, and I would be your friend and playfellow." But he knew not how they would receive him. Fear strove with hope and love within his heart, yet he was urged forward, by what power he knew not. Reluctantly, with many pausings, he drew nigh the players, and stood solitary near the southern barrier, for the company that held that goal appeared the weaker. He hoped that someone among them all would call to him and bid him welcome, but none called or welcomed. Some looked at him, but with looks of cold surprise, as though they said, "What does this stranger here?" Silently the child wept. He had thought he would be welcomed and made much of because of his skill in hurling, and because he was the nephew of the king, and because he himself longed so exceedingly for companions, and there was in him such a fountain of loving kindness and affection. Many a time happy visions had passed before his eyes, of his meeting with his future comrades, but now that he was with them, no one bade him welcome, or took him by the right hand and led him in. No one seemed glad of his coming, and he was here of no account at all. Bitter were his tears. Soon the ball, struck sideways, bounded into the clear space near Shedanta. "Thou of the javelins!" cried the captain of the distressed party. "The ball is with thee!" On a sudden, Shedanta, filled with all the glow and ardor of the mimic battle, cast his javelins to the ground, slipped the strap of his shield over his head, flung the shield beside his javelins on the grass, and pursued the bounding ball. Outrunning all the rest, he took possession of it, and urged it forward, now to right and now to left. Deftly he played it before every opponent who sought to check him, carrying it swiftly and cunningly past each, till finally with one strong stroke he sent it straight through the middle of the north goal. Loudly the boys of his adopted party praised him. Shedanta's eyes were sparkling and his face flushed with joy. But the captain of the northern company came down across the lawn with his boys, crowding round Shedanta. "Thou art a stranger here," he said, "and on sufferance, and we will permit thee to join our company only on condition that thou wilt acknowledge thyself subject unto us." Shedanta's brow fell, and he answered, "Put not upon me, I pray you, these hard terms. I would be your friend and comrade. I cannot be your subject, being what I am. And they said, Who art thou? And he answered, I am the son of King Sualtam and Queen Dectera of Dundelgan, and nephew to thy king. Then the boy, who was captain of the whole school, and biggest and strongest of all, stood over him and said, Thou, the king's nephew, and comest hither without chariots and horsemen, and a prince's retinue and guard. Nay, thou art a churl and a liar to boot. He thee hence with wings at thy heels, or verily with sore blows I shall beat thee off the lawn. Thereat the blood forsook Shedenta's face. He stood like a figure carved of white marble. And that other, angered to see him stand so still, and mistaken for fear, the pallor of wounded tenderness, raised his hurl and struck at the boy with all his might. Shedenta sprang back, avoiding the blow, and ere the other could recover himself, smote him, backhanded, over the right ear. The boy's knees suddenly relaxed. The useless weapon fell from his hands. Then some lads stood aside, but the rest ran upon Shedenta in a crowd to beat him off the lawn. Stoutly the stranger defended himself, for in his gentle heart awoke the spirit that brooks no injustice. Many a time he was overborne and flung to the ground, but again he rose, overthrowing others, never quitting hold of his hurl, and whenever he got a free space, wielding that weapon like war mace. The skirts of his mantle were torn. Only a rag remained round his shoulders, fastened by the brooch. While his foes closed in upon him on each side, he beat his way to the grassy rampart where was the goal, and standing there flung them a challenge. You have bade me proclaim myself your subject, he cried, and I would not. But now, since you have fallen on me, many against one, I swear to you that you and I do not part this day till you have acknowledged yourselves subjects unto me. Then a boy stood out from the rest, freckled and red-headed. Henceforth thou shalt have a comrade in thy battle, O brave stranger, he cried, and running to Shedenta, he knelt down and took his hand. I am thy man from this day forward. And so he was brave Loig, Shedenta's closest friend for evermore. A few who loved the stalwart red-haired boy came now over to Shedenta's side, and though their numbers were still few, they drave the multitude before them over the whole plain ground, until they brake their ranks and fled. Of the fugitives, some ran round to that fair lawn before the palace, where beneath a spreading tree, Concobar the king, and Fergus, the great champion, sat on three-legged stools before a table spread with brightly coloured cloth, and played at chess with men of gold and silver. But Shedenta, in hot pursuit, sprang lightly over the table. Then Concobar caught him by the wrist and brought him to a stand, panting and with dilated eyes. Who art thou? He cried. Who thus misusest my boys? I am Shedenta, son of Sualtam and of Dectera, thy sister, and it is not before mine own uncle's palace that I should be dishonoured. Concobar smiled, well pleased with the behaviour of the boy, but Fergus caught him up in his great arms and kissed him, offering to be his tutor. Thus Shedenta came unto his uncle's court, and the reward of his first show of courage was that the boys elected him to be their captain. A just and gentle captain he made, a good playfellow and comrade, and ever his closest friend, who slept in the same bed with him, was Loig, who came so nobly to assist him. In that great school for boys kept at the King of Ulster's court, Shedenta was taught to hurl spears at a mark, to train war horses, and guide war chariots, to use the sword, to run, to leap, to swim, to rear tents of turf and branches swiftly, and to roof them with sedge and rushes, to speak and bear himself toward all in seemly fashion, to respect his plighted word and be ever loyal to his captains, to reverence women, and, in hearing tales of his illustrious ancestors, to distinguish between those who had done well and those who had done ill. So much Setanta learned at court that his good mother could but be reconciled to their parting. Now it happened when Setanta had reached his 10th year, that there came unto Emain Macha a man, grim, huge, and swarthy, messenger from Hulen the smith, mightiest craftsman of those days, who made weapons, armor, and chariots for the Ultonians. Roland dwelt with his industrious journeymen and apprentices in a huge and smoky dun, where the ringing of hammers and roaring of bellows seldom ceased. At night the sparks from his anvils and the red glare of his furnaces painted far and wide the sky above the barren moor, a fearful sight. This grim messenger Hulen had sent to bid Concobar unto a feast with such of his followers as were not too hearty eaters, which prudent provision for the saving of his substance caused among Concobar's men much secret mirth. As the king with his followers set forth, they passed the lawn where Setanta and his friends were playing, and stopped for a moment to look on. The lad was straight and well made, with sinews as hard as tempered steel. When he saw the company looking at him, he blushed, and his blushing became him well. Hulen the smith had invited us to a feast, said Concobar. If it pleases thee, come too. It pleases me indeed, replied the boy, for he ardently desired to see the famous artificer, his furnaces and engines. But let me first finish my game, and then follow you. So Concobar gave his permission and went on. When Hulen saw far away the tall figures of the Ultonians against the sunset, and the flashing of their weapons and armor, he cried out with a loud voice to his people to stop working, wash from them the smoke and sweat of their labor, and put on clean clothes to receive the red branch. Then he sent those among his men, who were best dressed and most comely, to receive the high king of the Ultonians on the moor. But he himself stood looming in the great doorway, leaning upon a huge long-handled sledge, his vast and hairy chest half covered by a leathern apron. As the king and all his knights filed by, he gave to each a grave and friendly welcome. When all had entered, dusk had fallen. "Are all thy people arrived?" then asked the smith. "They are," said Concobar. So Hulen bade his people raise the drawbridge, which spanned the deep black moat surrounding the dun, and after that, with his own hands, he unchained his one and only dog. This dog was of enormous size and fierceness. It was supposed that there was not a single man in Ireland whom he could not overpower. He had no other good quality than that he was faithful to his master, and guarded his property at night. Being let loose, he sprang over the moat, and careered 3 times around the city, baying fearfully. It was just then precisely that Setanta set forth from Emain Macha. In the meantime, the vast doors within the dun were shut, candles were lit, and the feast began. Full bountiful it was, in spite of the great smith's request that no too hearty eater should attend. On his high seat sat Hulen with his dusky sons and kinsmen round him, and opposite, contrasting strangely, sat the fair-haired Concobar and all his bright and beautiful Ultonians. Many kindly speeches praising one another made the smiths and sons of Ulster, till, the evening being well advanced, there remained not one past hero of the Ultonians who had not been praised and pledged in mead. Then rose up Concobar MacNessa to speak of future heroes of his line, and sang the praises of Setanta. Is he then a boy of such promise? Asked the smith. He is all that I say, answered Concobar somewhat hotly, and of that thou shalt thyself judge, for he is coming, and I am momentarily expecting to hear the loud clamour of his brazen hurl upon the doors of the dun, after his having leapt at a single bound both thy moat and thy rampart. At these words the smith started from his high seat, uttering a great oath, and sternly chid Concobar because he had said that all his men had arrived. "If the boy comes now," he cried, "ere I can chain the dog, verily he will be torn to pieces." Just then they heard the baying of the hound sounding terribly in the hollow night, and every face was blanched throughout that vast assembly. Then there followed, without, a noise of trampling feet, short, furious yells, and gaspings as of one exerting all his strength, and last of all, a dull and heavy thud that shook the earth. Ere the people in the dun could do more than look at one another, speechless, they heard a clear yet not clamorous knocking at the door. Some of the smith's men shot back the bolt. In out of the night the boy Shedanta stepped. He was very pale, and his linen tunic and scarlet mantle were in rags, but he made a courteous reverence, as he had been taught, to the man of the house and his people, then modestly withdrew toward the upper part of the chamber. Eagerly the Ultonians ran to meet him, but Fergus MacRoy took the lad upon his mighty shoulder, and sat him down at a table between himself and Concobar. "Did the dog come against thee?" asked Hulin. "Truly," answered the boy. But at that moment entered a party of the smith's people, bearing between them the body of the hound. Great silence fell upon the chamber. When Hulin spake at last, his voice was charged with wrath, and he thundered forth in sorrow. Loudly he demanded that Concobar make him payment of an enormous eric to requite him for his faithful hound. Then answered Concobar in like fury that his nephew had been forced in self-defense to slay the monster, and no eric, great or small, should ever be had of him. This speech the Ultonians applauded fiercely, whereat the smiths, in wrath, armed themselves with hammers, tongs, firepoles, and mighty bars of unwrought brass, and the great Hulin himself seized a tremendous anvil to destroy the Red Branch. On their side, the Ultonians sprang to the walls where they had hung their arms, plucked down their spears and shields from the pegs, and drew their swords. The whole vast chamber glittered with shaking bronze, shone with the eyeballs of angry men, and rang with fierce shouts of defiance. The Red Branch embattled themselves on one side of the hall, the smiths upon the other, all burning with unquenchable wrath, earthborn. But ere the first missile was hurled on either side, the boy Shedanta rushed into the middle space which separated the men, and cried aloud in his clear high voice that rang distinct above the tumult. "O Hulin, and you, Ultonians, my kinsmen, restrain yourselves, forbear to hurl. Unto thee, O chief smith, will I pay an eric not unworthy for the death of thy brave hound. For verily I myself would take thy dog's place, and nightly guard thy property, sleepless as he was. So will I continue to do until thou dost procure a hound, as valiant and as trusty as the one I slew. Truly, I slew not thy dog in any wantonness of superior strength, but only in defence of my own life, which is not mine, but my king's. 3 times he leapt upon me with white fangs bared and eyeballs red with murder. 3 times I cast him off and hurt him not. But when the 4th time he rushed upon me like a storm, I seized him and flung him over against a pillar, meaning but to make him stupid, for I had no thought to kill him. And truly I am sorry that he is dead, seeing that he was brave and faithful and so dear to thee, whom I have ever honored and desired to see. I thought our meeting, whensoever it might come about, would be other than this, and wholly friendly. As he went on, the fierce brow of the smith relaxed. First he regarded the lad with pity, being so young and fair, and then with admiration for his bravery. But at last, as he thought on his own boyish days, a torrent of kindly affection and love poured from his heart toward young Setanta. "Thy proposal is pleasing to me," he said. "I will accept thy Eric." And he flung his mighty anvil over his left shoulder into the dark end of the vast chamber, while all the smiths, with mighty clatter, laid aside their weapons and their wrath, and the Ultonians, rejoicing, hanged their weapons once more on the walls. Feasting and pledging in friendly speeches were renewed, and there was no more anger anywhere. The harpers harped, the Ultonians sang their mighty gathering song, and the smiths sang one of their wild, rousing songs of labor to the tune of tripping hammers ringing upon anvils. And so Setanta remained long with the smith, and Roland and his people loved him greatly and taught him many things. It was thus he came by his second name, Cuchulainn, meaning Hound of Roland. Under that name he wrought all his marvelous deeds. On a solemn day when Cuchulainn was 17, Concobar called him out from the ranks of his comrades, and, with due sense of the importance of his task, bade him take over the charge of keeping clean and bright the sacred chariot of Macha, wherein that mighty lady of battles, when she dwelt in visible form upon the earth, had ridden forth to conquer giants, most holy relic in Emain Macha, entrusted to the care of Concobar the king. The chariot was of enormous size and beauty, and by its side, within the building where it stood, were 2 horse stalls with racks of golden bronze and mangers of yellow brass, wherein once had been stabled Macha's weird gigantic horses. The room was without windows, but was lit by 9 great lamps. Obediently, Cuchulainn took the fawn-skin towel, and polished the chariot, and mighty though it was, he lifted it with his strong arms, and made the wheels spin round, then put fresh hay and barley in the stalls, while Concobar was polishing the pole, the yoke, and chains, and taking from the wall long shining reins of interwoven brass, and the headgear of the horses. "Where are the horses, my uncle Concobar?" asked the boy. "I know not," said the king, "but verily they are somewhere. Lieth Macha and Black Shanghlan are their names. For 300 years they have not been seen in Erin, but they are to come again for the promised one, who shall deliver Erin from her foes, and bear him to the conflict in this chariot." "Mayhap that ancient hero, Kimbouth, will return to earth to be thy great deliverer," said Cuchulainn. "Nay," answered Concobar, "it hath not been so prophesied. Kimbouth was great, and stern, and formidable, but our promised one is gentle exceedingly. There will be more of love in his heart than war, and he will not know his own greatness." So saying, Concobar looked steadfastly upon the youth, but Setanta had no thought whatever of himself. He only answered, "Mayhap Conall Connacht is to be that hero." On a certain night thereafter, Cuchulainn entered the armory of the Red Branch, and there suddenly appeared before him the majestic figure of a man, with port and countenance of some ancient hero, save that his face was shining with unearthly light. "Thou shalt go forth tonight, Setanta," said the man, "and take captive the Lieth Macha and Black Shanghlan. Power will be given thee. Go boldly forth." "I am not wont to go forth fearfully," the lad made answer. "If this task be for me, I will perform it." Forth he went into the night, and, having got of Roland 2 such bridles as the strongest steeds could never break, he sought the mountain sleeveward, and came unto the great grey lake. The moon was shining, and the lake gleamed everywhere like silver. A huge grey horse was feeding by the waters. He raised his head and neighed when he heard footsteps on the hill. Seeing Cuchulainn, he rushed fiercely toward him. The boy had one bridle knotted round his waist, the other between his teeth. He leaped upon the steed and caught him by the forelock and his mouth. Mightily the huge horse reared, but the great power was on Cuchulainn, and he held him fast. The weird grey steed grew greater and more terrible. So did Cuchulainn likewise. "Thou hast met thy master, Liath-Macha, this night," he cried. Long they reeled together, steed and hero, and that gigantic horse leapt like a thunderbolt from crag to crag, and peak to peak, thrice round the whole of Ireland. Cuchulainn held fast to him, nor would let go, until he stood still conquered. Then Cuchulainn rode him forth unto the dark valley, past the black phantom shapes that guard the entrance into the land of everlasting night, where was a roaring of unseen rivers in the darkness, and a rush of grim black cataracts. The Liath-Macha here neighed mightily. A horse neighed joyfully in answer. There came a sound as of a door burst open, and thunderous trampling on the hollow-sounding earth. A coal-black steed came dashing toward the Liath-Macha. In the dark, Cuchulainn seized his head and bitted him, and bridled him ere he was aware. The horse reared and struggled, but in vain. The Liath-Macha dragged him down the valley. "Struggle not, Black Shanghlan," said Cuchulainn. "I have tamed thy better. Yield thee." Slowly the black horse ceased to struggle also, and betwixt the two Cuchulainn rode to Emain Macha. Thus came that momentous day when Concobar agreed to knight Cuchulainn. Forth from the palace the young hero came, in all the glory of his regal manhood, yet with a beautiful shamefacedness, proud in his humility, and glittering like the morning star. His silken mantle was of many hues, all playing into one another, and it was fastened at the breast with a brooch like a wheel of silver. The leathern belt that girt his linen tunic was stained in colour like a wild briar rose, and on his feet were comely shoes, sparkling with plates of bronze that took the colour of whatsoever they approached. The grown men held their breath as he drew nigh, moving white knee after white knee over the green and sparkling grass. When all the other rites had been performed, Cuchulainn put his right hand into the hand of the king, and so became his man. Then Concobar gave him a shield, 2 spears, and a sword, the best in all the land, and from those lads who once had been his playmates, Cuchulainn chose the faithful Loeg to be his charioteer. While neighing of the immortal steeds was heard in that long silent stable, then thunderous rumbling of the great war chariot, and there it came to view, guided by Loeg, out of the darkened doorway, glorious green and gold in colour, with twinkling wheels, the mantle of the charioteer, streaming far outward in the wind, the while he laboured to restrain the furious dashing of the steeds. Like a hawk swooping along the face of a cliff when the wind is high, was the rush of those horses. The earth shook and trembled with the velocity of their motion, but the charioteer drew rein until Cuchulainn sprang into the car beside him, Then once more the steed went dashing on, and all that whole assembly lifted up their voices, shouting for the new-made knight, for that Cuchulainn, their long-promised hero. And in very truth, Cuchulainn did fulfill the promise of the Long-beard, the arch-druid, for he proved to be the greatest champion of the Gaels, the pure burning torch of the chivalry of Ulster, in whose soul burnt that divine and godlike fire, by which are ever sustained the glory and prosperity of nations. End of section 45.
Section 46 of From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. From the Tower Window of My Bookhouse, edited by Olive Beaupre Miller. How Beowulf Delivered Heorot. Retold from the Old English epic, Beowulf O. We have heard tell of the might in days of old of the Danish folk kings, how deeds of daring were done by their athelings. For long in the walled towns was Hrothgar, and beloved folk king of the Scyldings, known to fame among the peoples. A great following of dear kinsfolk and young warriors dwelt in his hall, and obeyed him gladly. Then it burned in his spirit to bid men build him a dwelling greater than children of men had ever heard tell of, and there within it to share with young and old the blessings that God had given him. On all his kindred, far and wide through the mid-earth, was the task laid of making fair the folk hall. Speedily it befell that it was in every wise ready, the greatest of hall houses, and he made for it the name of Heoroti, that is to say, the Stag. The hall rose lofty and broad-gabled, made out of timber, its steep roof plated with gold that shone from afar. The main pillar at each end rose high among the gable peak, carven and painted, bearing antlers of the stag. Spoils of the chase decked it without. Within it was hung with hangings. Then Hrothgar belied not his pledge unto his kinsmen and retainers, but held a great feast when the hall was complete, dealing out generously unto them rings and plates of gold, brooches, collars, armlets, swords, and treasures in abundance. Each day was heard loud rejoicing in the hall, with sound of harp and clear song of gleemen. So the warriors lived in joy and plenty, till a foul fiend, fell prowler about the borders of the homes of men, heard their rejoicing, and being enemy of all mankind, a lonely one, terrible, himself bereft of joy, could not abide that others should be happy. This grim demon, who trod in man's shape the path of exile, save that he was greater in size than any man, held the moors, the fens and fastnesses, and was called Grendel. When night had come, Grendel came to spy about the house, and see how the Danes had left it after the feastings. There he found a company of athelings asleep. The baneful wight, grim and greedy, fierce and pitiless, man-devouring, slew where they rested, all those 30 thanes. Thence fared he back homeward exultant with his spoils. At dawn, with break of day, came servants to the place. There was the mead hall, that lordly dwelling, empty of athelings, with bench-boards overturned, and everywhere signs of struggle. The cry of those who saw brought Hrothgar to the spot. He looked about and found gigantic footsteps leading from the hall to the sluggish waters of the mountain tarn, the dwelling place of Grendel. Then was weeping upraised in Heorot, after all their glad feasting. Sorrow of soul was theirs, and mood of mourning. The king himself sat joyless, sorrowing for his thanes. Nor was it longer than after one night that Grendel again wrought murderous destruction, still more grievous. Too old was the white-haired Hrothgar, friend of the people, to fare forth himself to meet Grendel. Full often boasted his warsmen that they would await in the mead hall the monster. Whenever they did so, by just so many the less were the king's thanes numbered next day. At last could the athelings no more sleep in the hall, but must find a place of rest apart, till the fairest of dwellings stood idle and useless, so soon as the evening's light had faded from the heavens. Thus had Grendel mastery and warred against the right, he alone against all. A great while it was, 12 winters, that the king endured this woe. The grisly monster, the dark death shadow, rested not in pursuit of young and old. Night after night he held the misty moors, and in this wise wrought many an outrage. So without ceasing, Hrothgar brooded his season of sorrow, despairing of succour. In due course it became known openly to the children of men, as gleemen sang the sorrowful song abroad, how Grendel strove against Hrothgar. So it chanced that Beowulf the Great, Thane of Hygelac, king of the great folk, heard tell of the tale when he was from home. Strongest in might of manhood was Beowulf, noble and powerful. Out of largeness of soul he bade be fitted for him a good sea-goer, and said he would fare over the whale path, over the waters, to seek out Hrothgar, and aid him to master the foe. Then the valiant-minded hero took to himself picked warriors of the great folk, the boldest he might find. They bare their bright trappings, war gear splendrous, into the vessel, and shoved out the well-joined wood on its willing journey over the swan road. Sped by the wind, the foamy-necked ship glided the waters, likest a bird, till on the day following the seafarers saw the land, the shore-cliffs gleaming before them. Thereupon the great folk sprang to the beach and fastened their vessel. God they thanked, because the wave-paths had proved easy for them. Then from the steep shore the warden of the Scyldings, whose duty it was to keep watch of the sea-cliffs, saw the warsmen bear over the bulwarks their shining shields and gear ready as for battle. Their burnies, hard, hand-linked armor of metal rings, gleamed from afar, and on their gold-decked helmets graven boars kept watch, as if grimly warlike of temper. The warden was fretted in his mind's thought with the wish to know what men they were. "What men are ye, having battle gear, clad in burnies?" he shouted. "Who thus come leading a deep ship hither over the sea road, over the waters? We have come with kind intent to seek thy lord, Beowulf, and made known his race and errand to those shores. I gather that this fellowship is of true thought toward the lord of the Scyldings," spake the warden in answer, and guided the great folk till they saw before them, splendid and covered with gold, the timbered house where the king dwelt. That was among earth dwellers famed beyond all others of halls under heaven. The sheen of it flashed over many lands. A cobbled street led them further. Thus they came faring first to the hall, and were led by a warrior where Hrothgar sat, old and with hair exceeding white, among his band of athelings. Then spake Beowulf: "Refuse me not one boon, O Prince of the bright Danes, guardian of warriors, beloved friend of the people, that I alone with my band of earls may cleanse Heorot, by my single hand, that I may bring Grendel the demon to judgment." So Hrothgar bade Beowulf welcome, and told in sorrow of soul the story of Grendel, the horror that compassed him. A bench was set for the strong-hearted ones, the great men, and all were bidden to feast together. The king sat on his high seat at the head of the hall, his retainers and guests at tables on a raised platform along the sides of the room, while a fire blazed red on the earthen floor in the center of the chamber. A thane looked to the task set him, to bear in his hands the fretted alstoup, and pour out the shining mead. Now and again the gleemen sang clear. There was joy among the warriors and laughter of heroes. Wealhtheow, the queen, in her deckings of gold, came forth, mindful of courtly custom, to pass the mead cup. She greeted the men in the hall, and then, as wife free-born, gave the cup first to the king. He in gladness partook of the feast and the hall cup. Then the proud-thoughted queen, decked with her diadem, went about to old and young in every part, giving the gemmed beaker till the time came that she should bring it to Beowulf. She greeted the lord of the gates, and thanked God for the coming of one to help in their trouble. Then answered Beowulf, "Either I will do deeds that shall free your people wholly, or fall in the fray, fast in the fiend's grip." These words pleased the lady. In her deckings of gold she passed on to sit, the free-born folk queen, beside her lord. Then again, as erstwhile, was brave speech spoken in the hall. In gladness were the people, till Hrothgar had a mind suddenly to seek his evening's rest, for he knew that an onslaught was proposed on the high wall by the monster so soon as they might no more see the sun's light, when night should grow dusk over all, and creatures of the shadow realm come stalking, dark, beneath the sky. Then Hrothgar, lord of the Scyldings, and Wilfeo, his wife, went forth from the hall with their troop of warriors. Beowulf and his men were left alone in the place. Truly the Prince of the Gates put ready trust in his bold might, and in the Lord's grace. He took off his iron byrnie, and all his war gear he laid aside. "With my hand grip shall I join with the fiend," he cried, "and at the end may the wise God, the Holy Lord, award the mastery on either hand, as seemeth him meet." Then the brave one in battle mounted his bed, and about him many a sturdy seafarer bowed him to his hall rest. Not one of them thought that he, thereafter, should ever again seek his loved home, his people, or the free town where he was reared. But the Lord gave help and aid to the great men, such that through one man's strength the foe was defeated. The truth is made known that the mighty God ruleth mankind from everlasting. In the dark night came striding the walker in shadow. From the moor, from under the misty fells, came Grendel striding. Under the clouds he went till he might see without trouble the mead hall, the treasure house of men, brave with gold. So came he, the warring one, severed from joy. The door fastened with bars, forged in the fire, soon gave way when he laid hold of it with his hands. Bent on evil, puffed up with wrath, he brake open the mouth of the hall. Quickly then the fiend strode in on the shining floor, strode on, fierce of mood. An unlovely light likeness to flame stood in his eyes. He saw in the hall many warriors sleeping. Then his heart laughed within him. He thought the grisly monster to have a fill of feasting. But Beowulf, bold of heart, was watching intently. For a beginning Grendel seized quickly on a sleeping thane and devoured him. Then he stretched out his claw to reach for the hero. With set purpose Beowulf grasped that arm with a hand grip that had the strength of 30. Soon found that herder of evils that never in any other man had he met with a mightier hand grip. Grendel was affrighted, mind and heart. His one thought was to get him gone. He was minded to flee into the darkness, away to his fen lairs, to seek the drove of devils. But he could not get his arm free. Then the lordly hall grew clamorous with din of struggle. Mead benches many, decked with gold, fell over on the floor. The thanes awoke, and panic fell on all who heard the outcry. God's foe yelling out his stave of terror, his song of defeat. Then found he that before in mirth of mood had wrought mankind many evils, that his body would avail him not. Much too strongly that one held him who had of men the strongest might in this life's day. The grisly monster, struggling, wrenched his own arm at last clean from the socket. To the fen fells he must flee away wounded unto death. But with the valorous one he left his arm and claw. So was fame of the battle given to Beowulf, for had the wise one and bold cleansed Heorot and saved it from peril. In the morning, from far and near, the leaders of the people fared through the wide ways to see the tracks of the foe, to scan the way he trod after his undoing, how, worsted in the fight, he bare himself away to die in the mere of the monsters. Back then from the mere on their joyful way went riding the old tried comrades, men of valor, on their dapple greys, and many a youth likewise measuring the yellow road with his courser. The king himself also walked in stately wise from the queen's bower with a great company, and the queen with her train of women paced up the path beside him to the mead hall, where hung the claw of the fiend, the trophy of victory. Thus Hrothgar spake: "Now hath a man, through the Lord's might, done a deed we might none of us compass aforetime for all our wisdom. Now will I love thee, Beowulf, best of men, as a son in mine own heart. May the Almighty requite thee with good, as till now He hath ever done." Forthwith Hrothgar bade men deck Heorot and prepare a feast. Gleaming with gold shone the hangings on the wall. In reward for his victory the king gave Beowulf a golden standard, a bordered war banner, a helmet and bumi, and other mighty treasures. He bade 8 steeds, their harness heavy with gold, to be led indoors to the floor of the hall. These likewise he gave to Beowulf. Nor were the earls who came with Beowulf over the swan road unrewarded with gifts. Then came forth Wealhtheow the queen, under her golden diadem, to give her gifts to the conqueror. Songs and sound of playing were heard in the hall. Again rose the revel. The clamor among the benches resounded clear. When that even came, Hrothgar led Beowulf and his men to sleep in a place of honor, apart from the hall. But there remained to keep watch in Heorot unnumbered Danish earls, for they thought that all danger was past. Through the length of the raised platform they spread beds and pillows. Their weapons and armor they laid by their heads, then sank down to sleep. But Grendel's mother kept thought of her sorrow, a she-one, a monster wife, in form like a woman. She dwelt midst the water's terrors, in the cold tarn, an outcast filled with hatred. Greedy and dark of mood, she came to Heorot to avenge her son. Into the hall she came stalking, and straightway was terror there, as in the days of Grendel. Some of the earls seized their weapons, many in utmost confusion thought not of helmet or bumi, but the monster was in haste and in no mood to linger. Quickly she seized in her grip one of the athelings, dearest of all to Hrothgar. Then in her other hand she grasped Grendel's arm, the trophy of victory, and made off to the fens. Loud was the outcry in Heorot. Sorrow began anew, and the old king was stricken in spirit. From his rest was Beowulf fetched, the warrior crowned with victory. A steed with plaited mane was bridled for Hrothgar, and forth he fared with Beowulf, amidst a foot-band of warriors. They followed the track of the monster over the murky moors, along the forest ways, over the steep stone fells, by beetling cliffs, and many a monster's lair, till they came to a mountain forest, dank and foul, the joyless wood, leaning over the hoar-rock, and beneath it a tarn of black and boiling waters. Above hung dark mists, and over all played a weird and fearful light. Here Beowulf bade farewell to his comrades, and hasted, in his valor, to plunge down into the waters. It was a day's while thay he swam about, encountering many a monster ere he fell in with her he sought. Then a great claw laid hold on him and dragged him down to a fearsome hall, a cavern at the tarn's bottom where no water entered. By the light of fire, of flashing flame, he saw it was Grendel's mother who held him. Then the Lord of the Greats shrank not at all from the strife, but seized the fiend by the shoulder. Long they struggled together. Useless was Beowulf's sword against such a she-one. He cast it aside, the strong and steel-edged, set with jewels, and trusted once more to the might of his hand-grip. At last, spent in spirit, the fighter on foot, strongest of warriors, tripped so he fell. Then the water-wife threw herself on him, drew her dagger, broad and bright-edged. So had the hero, foremost of fighters, gone to his death, had not holy God, the wise Lord, held sway over the victory, awarding it a right. Among the war gear on the cave's walls, the ruler of men vouchsafed it to Beowulf to see of a sudden, a blade oft victorious, an old sword of the giants, doughty of edge, the glory of warriors. Choicest of weapons it was, save that it was greater than any man else might bear to the battle. Beowulf seized it, and, smiting, slew Grendel's mother. Steadfast of thought, the hero looked through the cavern, and finding where Grendel lay dead, bore off his head as token to Hrothgar that there lived no more such a doer of evil. Soon was he swimming that had borne erstwhile the battle shock of the foe. In his hand, the war-brand, the sword, began to melt like an icicle, for foulness of the waters where demons had died, till naught remained but the hilt, decked with dragons. Up through the waters he dove. The safeguard of seafarers, the strong of heart, came swimming safely to land. Then went to him his chosen band of thanes who alone had awaited his coming. God they thanked, for they had thought him dead, so long had he been in the water. Forth then they fared by the footpath, joyful of heart, bearing Grendel's head unto Hrothgar. In the hall, brave with gold, thus spake Beowulf: "Lo, with joy we have brought thee, Lord of the Scyldings, in token of glory, the sea spoil thou here beholdest. Not easily came I forth with my life. Almost had I been overborne, save that God shielded me. Henceforth I promise thee thou mayest sleep in Heorot, free from care with thy fellowship of warriors. Thou needest no longer, O Lord of the Scyldings, have dread of death peril." Then the white-haired king kissed the best of thanes, and clasped him about the neck, while his tears fell for heartfelt thanks. Now that Beowulf's work was done, and Heorot cleansed of demons, the great men were eager to fare once more to their people. So the hero, great of soul, went with his earls where his sea-goer rode at anchor. There they bade the Spear-Danes farewell, and stepped into their vessel to fare forth over the Swan Road, over the whale path, homeward to their great land. End of section 46. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah.